Book 2, Chapter 5 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 2, The Reality. Chapter 5, Failure. She had lain down in her clothes, impelled by the feeling that if there were to be a wreck, she should prefer to appear completely dressed. So when the chill dawn came at last and the train pulled into Jersey City, she had nothing to do except to adjust her veil and wait patiently until the porter came for her bag. His color, which was black, inspired her with confidence, and she followed him trustfully to the platform, where he delivered her to another smiling member of his race. The cold was so penetrating that her teeth began to chatter as she turned to obey the orders of the dusky official who had assumed command of her. Never had she felt anything so bleak as the atmosphere of the station. Never in her life had she been so lonely as she was while she hurried down the long, dim platform in the direction of a gate, which looked as if it led into a prison. She was chilled through. Her skin felt as if it had turned to India rubber. There was a sickening terror in her soul, and she longed above all things to sit down on one of the inhospitable tracks and burst into tears. But something stronger than impulse urged her shivering body onward and controlled the twitching muscles about her mouth. In a few minutes I shall see Oliver. Oliver is ill, and I'm going to him, she repeated over and over to herself, as if she were reciting a prayer. Inside the station she declined the offer of breakfast and was conducted to the ferry, where she was obliged to run in order to catch the boat that was just leaving. Seated on one of the long benches in the saloon, with her bag at her feet and her umbrella grasped tightly in her hand, she gazed helplessly at the other passengers, and wondered if any one of them would tell her what to do when she reached the opposite side. The women, she thought, looked hard and harassed, and the men she could not see because of the rows of newspapers behind which they were hidden. Once her wandering gaze caught the eyes of a middle-aged woman in rusty black, who smiled at her above the head of a sleeping child. "That's a pretty woman," said a man carelessly, as he put down his paper, and she realized that he was talking about her to his companion. Then, as the terrible outlines of the city grew more distinct on the horizon, he got up and strolled as carelessly past her to the deck. He had spoken of her as indifferently as he might have spoken of the weather. As the tremendous battlements, which were not tremendous to any of the other passengers, emerged slowly from the mist and cleft the sombre, low-hanging clouds from which a few flakes of snow fell, her terror vanished suddenly before the excitement which ran through her body. She forgot her hunger, her loneliness, her shivering flesh, her benumbed and aching feet. A sensation not unlike the one with which the rector had marched into his first battle fortified and exhilarated her. The fighting blood of her ancestors grew warm in her veins. New York developed suddenly from a mere spot on a map into a romance made into brick, and when a ray of sunlight pierced the heavy fog and lay like a white wing aslant the few falling snowflakes, it seemed to her that the shadowy buildings lost their sinister aspect and softened into a haunting and mysterious beauty. Somewhere in that place of mystery and adventure Oliver was waiting for her. He was a part of that vast movement of life into which she was going. Then youth, from which hope is never long absent, flamed up in her, and she was glad that she was still beautiful enough to cause strangers to turn and look at her. But this mood also passed quickly, and a little later, while she rolled through the gray streets into which the slant sunbeams could bring no color, she surrendered again to that terror of the unknown which had seized her when she stood in the station. The beauty had departed from the buildings. The pavements were dirty. The little discolored piles of snow made the crossing slippery and dangerous, and she held her breath as they passed through the crowded streets on the west side, overcome by the fear of catching some malign malady from the smells and the filth. The negro quarters in Dinwiddie were dirty enough, but not, she thought with a kind of triumph, quite so dirty as New York. When the cab turned into Fifth Avenue, she took her handkerchief from her nostrils, but this imposing street, which had not yet emerged from its evil dream of Victorian brownstone, impressed her chiefly as a place of 1,000 prisons. It was impossible to believe that those frowning walls, undecorated by a creeper or the shadow of a tree, could really be homes. where people lived and children were born. At first she had gazed with a childish interest and curiosity on the houses she was passing. Then the sense of strangeness gave place presently to the exigent necessity of reaching Oliver as soon as possible. But the driver appeared indifferent to her timid taps on the glass at his back, while the horse progressed with the feeble activity of one who had spent a quarter of a century ineffectually making an effort. Her impatience, which she had at first kept under control, began to run in quivers of nervousness through her limbs. The very richness of her personal life, which had condensed all experience into a single emotional center, and restricted her vision of the universe to that solitary window of the soul through which she looked, prevented her now from seeing in the city anything except the dreary background of Oliver's illness and failure. The naive wonder with which she had watched the gigantic outlines shape themselves out of the white fog had faded utterly from her mind. She ached with longing to reach Oliver and to find him well enough to take the first train back to Dinwiddie. At the hotel her bag and umbrella were wrested from her by an imperious uniformed attendant, and in what seemed to her an incredibly short space of time she was following him along a velvet-lined corridor on the 10th floor. The swift ascent in the elevator had made her dizzy, and the physical sensation reminded her that she was weak for food. Then the attendant rapped imperatively at a door just beyond a shining staircase, and she forgot herself as completely as it had been her habit to do since her marriage. "Come in," responded a muffled voice on the inside, and as the door swung open she saw Oliver in his dressing gown and with an unshaved face, reading a newspaper beside a table on which stood an untasted cup of coffee. "I didn't ring," he began impatiently, and then starting to his feet he uttered her name in a voice which held her standing as if she were suddenly paralyzed on the threshold. "Virginia!" A sob rose in her throat, and her faltering gaze passed from him to the hotel attendant, who responded to her unspoken appeal as readily as if it were a part of his regular business. Pushing her gently inside, he placed her bag and umbrella on an empty chair, took up the breakfast tray from the table, and inquired with a kindness which strangely humbled her if she wished to give an order. When she had helplessly shaken her head, he bowed and went out, closing the door softly upon their meeting. "What in thunder, Virginia?" began Oliver, and she realized that he was angry. "I heard you were sick, that the play had failed. I was so sorry I hadn't come with you," she explained, and then, understanding for the first time the utter foolishness of what she had done, she put her hands up to her face and burst into tears. He had risen from his chair, but he made no movement to come nearer to her, and when she took down her hands in order to wipe her eyes, she saw an expression in his face which frightened her by its strangeness. She had caught him when that guard, which every human being, even a husband, wears, had fallen away, though in her ignorance it seemed to her that he had become suddenly another person, that she had entered into one of those awful hours of self-realization when the soul must face its limitations alone and make its readjustments in silence, did not occur to her, because she, who had lived every minute of her life under the eyes of her parents or her children, could have no comprehension of the hunger for solitude which was devouring Oliver's heart. She saw merely that he did not want her, that she had not only startled but angered him by coming, and the bitterness of that instant seemed to her more than she was able to bear. Something had changed him. He was older. He was harder. He was embittered. I'm so sorry," she stammered, and because even in the agony of this moment she could not think long of herself, she added almost humbly, "Would you rather that I should go back again?" Then, by the haggard look of his face as he turned away from her towards the window, she saw that he also was suffering, and her soul yearned over him, as it had yearned over Harry when he had had the toothache. "Oh, Oliver," she cried, and again, "Oh, Oliver, won't you let me help you?" But he was in the mood of despairing humiliation, when one may support abuse better than pity. His failure, he knew, had been undeserved, and he was still smarting from the injustice of it, as from the blows of a whip. For 24 hours his nerves had been on the rack, and his one desire had been to hide himself in the spiritual nakedness to which he was stripped. Had he been obliged to choose a witness to his suffering, it is probable that he would have selected a stranger from the street rather than his wife. The one thing that could have helped him, an intelligent justification of his work, she was powerless to give. In his need she had nothing except love to offer, and love, she felt instinctively, was not the balm for his wound. Afraid and yet passionately longing to meet his eyes, she let her gaze fall away from him and wandered timidly, as if uncertain where to rest, about the disordered room, with its dull red walls, its cheap Nottingham lace curtains tied back with cords, its elaborately carved walnut furniture, and its litter of days-old newspapers upon the bed. She saw his neckties hanging in an uneven row over the oblong mirror, and she controlled a nervous impulse to straighten them out and put them away. "Why didn't you telegraph me?" he asked, after a pause in which he had struggled vainly to look as if it were the most natural thing in the world that he should receive her in this way. "If I had known you were coming, I should have met you." "Father wanted to, but I wouldn't let him," she answered. I thought you were sick." In spite of his despair, it is probable that at the moment she was suffering more than he was, since a wound to love strikes a deeper, after all, than a wound to ambition. Where she had expected to find her husband, she felt vaguely that she had encountered a stranger, and she was overwhelmed by that sense of irremediable loss which follows the discovery of terrible and unfamiliar qualities in those whom we have known and loved intimately for years. The fact that he was plainly struggling to disguise his annoyance, that he was trying as hard as she to assume a manner he did not feel, only added a sardonic humour to poignant tragedy. "Have you had anything to eat?" he asked abruptly, and remembering that he had not kissed her when she entered, he put his arm about her and brushed her cheek with his lips. "No, I waited to breakfast with you. I was in such a hurry to get here." "By Jove!" he exclaimed, and going over to the bell, he touched it with the manner of a man who is delighted that anything so perfectly practical as food exists in the world. While he was speaking to the waiter, she took off her hat and washed the stains of smoke and tears from her face. Her hair was a sight, she thought, but while she gazed back at her stricken eyes in the little mirror over the washstand, she recalled with a throb of gratitude that the stranger on the boat had said she was pretty. She felt so humble that she clung almost with desperation to the thought that Oliver always liked to have people admire her. When she turned from the washstand, he was reading the newspaper again, and he put it aside with a forced cheerfulness to arrange the table for breakfast. "Aren't you going to have something too?" she asked, looking disconsolately at the tray, for all her hunger had departed. If he would only be natural, she felt that she could bear anything. If he would only stop trying to pretend that he was not miserable, and that nothing had happened. After all, it couldn't be so very bad, could it? It wasn't in the least as if one of the children were ill. She poured out a cup of coffee for him before drinking her own, and putting it down on the table at his side, waited patiently until he should look up again from his paper. A lump as hard as lead had risen in her throat and was choking her. "Are the children well?" he asked presently, and she answered with an affected brightness more harrowing than tears. "Yes, mother is taking care of them. Lucy still has the little cough, but I'm giving her cod liver oil. And what do you think? I have a surprise for you. Harry can read the first lesson in his reader." He smiled kindly back at her, but from the vacancy in his face she realized that he had not taken in a word that she had said. His trouble, whatever it was, could absorb him so utterly that he had ceased even to be interested in his children. He who had borne so calmly the loss of that day-old baby for whom she had grieved herself to a shadow, was plunged into this condition of abject hopelessness merely because his play was a failure. It was not only impossible for her to share his suffering, she realized while she watched him that she could not so much as comprehend it. Her limitations, of which she had never been acutely conscious until to-day, appeared suddenly insurmountable. Love, which had seemed to her to solve all problems and to smooth all difficulties, was helpless to enlighten her. It was not love, it was something else that she needed now, and of this something else she knew not even so much as the name. She drank her coffee quickly, fearing that if she did not take food she should lose control of herself and anger him by a display of hysterics. "I don't wonder you couldn't drink your coffee," she said with a quivering little laugh. "It must have been made yesterday." Then, unable to bear the strain any longer, she cried out sharply, "Oh, Oliver, won't you tell me what is the matter?" His look grew hard, while a spasm of irritation contracted his mouth. "There's nothing you need worry about, except that I've borrowed money, and I'm afraid we'll have to cut down things a bit until I manage to pay it back." "Why, of course we'll cut down things," she almost laughed in her relief. "We can live on a great deal less, and I'll mark it so carefully that you will hardly know the difference. I'll put Marthy in the kitchen and take care of the children myself. It won't be the least bit of trouble." She knew by his face that he was grateful to her, though he said merely, "I'm a little knocked up, I suppose, so you mustn't mind. I've got a beast of a headache. Martin is going to take the beaten road off at the end of the week, you know, and he doesn't think now that he will produce the other. There wasn't a good word for me from the critics, and yet, damn them, I know that the play is the best one that's ever come out of America. But it's real. That's why they fell foul of it. It isn't stuffed with sugar plums." "Why, what in the world possessed them?" she returned indignantly. "It is a beautiful play." She saw him flinch at the word, and the sombre irritation which his outburst had relieved for a minute settled again on his features. Her praise, she understood, only exasperated him, though she did not realize that it was the lack of discrimination in it which aroused his irritation. At the moment, intelligent appreciation of his work would have been bread and meat to him, but her pitiful attempts at flattery were like bungling touches on raw flesh. Had he written the various rags of sentimental rubbish, he knew she would as passionately have defended their beauty. "I'll get dressed quickly and look after some business," he said, "and we'll go home tonight." Her eyes shone, and she began to eat her eggs with a resolution born of the consoling memory of Dinwiddie. If only they could be at home again with the children, she felt that all this trouble and misunderstanding would vanish. With a strange confusion of ideas, it seemed to her that Oliver's suffering had been in some mysterious way produced by New York, and that it existed merely within the circumscribed limits of this dreadful city. "Oh, Oliver, that will be lovely!" she exclaimed, and tried to subdue the note of joy in her voice. "I shan't be able to get back to lunch, I'm afraid. What will you do about it?" "Don't bother about me, dearest. I'll dress and take a little walk just to see what Fifth Avenue is like. I can't get lost if I go perfectly straight up the street, can I? Fifth Avenue is only a block away. You can't miss it. Now I'll hurry and be off." She knew that he was anxious to be alone, and so firmly was she convinced that this mood of detachment would leave him as soon as he was in the midst of his family again, that she was able to smile tolerantly when he kissed her hastily and, seizing his hat, rushed from the room. For a time after he had gone, she amused herself putting his things in order and packing the little tin trunk he had brought with him, but the red walls and the steam heat in the room sickened her at last, and when she had bathed and dressed, and there seemed nothing left for her to do except get out her work-bag and begin darning his socks, she decided that she would put on her hat and go out for a walk. It did not occur to her to feel hurt by the casual manner in which Oliver had shifted the responsibility of her presence, partly owing to a personal inability to take a selfish point of view about anything, and partly because of that racial habit of making allowances for the male in which she had been sedulously trained from her infancy. At the door the porter directed her to Fifth Avenue, and she ventured cautiously as far as the flowing rivulet at the corner, where she would probably have stood until Oliver's return, if a friendly policeman had not observed her stranded helplessness and assisted her over. "How on earth am I to get back again?" she thought, smiling up at him. And this anxiety engrossed her so completely that for a minute she forgot to look at the amazing buildings and the curious crowds that hurried frantically in their shadows. Then a pale finger of sunlight pointed suddenly across the high roofs in front of her, and awed, in spite of her preoccupation, by the strangeness of the scene, she stopped and watched the moving carriages in the middle of the street, and the never-ending stream of people that passed on the wet pavements. Occasionally, while she stood there, some of the passers-by would turn and look at her with friendly, admiring eyes, as though they found something pleasant in her lovely, wistful face and her old-fashioned clothes, and this pleased her so much that she lost her feeling of loneliness. It was a kindly crowd, and because she was young and pretty and worth looking at, a part of the exhilaration of this unknown life passed into her, and she felt for a little while as though she belonged to it. The youth in her responded to the passing call of the streets, to this call which fluted like the sound of pipes in her blood, and lifted her for a moment out of the narrow track of individual experience. It was charming to feel that all these strangers looked kindly upon her, and she tried to show that she returned their interest by letting a little cordial light shine in her eyes. For the first time in her life the personal boundaries of sympathy fell away from her, and she realized in a fleeting sensation something of the vast underlying solidarity of human existence. A humble baby in a go-cart waited at one of the crossings for the traffic to pass, and bending over she hugged him ecstatically, not because he reminded her of Harry, but simply because he was a baby. "He is so sweet, I just had to squeeze him," she said to his mother, a working woman in a black shawl who stood behind him. Then the two women smiled at each other in the free masonry of motherhood of which no man is aware, and Virginia wondered why people had ever foolishly written of the indifference of a crowd. The chill which had lain over her heart since her meeting with Oliver melted utterly in the glow with which she had embraced the baby at the crossing. With the feeling of his warm little body in her arms, everything had become suddenly right again. New York was no longer a dreadful city, and Oliver's failure appeared as brief as the passing pang of a toothache. Her natural optimism had returned like a rosy mist to embellish and obscure the prosaic details of the situation. Like the cheerful winter sunshine which transfigured the harsh outlines of the houses, her vision adorned the reality in the mere act of beholding it. Midway of the next block there was a jeweller's window full of gems, set in intricate patterns, and stopping before it, she studied the trinkets carefully in the hope of being able to describe them to Lucy. Then a man selling little automatic pigs at the corner attracted her attention, and she bought two for Harry and Jenny, and carried them triumphantly away in boxes under her arm. She knew that she looked countrified and old-fashioned, and that nobody she met was wearing either a hat or a dress which in the least resembled the style of hers. But the knowledge of this did not trouble her, because in her heart she preferred the kind of clothes which were worn in Dinwiddie. The women in New York seemed to her artificial and affected in appearance, and they walked, she thought, as if they were trying to make people look at them. The bold way they laced in their figures she regarded as almost indecent, and she noticed that they looked straight into the eyes of men, instead of lowering their lashes when they passed them. Her provincialism, like everything else which belonged to her, and had become endeared by habit and association, seemed to her so truly beautiful and desirable that she would not have parted with it for worlds. Turning presently, she walked down Fifth Avenue as far as 23rd Street, and then, confused by the crossing, she passed into Broadway, without knowing that it was Broadway, until she was enlightened by a stranger to whom she appealed. When she began to retrace her steps, she discovered that she was hungry, and she longed to go into one of the places where she saw people eating at little tables. But her terror of what she had heard of the high prices of food in New York restaurants restrained her. General Goode still told of paying $6.50 for a dinner he had ordered in a hotel in Fifth Avenue, and her temperamental frugality, reinforced by anxiety as to Oliver's debts, preferred to take no unnecessary risks with a small amount in her pocketbook. Oliver, of course, would have laughed at her petty economies, and have ordered recklessly whatever attracted his appetite, but as she gently reminded herself again, men were different. On the whole, this lordly prodigality pleased her rather than otherwise. She felt that it was in keeping with the bigness and the virility of the masculine ideal, and if there were pinching and scraping to be done, she immeasurably preferred that it should fall to her lot to do it and not to Oliver's. At the hotel she found that Oliver had not come in, and after a belated luncheon of tea and toast in the dining-room, she went upstairs and sat down to watch for his return between the Nottingham lace curtains at the window. From the terrific height on which she felt like a sparrow, she could see a row of miniature puppets passing back and forth at the corner of Fifth Avenue. For hours she tried in vain to distinguish the figure of Oliver in the swiftly moving throng, and in spite of herself she could not repress a feeling of pleasant excitement. She knew that Oliver would think that she ought to be depressed by his failure, yet she could not prevent the return of a childlike confidence in the profound goodness of life. Everything would be right. Everything was eternally bound to be right from the beginning. That inherited casuistry of temperament which had confused the pleasant with the true for generations had become in her less a moral conviction than a fixed quality of soul. To dwell even for a minute on the dark side of things awoke in her the same instinct of mortal sin that she had felt at the discovery that Oliver was accustomed to break the Sabbath by reading profane literature. When at last, as the dusk fell in the room, she heard his hasty step in the corridor, a wave of joyful expectancy rose in her heart and trembled for utterance on her lips. Then the door opened. He came from the gloom into the pale gleam of light that shone in from the window, and with her first look into his face, her rising joy ebbed quickly away. A new element, something for which neither her training nor her experience had prepared her, entered at that instant into her life. Not the external world, but the sacred inner circle in which they had loved and known each other was suddenly clouded. Everything outside of this was the same, but the fact confronted her there as grimly as a physical sore. The evil struck at the very heart of her love, since it was not life, but Oliver that had changed. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 2, The Reality. Chapter 6, The Shadow. Oliver had changed. For months this thought had lain like a stone on her heart. She went about her life just as usual, yet never for an instant during that long winter and spring did she lose consciousness of its dreadful presence. It was the first thing to face her in the morning, the last thing from which she turned when, worn out with perplexity, she fell asleep at night. During the day the children took her thoughts away from it for hours, but never once, not even while she heard Harry's lessons, or tied the pink or the blue bows in Lucy's and Jenny's curls, did she ever really forget it. Since the failure of Oliver's play, which had seemed to her such a little thing in itself, something had gone out of their marriage, and this something was the perfect understanding which had existed between them. There were times when her sympathy appeared to her almost to infuriate him, even her efforts towards economy, for since their return from New York she had put Marthy into the kitchen and had taken entire charge of the children, irritated rather than pleased him. And the more she irritated him, the more she sought zealously, by innumerable small attentions, to please and to pacify him. Instead of leaving him in the solitude which he sought, and which might have restored him to his normal balance of mind, she became possessed, whenever he shut himself in his study or went alone for a walk, with a frenzied dread lest he should permit himself to brood over the financial difficulties in which the wreck of his ambition had placed them. She, who feared loneliness as if it were the smallpox, devised 1,000 innocent deceptions by which she might break in upon him when he sat in his study and discover whether he was actually reading the papers or merely pretending to do so. In her natural simplicity it never occurred to her to penetrate beneath the surface disturbances of his mood. These engrossed her so completely that the cause of them was almost forgotten. Dimly she realized that this strange, almost physical soreness, which made him shrink from her presence as a man with weak eyes shrinks from the light, was the outward sign of a secret violence in his soul, yet she ministered helplessly to each passing explosion of temper, as if it were the cause instead of the result of his suffering. Introspection, which had lain under a moral ban in a society that assumed the existence of an unholy alliance between the secret and the evil, could not help her because she had never indulged in it. Partly because of the ingenuous candor of the Pendleton nature, and partly owing to the mildness of a climate which made it more comfortable for Dinwidians to live for 6 months of the year on their front porches and with their windows open, she shared the ingrained Southern distrust of any state of mind which could not cheerfully support the observation of the neighbors. She knew that he had turned from his work with disgust, and if he wasn't working and wasn't reading, what on earth could he be doing alone, unless he had, as she imagined in desperation, begun wilfully to nurse his despondency. Even the rector couldn't help her here, for his knowledge of character was strictly limited to the types of the soldier and the churchman, and his son-in-law did not belong, he admitted, in either of these familiar classifications. At the bottom of his soul the good man had always entertained for Oliver something of a kindly contempt with which his generation regarded a healthy male who it suspected would decline either to preach a sermon or to kill a man in the cause of morality. But on one line of treatment father and daughter were passionately agreed. Whatever happened, it was not good that Oliver should be left by himself for a minute. When he was in the bank, of course, where Cyrus had found him a place as a clerk on an insignificant salary, it might be safely assumed that he was cheered by the unfailing company of his fellow workers. But when he came home, the responsibility of his distraction and his cure rested upon Virginia and the children. And since her opinion of her own power to entertain was modest, she fell back with a sublime confidence on the unrivaled brilliancy and the infinite variety of the children's prattle. During the spring, as he grew more and more indifferent and depressed, she arranged that the children should be with him every instant while he was in the house. She brought Jenny's high chair to the table in order that the adorable infant might breakfast with her father. She kept Harry up an hour later at night so that he might add the gaiety of his innocent mirth to their otherwise long and silent evenings. though she would have given anything to drop into bed as soon as the babies were undressed. She forced herself to sit up without yawning until Oliver turned out the lights, bolted the door, and remarked irritably that she ought to have been asleep hours ago. "You aren't used to sitting up so late, Virginia. It makes you dark under the eyes," he said one June night, as he came in from the porch where he had been to look up at the stars. "But I can't go to bed until you do, darling. I get so worried about you," she answered. "Why in heaven's name should you worry about me? I am all right," he responded crossly. She saw her mistake, and with her unvarying sweetness set out to rectify it. "Of course I know you are, but we have so little time together that I don't want to miss the evenings." "So little?" he echoed, not unkindly, but in simple astonishment. "I mean the children sit up late now, and of course we can't talk while they are playing in the room." "Don't you think you might get them to bed earlier? They are becoming rather a nuisance, aren't they?" He said it kindly enough, yet tears rushed to her eyes as she looked at him. It was impossible for her to conceive of any mood in which the children would become rather a nuisance to her, and the words hurt her more than he was ever to know. It seemed the last straw that she could not bear, set her heart as she turned away from him. She had borne the extra work without a complaint. She had pinched and scraped, if not happily, at least with a smile. She had sat up while her limbs ached with fatigue and the longing to be in bed. And all these things were as nothing to the tragic confession that the children had become rather a nuisance. Of the many trials she had had to endure, this, she told herself, was the bitterest. Though her feet burned and her muscles throbbed with fatigue, she lay awake for hours, with her eyes wide open in the moonlight. All the small harassing duties of the morrow, which usually swarmed like startled bees through her brain at night, were scattered now by this vague terror which assumed no definite shape. The delicacy of Lucy's chest, Harry's stubborn refusal to learn to spell, and even the harrowing certainty that the children's appetites were fast outstripping the frugal fare she provided, these stinging worries had flown before a new anxiety which was the more poignant, she felt, because she could not give it a name. The Pendleton idealism was powerless to dispel this malign shadow which corresponded so closely to that substance of evil whose very existence the Pendleton idealism eternally denied. To battle with a delusion was virtually to admit one's belief in its actuality, and this, she reflected passionately, lying awake there in the darkness, was the last thing she was prepared at the moment to do. Oliver was changed, and yet her duty was plainly to fortify herself with the consoling assurance that whatever happened, Oliver could never really change. Deep down in her, that essential fibre of her being which was her soul, which drew its vitality from the racial structure of which it was a part, and yet which distinguished and separated her from every other person and object in the universe, this essential fibre was compacted of innumerable Pendleton refusals to face the reality. Even with Lucy's chest and Harry's lessons and the cost of food, she had always felt a soothing conviction that by thinking hard enough about them, she could make them every one come out right in the morning. As a normal human being in a world which was not planned on altruistic principles, it was out of the question that she should entirely escape an occasional hour of despondency, but with the narrow outlook of women who lead intense personal lives, it would have been impossible for her to see anything really wrong in the universe, while Oliver and all the children were well. God was in his heaven as long as the affairs of her household worked together for good. It can't be that he is different. I must have imagined it, she thought now, breathing softly lest she should disturb the sleeping Oliver. It is natural that he should be worried about his debts, and the failure of the play went very hard with him, of course. But if he appears at times to have grown bitter, it must be only that I have come to exact too much of him. I oughtn't to expect him to take the same interest in the children that I do. Then rising softly on her elbow, she smoothed the sheet over Jenny's dimpled little body, and bent her ear downward to make sure that the child was breathing naturally in her sleep. In spite of her depression, that rosy face, framed in hair like spun yellow silk, aroused in her a feeling of ecstasy. Whenever she looked at one of her children, at her youngest child especially, her maternal passion seemed to turn to flame in her blood. Even first love had not been so exquisitely satisfying, so interwoven of all imaginable secret meanings of bliss. Jenny's thumb was in her mouth, and removing it gently, Virginia bent lower and laid her hot cheek on the soft shining curls. Some vital power, an emanation from that single principle of love which ruled her life, passed from the breath of the sleeping child into her body. Peace descended upon her, swift and merciful like sleep, and turning on her side, she lay with her hand on Jenny's crib, as though in clinging to her child she clung to all that was most worth while in the universe. The next night Oliver telephoned from the Treadwells that he would not be home to supper, and when he came in at 11 o'clock he appeared annoyed to find her sitting up for him. "You ought to have gone to bed, Virginia. You look positively haggard," he said. "I wasn't sleepy. Mother came in for a few minutes, and we put the children to bed. Jenny wanted to say good night to you, and she cried when I told her you had gone out. I believe she loves you better than she does anybody in the world, Oliver." He smiled with something of the casual brilliancy which had first captivated her imagination. In spite of the melancholy which had clouded his charm of late, he had lost neither his glow of physical well-being nor the look of abounding intellectual energy which distinguished him from all other men whom she knew. It was this intellectual energy, she sometimes thought, which purified his character of that vein of earthiness which she had looked upon as the natural, and therefore the pardonable attribute of masculine human nature. "If she keeps her looks, she'll leave her mother behind some day," he answered. "You need a new dress, Jinny. I hate that old waist and skirt. Why don't you wear the swishy blue silk I always liked on you?" "I made it over for Lucy, dear. She had to have a dress to wear to Lily Carrington's birthday party, and I didn't want to buy one. It looks ever so nice on her." "Doubtless, but I like it better on you." "It doesn't matter what I wear, but Lucy is so fond of pretty things, and children dress more now than they used to do. What did Susan have to say?" He had turned to bolt the front door, and while his back was towards her, she raised her hand to smother a yawn. All day she had been on her feet, except for the 2 hours when she had worked at her sewing machine, while Harry and Jenny were taking their morning nap. She had not had time to change her dress until after supper, and she had felt so tired then that it had not seemed worth while to do so. There was, in fact, nothing to change to, since she had made over the blue silk, except an old black organdie, cut square in the neck, which she had worn in the months before Jenny's birth. As a girl she had loved pretty clothes, but there were so many other things to think about now, and from the day that her first child had come to her it had seemed to matter less and less what she wore or how she appeared. Nothing had really counted in life except the supreme privilege of giving herself, body and soul, in the service of love. All that she was, all that she had, belonged to Oliver and to his children. So what difference could it make to them, since she gave herself so completely, whether she wore new clothes or old? When he turned to her she had smothered the yawn, and was smiling. "Is Aunt Belinda just the same?" she asked, for he had not answered her question about Susan. "To tell the truth, I forgot to ask," he replied with a laugh. "Susan seemed very cheerful, and John Henry was there, of course. It wouldn't surprise me to hear any day that they are to be married. By the way, Virginia, why did you never tell me what a good writer you are? Abby Good says you would have been a better horsewoman than she is if you hadn't given up writing." "Why, I haven't been in the saddle for years. I stopped when we had to sell my horse Bess, and that was before you came back to Dinwiddie. How did Abby happen to be there?" "She stopped to see Susan about something, and then we got to talking, the bunch of us. John Henry asked me to exercise his horse for him when he doesn't go. I rather hope I'll get a chance to go fox hunting in the autumn. Abby was talking about it." "Has she changed much? I haven't seen her for years. She is hardly ever in Dinwiddie." "Well, she's fatter, but it's becoming to her. It makes her look softer. She's a bit coarse, but she tells a capital story. I always liked Abby." "Yes, I always liked Abby, too," answered Virginia, and it was on the tip of her tongue to add that Abby had always liked Oliver. If he hadn't seen me, perhaps he might have married her, she thought, and the remote possibility of such bliss for poor defrauded Abby filled her with an incredible tenderness. She would never have believed that bouncing, boisterous Abby Good could have aroused in her so poignant a sympathy. He appeared so much more cheerful than she had seen him since his disastrous trip to New York, that, moved by an unselfish impulse of gratitude towards the cause of it, she put out her hand to him while he raised his arm to extinguish the light. "I'm so glad about the horse, dear," she said. "It would be nice for you to go sometimes with Abby." "Why couldn't you come too, Jinny?" "Oh, I shouldn't have time, and besides, I gave it up long ago. I don't think a mother has any business on horseback." "All the same, I wish you wouldn't let yourself go to pieces. What have you done to your hands? They used to be so pretty." She drew them hastily away, while the tears rose in a mist to her eyes. It was like a man, it was especially like Oliver, to imagine that she could clean up half a house and take charge of 3 children, yet keep her hands as white and soft as they had been when she was a girl, and did nothing except wait for a lover. In a flash of memory she saw the reddened and knotted hands of her mother, and then a procession of hands belonging to all the mothers of her race that had gone before her, were her own but a single pair in that chain of pathetic hands that had worked in the exacting service of love. "It is so hard to keep them nice," she said, but her heart cried, "What do my hands matter when it is for your sake that I have spoiled them? With her natural tendency to undervalue the physical pleasures of life, she had looked upon her beauty as a passing bloom which would attract her lover to the veiled wonders of her spirit. Fleshly beauty as an end in itself would have appeared to her as immoral occult as the wilful pursuit of a wandering desire in the male. "I never noticed until to-night what pretty hands Abby has," he said, innocently enough, as he turned off the gas. A strange sensation, something which was so different from anything she had ever felt before that she could not give it a name, pierced her heart like an arrow. Then it fled as suddenly as it had come, and left her at ease with the thought, "Abby has had nothing to hurt her hands. Why shouldn't they be pretty?" But not for Abby's hands would she have given up a single hour when she had washed Jenny's little flannels or dug enchanted garden beds with Harry's miniature trowel. "She used to have a beautiful figure," she said with perfect sincerity. "Well, she's got it still, though she's a trifle too large for my taste. You can't help liking her. She's such jolly good company, but somehow she doesn't seem womanly. She's too fond of sport and all that sort of thing." His ideal woman still corresponded to the type which he had chosen for his mate, for true womanliness was inseparably associated in his mind with those qualities which had awakened for generations the impulse of sexual selection in the men of his race. Though he enjoyed Abby, he refused stubbornly to admire her, since evolution, which moves rapidly in the development of the social activities, had left his imagination still sacredly cherishing the convention of the jungle in the matter of sex. He saw woman as dependent upon man for the very integrity of her being, and beyond the divine fact of this dependency he did not see her at all. But there was nothing sardonic in his point of view, which had become considerably strengthened by his marriage to Virginia, who shared it. It was one of those mental attitudes, indeed, which in the days of loose thinking and of hazy generalizations might have proved its divine descent by its universality. Oliver, his uncle Cyrus, the rector, and honest John Henry, however they may have differed in their views of the universe or of each other, were one at least in accepting the historical dogma of the supplementary being of woman. And yet, so strange is life, so inexplicable are its contradictions, there were times when Oliver's ideal appeared almost to betray him, and the intellectual limitations of Virginia bored rather than delighted him. Habit, which is a sedative to a phlegmatic nature, acts not infrequently as a positive irritant upon the temperament of the artist, and since he had turned from his work in a passion of disgust at the dramatic obtuseness of his generation, he had felt more than ever the need of some intellectual outlet for the torrent of his imagination. As a wife, Virginia was perfect. As a mental companion, she barely existed at all. She was, he had come to recognize, profoundly indifferent to the actual world. Her universe was a fiction, except the part of it that concerned him or the children. He had never forgotten that he had read his play to her one night shortly after Jenny's birth, and she had leaned forward with her chin on her palm and a look in her face as if she were listening for a cry which never came from the nursery. Her praise had had the sound of being recited by rote, and had aroused in him a sense of exasperation which returned even now whenever she mentioned his work. In the days of his courtship the memory of her simplicities clung like an exquisite bouquet to the intoxicating image of her, but in 8 years of daily intimacy the flavor and the perfume of mere innocence had evaporated. The quality which had first charmed him was perhaps the first of which he had grown weary. He still loved Virginia, but he had ceased to talk to her. "If you go into the refrigerator, Oliver, don't upset Jenny's bottle of milk," she said, looking after him as he turned towards the dining room. Her foot was already on the bottom step of the staircase, for she had heard, or imagined that she had heard, a sound from the nursery, and she was impatient to see if one of the children had awakened and got out of bed. All the evening, while she had changed the skin-tight sleeves of the 80s to the balloon ones of the 90s, and an old waist which she had had before her marriage, and had never worn because it was unbecoming, her thoughts had been of Harry, whom she had punished for some act of flagrant rebellion during the afternoon. Now she was eager to comfort him if he was awake and unhappy, or merely to cuddle and kiss him if he was fast asleep in his bed. At the top of the staircase she saw the lowered lamp in the nursery, and beside it stood Harry in his little nightgown with a toy ship in his arms. "Mamma, I'm tired of bed, and I want to play." "Shush, darling, you will wake Jenny. It isn't day yet. You must go back to bed." "But I'm tired of bed." "You won't be after I tuck you in. Will you sit by me and tell me a story?" "Yes, darling, I'll tell you a story, if you'll promise not to talk." Her eyes were heavy with sleep, and her limbs trembled from the exhaustion of the long June day, but she remembered the punishment of the afternoon, and as she looked at him her heart seemed melting with tenderness. "And you'll promise not to go away until I'm fast asleep? You'll promise, mamma?" "I'll promise, precious. No, you mustn't take your ship to bed with you, that's a darling." Then, as Oliver was heard coming softly up the stairs for fear of arousing the children, she caught Harry's moist hand in hers, and stole with him into the nursery. To Virginia, in the long torrid days of that summer, there seemed time for neither anxiety nor disappointment. Every minute of her 18 waking hours was spent in keeping the children washed, dressed, and good-humoured. She thought of herself so little that it never occurred to her to reflect whether she was happy or unhappy, hardly even whether she was awake or asleep. Twice a week John Henry's horse carried Oliver for a ride with Abby and Susan, and on these evenings he stayed so late that Virginia ceased presently even to make a pretence of waiting supper. Several times on September afternoons, when the country burned with an elusive radiance, as if it were seen through a mirage, she put on her old riding habit, which she had hunted up in the attic at the rectory, and mounting one of Abby's horses, started to accompany them. But her conscience reproached her so bitterly at the thought that she was seeking pleasure away from the children, that she hurried homeward across the fields before the others were ready to turn. As with most women who are born for motherhood, that supreme fact had not only absorbed the emotional energy of her girlhood, but had consumed in its ecstatic flame even her ordinary capacities for enjoyment. While fatherhood left Oliver still a prey to dreams and disappointments, the more exclusive maternal passion rendered Virginia profoundly indifferent to every aspect of life except the intimate, personal aspect of her marriage. She couldn't be happy, she couldn't even be at ease, while she remembered that the children were left to the honest yet hardly tender mercies of Marthy. "I shall never go again," she thought as she slipped from the saddle at the gate, and catching up her long riding skirt, ran up the short walk to the steps. "I must be getting old. Something has gone out of me." And there was no regret in her heart for this something which had fled out of her life, for the flashing desires and the old breathless pleasures of youth which she had lost. For a month this passive joy lasted, the joy of one whose days are full, and whose every activity is in useful service. Then there came an October afternoon, which she never forgot, because it burned across her life like a prairie fire, and left a scarred track of memory behind it. It had been a windless day, filled with glittering blue lights that darted like birds down the long ash-colored roads, and spun with a golden web of air, which made the fields and trees appear as thin and as unsubstantial as dreams. The children were with Marthy in the park, and Virginia, attired in the old waist with the new sleeves, was leaning on the front gate watching the slow fall of the leaves from the gnarled mulberry tree at the corner, when Mrs. Pendleton appeared on the opposite side of the street and crossed the cobblestones of the road, with her black alpaca skirt trailing behind her. "I wonder why in the world mother doesn't hold up her skirt," thought Virginia, swinging back the little wooden gate while she waited. "Mother, you're letting your train get all covered with dust," she called, as soon as Mrs. Pendleton came near enough to catch her half-whispered warning. Reaching down indifferently, the older woman caught up a handful of her skirt, and left the rest to follow ignominiously in the dust. From the carelessness of the gesture, Virginia saw at once that her mother's mind was occupied by one of those rare states of excitement or of distress, when even the preservation of her clothes had sunk to a matter of secondary importance. When the small economies were banished from Mrs. Pendleton's consciousness, matters had assumed indeed a serious aspect. "Why, mother, what on earth has happened?" asked Virginia, hurrying toward her. "Let me come in and speak to you, Jinny. I mean inside the house. One can never be sure that some of the neighbors aren't listening," she said in a whisper. Hurrying past her daughter, she went into the hall, and then, turning, faced her with her hand on the door-knob. In the dim light of the hall her face showed white and drawn, like the face of a person who has been suddenly stricken with illness. "Jinny, I've just had a visit from Mrs. Carrington. You know what a gossip she is, but I think I ought to tell you that she says people are talking about Oliver's riding so much with Abby." A pain as sharp as if the teeth of a beast had fastened in her heart pierced Virginia while she stood there, barring the door with her hands. Her peace, which had seemed indestructible a moment ago, was shattered by a sensation of violent anger, not against Abby, not against Oliver, not even against the gossiping old women of Dinwiddie, but against her own blindness, her own inconceivable folly. At the moment the civilization of centuries was stripped from her, and she was as simple and as primitive as a female of the jungle. On the surface she was still calm, but to her own soul she felt that she presented the appalling spectacle of a normal woman turned fury. It was one of those instants that are so unexpected, so entirely unnatural, and out of harmony with the rest of life, that they obliterate the boundaries of character which separate the life of the individual from the ancient root of the race. Not Virginia, but the primeval woman in her blood, shrieked out in protest as she saw her hold on her mate threatened. The destruction of the universe, as long as it left her house standing in its bit of ground, would have overwhelmed her less utterly. "But what on earth can they say, mother? It was all my fault. I made him go. He never lifted his finger for Abby." "I know, darling, I know. Of course, Oliver is not to blame, but people will talk, and I think Abby ought to have known better." For an instant only Virginia hesitated. Then something stronger than the primitive female in her blood, the spirit of a lady, spoke through her lips. "I don't believe Abby was to blame either," she said. "But women ought to know better, Jinny, and Abby is nearly 30. She always wanted me to go, mother. I don't believe she thought for a minute that she was doing anything wrong. Abby is a little coarse, but she's perfectly good. Nobody will make me think otherwise." "Well, it can't go on, dear. You must stop Oliver's riding with her. And Mrs. Carrington says she hears that he is going to Atlantic City with them in General Goode's private car on Thursday. Abby asked me to, but of course I couldn't leave the children." "Of course not. Oliver must give it up too." "Oh, Jinny, a scandal, even where one is innocent, is so terrible. A woman, a true woman, would endure death rather than be talked about. I remember your cousin Jane Pendleton made an unhappy marriage, and her husband used to get drunk and beat her, and even carry on dreadfully with the colored servants, but she said that was better than the disgrace of a separation. But all that has nothing to do with me, mother. Oliver is an angel, and this is every bit my fault, not Abby's." The violence in her soul had passed, and she felt suddenly calm. "Of course, darling, of course. Now that you see what it has led to, you can stop it immediately." They were so alike as they stood there facing each other, mother and daughter, that they might have represented different periods of the same life, youth and age meeting together. Both were perfect products of that social order whose crowning grace and glory they were. Both were creatures trained to feel rather than think, whose very goodness was the result not of reason but of emotion. And above all, both were gentlewomen to the innermost cores of their natures. Passion could not banish for long that exquisite forbearance which generations had developed from a necessity into an art. "I can't stop his going with her, because that would make people think I believe the things they say. But I can go too, mother, and I will. I'll borrow Susan's horse and go fox hunting with them tomorrow." Once again, as on the afternoon when she had heard of Oliver's illness in New York, Mrs. Pendleton realized that her daughter's strength was more than a match for hers when the question related to Oliver. "But the children, dear, and then, oh, Jinny, you might get hurt." To her surprise, Jinny laughed. "I shan't get hurt, mother, and if I did—" She left her sentence unfinished, but in the break there was the first note of bitterness that her mother had ever heard from her lips. Was it possible, after all, that there was more in it than she had let appear in her words? Was it possible that her passionate defence of Abby had been but a beautiful pretence? "I'll go straight down to the Treadwells to ask Susan for her horse," she added cheerfully. "And you'll come over very early, won't you, to stay with the children? Oliver always starts before daybreak." "Yes, darling, I'll get up at dawn and come over. But, Jinny, promise me to be careful." "Oh, I'll be careful," responded Virginia lightly, as she went out on the porch. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 2, The Reality. Chapter 7, The Will to Live. "It's all horrid talk. There's not a word of truth in it," she thought, true to the Pendleton point of view, as she turned into Old Street on her way to the Treadwells. Then the sound of horses' hoofs rang on the cobblestones, and looking past the corner, she saw Oliver and Abby galloping under the wine-colored leaves of the oak tree at the crossing. His face was turned back as if he were looking over his shoulder at the red sunset, and he was laughing as she had not heard him laugh since that dreadful morning in the bedroom of the New York hotel. What a boy he was still! As she watched him, it seemed to her that she was old enough to be his mother, and the soreness in her heart changed into an exquisite impulse of tenderness. Then he looked from the sunset to Abby, and at the glance of innocent pleasure that passed between them, A stab of jealousy entered her heart like a blade. Before it faded they had passed the corner, and were cantering wildly up Old Street in the direction of Abby's home. "It is my fault. I am too settled. I am letting my youth go," she said, with a passionate determination to catch her girlhood and hold it fast before it eluded her for ever. "I'm only 28, and I dress like a woman of 40." And it seemed to her that the one desirable thing in life was this fleet-winged spirit of youth, which passed like a breath, leaving existence robbed of all romance and beauty. An hour before she had not cared, and she would not care now, if only Oliver could grow middle-aged and old at the moment when she did. Ah, there was the tragedy. All life was for men, and only a few radiant years of it were given to women. Men were never too old to love, to pursue and capture whatever joy the fugitive instant might hold for them. But women, though they were allowed only one experience out of the whole of life, were asked to resign even that one at the very minute when they needed it most. "I wonder what will become of me when the children grow big enough to be away all the time, as Oliver is," she thought wistfully. "I wish one never grew too old to have babies." The front door of the Treadwell house stood open, and in the hall Susan was arranging goldenrod and life everlasting in a blue china bowl. "Of course you may have Belle to-morrow," she said in answer to Virginia's faltering request. "Even if I intended going, I'd be only too glad to lend her to you. But I can't leave mother anyway. She always gets restless if I stay out over an hour." Mrs. Treadwell's illness had become one of those painful facts which people accept as naturally as they accept the theological dogma of damnation. It was terrible when they thought of it, but they seldom thought of it, thereby securing tranquillity of mind in the face of both facts and dogmas. Even Virginia had ceased to make her first question when she met Susan, "How is your mother?" "But, Susan, you need the exercise. I thought that was why the doctor made Uncle Cyrus get you a horse." "It was, but I only go for an hour in the afternoon. I begrudge every minute I spend away from mother. Oh, Jinny, she is so pathetic. It almost breaks my heart to watch her." "I know, dearest," said Virginia, but at the back of her brain she was thinking, "They look so happy together, yet he could never really admire Abby. She isn't at all the kind of woman he likes." So preoccupied was she by this problem of her own creation, that her voice had a strangely far-off sound, as though it came from a distance. "I wish I could help you, dear Susan. If you ever want me day or night, you know you have only to send for me. I'd let nothing except desperate illness stand in the way of my coming." It was true, and because she knew that it was true, Susan stooped suddenly and kissed her. "You are looking tired, Jinny. What is the matter?" "Nothing, except that I'm a sight in this old waist. I made it over to save buying one, but I wish now I hadn't. It makes me look so settled." "You need some clothes. You used to be so fond of them." "That was before the children came. I've never cared much since. It's just as if life were a completed circle somehow. There's nothing more to expect or to wait for. You'll understand what I mean some day, Susan." "I think I do now, but only women are like that. Men are different." It was the classic phrase again, but on Susan's lips it sounded with a new significance. "And some women are different, too," replied Virginia. "Now there's Abby Goode. Susan, what do you honestly think of Abby?" There was a wistful note in the question, and around her gentle blue eyes appeared a group of little lines, brought out by the nervous contraction of her forehead. Was it the wan, smoky light of the dusk? Susan wondered, or was Virginia really beginning to break so soon? "Why, I like Abby. I always did," she answered, trying to look as if she did not understand what Virginia had meant. "She's a little bit what John Henry calls loud, but she has a good heart, and would do anybody a kindness." She had evaded answering, just as Virginia had evaded asking the question which both knew had passed unuttered between them. Was Abby to be trusted to keep inviolate the ancient unwritten pledge of honourable womanhood? Her character was being tested by the single decisive virtue exacted of her sex. "I'm glad you feel that way," said Virginia in a relieved manner after a minute, "because I should hate not to believe in Abby, and some people don't understand her manner, mother among them." "Oh, she's all right, I'm sure of it," answered Susan with heartiness. The wistful sound had passed out of Virginia's voice, while the little lines faded as suddenly from the corners of her eyes. She looked better already, only she really ought not to wear such dowdy clothes, even though she was happily married, reflected Susan as she watched her a few minutes later pass over the mulberry leaves which lay thick and still on the sidewalk. At the corner of Sycamore Street a shopkeeper was putting away his goods for the night. and in the window Virginia saw a length of hyacinth blue silk, matching her eyes, which she had remotely coveted for weeks, never expecting to possess it, yet never quite reconciling herself to the thought that it might be worn by some other woman. That length of silk had grown gradually to symbolize the last glimmer of girlish vanity, which motherhood had not extinguished in her heart. And while she looked at it now, in her new recklessness of mood, a temptation, born of the perversity which rules human fate, came to her to go in and buy it while she was still desperate enough to act foolishly and not be afraid. For the first time in her life, that immemorial spirit of adventure which lies buried under the dead leaves of civilization at the bottom of every human heart, with whose re-arisen ghost men have moved mountains and plowed jungles and charted illimitable seas, this imperishable spirit stirred restlessly in its grave and prompted her for once to be uncalculating and to risk the future. In the flickering motive which guided her as she entered the shop, one would hardly have recognized the lusty impulse which had sent her ancestors on splendid rambles of knight-errantry, yet its hidden source was the same. The simple purchase of 12 yards of blue silk, which she had wanted for weeks. To an outsider it would have appeared a small matter, yet in the act there was the intrepid struggle of a personal will to enforce its desire upon destiny. She would win back the romance and the beauty of living at the cost of prudence, at the cost of practical comforts, at the cost, if need be, of those ideals of womanly duty to which the centuries had trained her. For 8 years she had hardly thought of herself. For 8 years she had worked and saved and planned and worried. For 8 years she had given her life utterly and entirely to Oliver and the children, and the result was that he was happier with Abby whom he didn't even admire, than he was with the wife whom he both respected and loved. The riddle not only puzzled, it enraged her. Though she was too simple to seek a psychological answer, the very fact that it existed became an immediate power in her life. She forgot the lateness of the evening. She forgot the children who were anxiously watching for her return. The forces of character which she had always regarded as divinely fixed and established melted and became suddenly fluid. She wasn't what she had been the minute before. She wasn't even, she began dimly to realize, what she would probably be the minute afterwards. Yet the impulse which governed her now was as despotic as if it had reigned in undisputed authority since the day of her birth. She knew that it was a rebel against the disciplined and moderate rule of her conscience, but this knowledge, which would have horrified her had she been in a normal mood, aroused in her now merely a breathless satisfaction at the spectacle of her own audacity. The natural Virginia had triumphed for an instant over the Virginia whom the ages had bred. At home she found Oliver waiting for supper and the 3 children in tears for fear she should decide to stay out forever. "Oh, mother, we thought you'd gone away, never to come back," sobbed Lucy, throwing herself into her arms. And what would little Jenny have done? "Where in the world have you been, Virginia?" asked Oliver, a trifle impatiently, for he was not used to having her absent from the house at meal hours. "I was afraid somebody had been taken ill at the rectory, so I went around to inquire." "No, nobody was ill," answered Virginia quietly. Though her resolution made her tremble all over, it did not occur to her for an instant that even now she might recede from it. As the rector had gone to the war, so she was going now to battle with Abby. She was afraid, but that quality which had made the Pendletons despise fear since the beginning of Dinwiddie's history, which they had helped to make, enabled her to control her quivering muscles and to laugh at the reproachful protests with which the children surrounded her. Through her mind there shot the thought, "I have a secret from Oliver," and she felt suddenly guilty because, for the first time since her marriage, she was keeping something back from him. Then following this there came the knowledge, piercing her heart, that she must keep her secret, because even if she told him, he would not understand. With the casualness of a man's point of view towards an emotion, he would judge its importance, she felt, chiefly by the power it possessed of disturbing the course of his life. Unobservant and ever ready to twist and decorate facts as she was, it had still been impossible for her to escape the truth that men are by nature incapable of a woman's characteristic passion for nursing sentiment. To struggle to keep a feeling alive, for no better reason than that it was a feeling, would appear as wastefully extravagant to Oliver as to the unimaginative majority of his sex. Such pure, sublime, uncalculating folly belonged to woman alone. When at last supper was over and the children were safely in bed, she came downstairs to Oliver, who was smoking a cigar over a newspaper, and asked carelessly, "At what time do you start in the morning?" "I'd like to be up by 5," he replied, without lowering his paper. "We're to meet the hounds at Croswell's door at 6:15, so I'll have to get off by 5 at the latest. I wanted my horse fresh for to-morrow. That's why I only went a mile or 2 this afternoon," he added. Susan's to lend me Bell. I'm going with you, she said after a pause in which he had begun to read his paper again. This habit of treating her as if she were not present when he wanted to read or to work was, she remembered, one of the things she had insisted upon in the beginning of her marriage. "By Jove!" he exclaimed, and the paper dropped from his hands. "I'm jolly glad. But what will you do about the children? Mother's coming to look after them. I'll be back in time to hear Harry's lessons, I suppose." "Why, of course. But look here, you'll be awfully sore. You haven't ridden after the hounds since I knew you. You might even get a fall. I used to go, though, a great deal, and it won't hurt me to be stiff for a few days. Besides, I want to take up hunting again." Her motive was beyond him, perhaps because of her nearness, which prevented his getting the proper perspective of vision. For all his keenness of insight, he failed utterly to see into the mysterious mind of his wife. He could not penetrate that subtle interplay of traditional virtues and discover that she was in the clutch of one of the oldest and most savage of the passions. "Then you'd better go to bed early and get some sleep," he said. "I suppose we'll have a cup of coffee before starting. I'll make it on the oil stove while I am dressing. Marthy won't be up then." "Well, I'll come upstairs in 10 minutes," he replied, taking up his paper again. "I only want to finish this article." In the morning, when she opened the old green shutters and looked out of the window, the horses, having been saddled by candlelight, were standing under the mulberry tree at the gate. 8 years ago, in her girlhood, she would have awakened in a delicious excitement on the morning of a fox hunt, and have dressed as eagerly as if she were going to a ball. But to-day, while she lit the oil stove in the hall room and put on the kettle of water, she was supported not by the hope of pleasure, but by a dull and almost indefinable sensation of dread. The instinct of woman to adjust her personality to the changing ideals of the man she loves, this instinct older than civilization, rooted in tragedy and existing by right of an unconquerable necessity, rose superior at the moment to that more stable maternal passion with which it has conflicted since the beginning of motherhood. While she put on her riding habit and tied up the plait of her hair, the one thought in Virginia's mind was that she must be at all costs the kind of woman that Oliver wanted. A little later, when they set out under the mulberry tree, she glanced at him wistfully, as though she wanted him to praise the way she looked in the saddle. But his eyes were on the end of the street, where a little company of riders awaited them, and before she could ask a question, Abby's high voice was heard exclaiming pleasantly upon her presence. Not a particularly imposing figure because of her rather short legs. When she was on the ground, it was impossible for Virginia to deny that Abby was amazingly handsome on horseback. Plump, dark, with a superb bosom, and a colour in her cheeks like autumnal berries, she had never appeared to better advantage than she did, sitting on her spirited bay mare, under an arch of scarlet leaves which curved over her head. Turning at their approach, she started at a brisk canter up the road, and as Virginia followed her, the sound of the horn floated, now loud, now faint, out of the pale mist that spun fanciful silken webs over the trees and bushes. "Remember to look out for the creeks. That's where the danger comes," said Oliver, riding close to her. And he added nervously, "Don't try to keep up with Abby." Ahead of them stretched a deserted Virginia road, with its look of brooding loneliness, as if it had waited patiently through the centuries for a civilization which had never come. And on the right of it, beyond a waste of scarlet sumac and sassafras and a winding creek screened in elder bushes, the dawn was breaking slowly under a single golden-edged cloud. Somebody on Virginia's left, a large, raw-boned, passionate huntsman, in an old plum-coloured overcoat with a velvet collar, was complaining loudly that they had started too late, and the fox would have gone to his lair before they reached the main party. Except for an oath which he rapped out by way of an emphasis not intended for the ladies, he might have been conducting a religious revival, so solemnly energetic, so deeply moved was his manner. The hunt, which observed naturally the characteristics of a society that was ardently individualistic even in its sports, was one of those informal, go-as-you-please affairs in which the supreme joy of killing is not hampered by tedious regulations or unnecessary restrictions. The chief thing was to get a run, to start a rare red fox, if luck was good, because he was supposed to run straight by nature and not to move in circles after the inconsiderate manner of the commoner grey sort. But Providence, being inattentive to the needs of hunters in the neighbourhood of Dinwiddie, had decreed that the red fox should live there mainly in the vivid annals of old sportsmen. A grey fox with red ears, the best run I ever had, tried to get in the crotch of a hickory tree at the end, was so exhausted he couldn't stir a foot when the hounds got him. While they waited at the crossroads before a little country store, where the pack of hounds, lean, cringing, habitually hungry creatures, started from beneath an old field pine on the right, Virginia heard the broken phrases blown on the wind, which carried the joyous notes of the horn over the meadows. The casual cruelty of the words awoke no protest in her mind, because it was a cruelty to which she was accustomed. If the sport had been unknown in Dinwiddie, and she had read of it as the peculiar activity of the inhabitants of the British Islands, she would probably have condemned it as needlessly brutal and degrading. But with that universal faculty of the human mind to adjust its morality to fit its inherited physical habit, she regarded the rights of the fox today with something of the humorous scorn of sentimental rubbish with which her gentler grandmother had once regarded the rights of the slave. For centuries the hunt had been one of the cherished customs of Dinwiddians, and though she could not bear to see a fly caught in a web, it would never have occurred to her to question the humanity of any sport in which her ancestors had delighted. In her girlhood the sound of the horn had called to her blood with all the intoxicating associations it awoke in the raw-boned, energetic rider in the plum-coloured coat. But today both the horn and the familiar landscape around her had grown strange and unhomelike. For the first time since her birth she and the country were out of harmony. In the midst of the hounds, in the centre of the old field on the right, the huntsman, who was at the same time master and owner of the dogs, brandished a long rawhide whip, flexible from the handle, which was pleasantly known in Dinwiddie as a mule skinner. His face, burned to the colour of ripe wheat, wore a rapt and exalted look, as though the chasing of a small animal to its death had called forth his latent spiritual ardours. Beyond him, like a low smouldering fire, ran the red and gold of the abandoned field. "Please be careful, Virginia," said Oliver again, as they left the road and cantered in the direction of a clump of pine woods in a hollow beyond a rotting snake fence. But she had seen his eyes on Abby a minute before, and had heard his laugh as he answered her. A wave of recklessness broke over her, and she felt that she despised fear with all her Pendleton blood, which loved a fight only less passionately than it loved a sermon. Whatever happened, if she broke her neck, she resolved that she would keep up with Abby. With the drumming of the blood in her ears, an almost savage joy awoke in her, deep down in her, so deep that it was buried beneath the Virginia Pendleton whom she and her world knew. There stirred faintly the seeds of that ancient lust of cruelty from which have sprung the brutal pleasures of men. The part of her, that small secret part, which was primitive, answered to the impulse of jealousy, as it did to the rapturous baying of the hounds out of the red and gold distance. A branch grazed her cheek. Her hat went as she raced down the high banks of a stream. The thicket of elder tore the ribbon from her head and loosened her dark flying hair from its braid. In that desolate country, in the midst of the October meadows, with the cries of the hounds rising like the voice of mortal tragedy out of the tinted mist on the marshes, the drama of human passions, which is the only drama for the world's stage, was played out to an ending: love, jealousy, envy, desire, desperation, regret. But when the hunt was over, and she rode home with a bedraggled brush, which had once been gray, tied to her bridle, all the gorgeous pageantry of the autumnal landscape seemed suddenly asking her, "What is the use?" Her mood had altered, and she felt that her victory was as worthless as the mud-stained fox's brush that swung mockingly back and forth from her bridle. The excitement of the chase had ebbed away, leaving only the lifeless satisfaction of the reward. She had neglected her children, she had risked her life, and all for the sake of wresting a bit of dead fur out of Abby's grasp. A spirit which was not her spirit, which was so old that she no longer recognized that it had any part in her, which was yet so young that it burned in her heart with the unquenchable flame of youth. This spirit, which was at the same time herself and not herself, had driven her as helpless as a fallen leaf in a chase that she despised towards a triumph that was worthless. "By Jove, you rode superbly, Virginia. I had no idea you could do it," said Oliver, as they trotted into Dinwiddie. She smiled back at him, and her smile was tired, dust-stained, enigmatical. "No, you did not know that I could do it," she answered. "You'll keep it up now, won't you?" he asked pleadingly. For an instant, looking away from him over the radiant fields, she pondered the question. The silence which had settled around her was unbroken by the sound of the horses' hoofs, by the laughter of the hunters, by the far-off soughing of the pine trees in the forest. And into this silence, which seemed to cover an eternity, the two Virginias, the Virginia who desired and the Virginia who had learned from the ages to stifle her desire, wrestled for the first time together. "Virginia," floated Abby's breezy tones from the street behind her, and turning, she rode back to the Goods gate, where the others were dismounting. "Virginia, aren't you going to Atlantic City with us to-morrow?" Again she hesitated. Almost unconsciously her gaze passed from Abby to Oliver, and she saw his pride in her in the smile with which he watched her. "Yes, I'll go with you," she replied after a minute. She had for once in her life done the thing she wanted to do simply because she wanted to do it. She had won back what she was losing. She had fought a fair fight, and she had triumphed. Yet as she rode down the street to her gate, there was none of the exultation of victory, none of the fugitive excitement of pleasure, even in her heart. Like other mortals in other triumphant instants, she was learning that the fruit of desire may be sweet to the eyes and bitter on the lips. She had sacrificed duty to pleasure, and suddenly she had discovered that to one with her heritage of good and evil, the two are inseparable. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 2, The Reality. Chapter 8, The Pang of Motherhood. In the night, Harry awoke crying. He had dreamed, he said between his sobs, when Virginia, slipperless and in her night-dress, bent over him, that his mother was going away from him forever. Only for 2 nights, darling. Here, lean close against mother. Don't you know that she wouldn't stay away from her precious boy? But 2 nights are so long. Aren't 2 nights almost forever? Why, my lamb, it was just 2 nights ago that Grandma came over and told you the Bible story about Joseph and his brothers. That was only a teeny-weeny time ago, wasn't it? But you were here then, Mamma, and this morning was almost forever. You stayed out so long that Lucy said you weren't coming back any more. That was naughty of Lucy, because she is old enough to know better. Why do you choke that way? Does your throat hurt you? It hurts because you're going away, Mamma. But I'm going only to be with Papa. Precious, don't you want poor Papa to have somebody with him? He's so big he can go by himself. But suppose the black man should come in the night while you are away, and I'd get scared and nobody would hear me. Grandma would hear you, Harry, and there isn't any black man that comes in the night. You must put that idea out of your head, dear. You're getting too big a boy to be afraid of the dark. 4 isn't big, is it? You're nearer 5 than 4 now, honey. Let me button your nightgown and lie down and try to go to sleep while Mamma sings to you. Does your throat really hurt you? It feels as if it had teensy-weensy marbles in it. They came there when I woke up in the dark and thought that you were going away tomorrow. Well, if your throat hurts you, of course Mamma won't leave you. Open your mouth wide now so I can look at it. She lighted a candle while Harry, kneeling in the middle of his little bed, followed her with his blue eyes, which looked 3 times their usual size because of his flushed cheeks and his mounting excitement. His throat appeared slightly inflamed when she held the candle close to it, and after tucking him beneath the bedclothes, she poured a little camphorated oil into a cup and heated it on the small alcohol lamp she kept in the nursery. Mamma's going to put a nice bandage on your throat, and then she is going to lie down beside you and sing you to sleep, she said cheerfully, as she cut off a strip of flannel from an old petticoat and prepared to saturate it with the heated oil. Will you stay here all night? All night, precious, if you'll be good and go fast asleep while I am singing. Holding tightly to her nightdress, Harry cuddled down between the pillows with a contented sigh. Then I don't mind about the marbles in my throat, he said. But Mamma minds, and she wants to cure them before morning. Now lie very still while she wraps this good flannel bandage over the sore places. I'll lie very still if you'll hold me, Mamma. Blowing out the candle, she crept into the little bed beside him and lay singing softly until his hands released their desperate grasp of her nightdress, and he slipped quietly off to sleep. Even then, remembering her promise, she did not go back to her bedroom until daylight. I wonder what makes Harry so afraid of the dark, she asked when Oliver awoke and turned questioningly towards her. He worked himself really sick last night, just from pure nervousness. I had to put camphorated oil on his throat and chest and lie beside him until morning. He is sleeping quietly now, but it simply frightens me to death when one of them complains of sore throat. You've spoiled him, that's what's the matter, replied Oliver, yawning. As long as you humour him, he'll never outgrow these night terrors. But how can you tell whether the fright makes him sick, or sickness brings on the fright? His throat was really red. There's no doubt about that, but I couldn't see last night that it was at all ulcerated. He gives you more trouble than both the other children put together. Well, he's a boy, and boys do give one more trouble, but then you have less patience with him, Oliver. That's because he's a boy, and I like boys to show some pluck, even when they are babies. Lucy and Jenny never raise these midnight rows whenever they awake in the dark. They are not nearly so sensitive. You don't understand Harry. Perhaps I don't, but I can see that you are ruining him. Oh, Oliver, how can you say such a cruel thing to me? I didn't mean to be cruel, Jenny, and you know it, but all the same, it makes me positively sick to see you make a slave of yourself over the children. Why, you look as if you hadn't slept for a week. You are positively haggard. But I have to be up with Harry when he is ill. How in the world could I help it? You know he kicks up these rows almost every night, and you humour every one of his whims as if it were the first one. Don't you ever get tired? Of course I do, but I can't let my child suffer, even if it is only from fear. You haven't any patience, Oliver. Don't you remember the time when you used to be afraid of things? I was never afraid of the dark in my life. No sensible child is, if he is brought up properly. Do you mean I am not bringing up my children? Her tears choked her, and she could not finish the sentence. I don't mean anything except that you are making an old woman of yourself before your time. You've let yourself go until you look 10 years older. Then he checked himself in time, but she understood without his words that he had started to say 10 years older than Abby. Yes, Abby did look young, amazingly young, but then what else had she to think of? She lay down, but she was trembling so violently that she sat up quickly again in order to recover her self-possession more easily. It seemed to her that the furious beating of her heart must make him understand how he had wounded her. It was the first discussion approaching a quarrel they had had since their marriage, for she, who was so pliable in all other matters, had discovered that she could become as hard as iron where the difference related to Harry. "You are unjust, Oliver. I think you ought to see it," she said in a voice which she kept by an effort from breaking. "I'll never see it, Jenny," and some dogged impulse to hurt her more made him add, "It's for Harry's sake, as well as yours, that I'm speaking." "For Harry's sake? Oh, you can't really mean that you think I'm not doing the best for my child, Oliver." A year ago Oliver would have surrendered at once before the terror in her eyes. But in those 12 long months of effort, of hope, of balked ambition, of bitter questioning, and of tragic disillusionment, a new quality had developed in his character, and the generous sympathy of youth had hardened at 34 to that cautious cynicism of middle age. It is doubtful if even he himself realized how transient such a state must be to a nature whose hidden springs were moved so easily by the mere action of change, by the effect of any alteration in the objects that surrounded him. Because the enthusiasm of youth was exhausted at the minute, it seemed to him that he had lost it forever, and to Virginia, who saw but one thing at a time, and to whom that one thing was always the present instant, it seemed that the firm ground upon which she trod had crumbled beneath her. "Well, if you want the truth," he said quietly, as if any mother ever wanted the truth about such a matter, "I think you make a mistake to spoil Harry as you do. But," she brought out the words with a pathetic quiver, "I treat him just as I do the others, and you never say anything about my spoiling them." "Oh, the others are girls. Girls aren't so easily ruined somehow. They don't get such hard knocks later on, so it makes less difference about them." As she sat there in bed, propped up on her elbow, which trembled violently against the pillows, with her cambric night-dress, trimmed only with a narrow band of crocheted lace, opened at her slender throat, and her hair, which was getting thin at the temples, drawn unbecomingly back from her forehead, she looked indeed, as Oliver had thought, at least 10 years older than Abby. Though she was not yet 30, the delicate flower-like bloom of her beauty was already beginning to fade. The spirit which had animated her yesterday appeared to have gone out of her now. He thought how lovely she had been at 20 when he saw her for the first time after his return to Dinwiddie, and a sudden anger seized him because she was letting herself break, because she was so needlessly sacrificing her youth and her beauty. An hour later she got up and dressed herself with the feeling that she had not rested a minute during the night. Harry was listless and fretful when he awoke, and while she put on his clothes she debated with herself whether or not she should summon old Dr. Fraser from around the corner. When his lesson hour came, he climbed into her lap and went to sleep with his hot little head on her shoulder, and though he seemed better by evening, she was still so anxious about him that she forgot that she had promised Abby to go with them to Atlantic City until Oliver came in at dusk and reminded her. "Aren't you going, Virginia?" he inquired, as he hunted in the closet for his bag, which he had not had time to pack. "I can't, Oliver. Harry isn't well. He has been unlike himself all day, and I'm afraid to leave him." "He looks all right," he remarked, bending over the child in Virginia's lap. "Does anything hurt you, Harry?" "He doesn't seem to know exactly what it is," answered Virginia, "but if he isn't well by morning, I'll send for Dr. Fraser." "He's got a good colour, and I believe he's as well as he ever was," replied Oliver, while a curious note of hostility sounded in his voice. "There's nothing the matter with the boy," he added more positively after a minute. "Aren't you coming, Virginia?" She looked up at him from the big rocking chair in which she sat with Harry in her arms, and as she did so, both became conscious that the issue had broadened from a question of her going to Atlantic City into a direct conflict of wills. The only thing that could make her oppose him had happened for the first time since her marriage. The feminine impulse to yield was overmatched by the maternal impulse to protect. She would have surrendered her soul to him for the asking, but she could not surrender, even had she desired to do so, the mother love which had passed into her from out the ages before she had been, and which would pass through her into the ages to come after her. "Of course, if the little chap were really suffering, I'd be as anxious about staying as you are," said Oliver impatiently, "but there's nothing the matter. You're all right, aren't you, Harry?" "Yes, I'm all right," repeated Harry, yawning and snuggling closer to Virginia, "but I'm sleepy." "He isn't all right," insisted Virginia obstinately. "There's something wrong with him. I don't know what it is, but he isn't in the least like himself." "It's just your imagination. You've got the children on the brain, Virginia. Don't you remember the time you woke me in the night and sent me after Dr. Fraser because Jenny had a bad attack of the hiccups?" "I know," acknowledged Virginia humbly. She could be humble enough, but what good did that do when she was, as he told himself irritably, as stubborn as a mule? Her softness, she had seemed as soft as flowers when he married her, had been her greatest charm for him after her beauty, and now, at the end of 8 years in which she had appeared as delightfully invertebrate as he could have desired, she revealed to his astonished eyes a backbone that was evidently made of iron. She was immovable, he admitted, and because she was immovable, he was conscious of a sharp and reasonable impulse to reduce her to the pliant curves of her girlhood. After 8 years of an absolute supremacy which had been far from good for him, his will had been tripped up at last by so small a thing as a mere whim of Virginia's. "You told Abby you would go," he urged, exasperated rather than soothed by her humility, "and it's too late now for her to ask any one else." "I'm so sorry, dear, but I never once thought about it. I've been so worried all day." He looked at the child lying flushed and drowsy in Virginia's arms, and his face hardened until a latent brutality crept out around his handsome but loosely moulded lips. The truth was that Harry had never looked healthier than he did at that instant in the firelight, and the whole affair appeared to Oliver only another instance of what he called Virginia's sensational motherhood. "Can't you see for yourself that he's perfectly well?" he asked. "I know he looks so, dear, but he isn't. Well, here's your mother. Leave it to her. She will agree with me." "Why, what is it, Jinny?" asked Mrs. Pendleton, laying her bundle on the couch, for she had come prepared to spend the night, and regarding Oliver with the indulgent eyes of an older generation. "Virginia says at the last minute that she won't go with us," said Oliver, angry, yet caressing as he always was in his manner, to his mother-in-law, to whom he was sincerely devoted. "She's got into her head that there's something wrong with Harry, but you can tell by looking at the child that he is perfectly well." "But I was up with him last night, mother. His throat hurts him," broke in Virginia in a voice that was full of emotion. "He certainly looks all right," remarked Mrs. Pendleton, "and I can take care of him if anything should be wrong." Then she added very gravely, "If you can't go, of course Oliver must stay at home too, Virginia." "I can't," said Oliver, "not just for a whim anyway. It would break up the party. Besides, I didn't get a holiday all summer, and I'll blow up that confounded bank unless I take a change." In the last quarter of an hour the trip had become of tremendous importance to him. From a trivial incident which he might have relinquished a week ago without regret, the excursion with Abby had attained suddenly the dignity and the power of an event in his life. Opposition had magnified inclination into desire. "I don't think it will do for Oliver to go without you, Jinny," said Mrs. Pendleton, and the gravity of her face showed how carefully she was weighing her words. "But I can't go, mother. You don't understand," replied Virginia, while her lips worked convulsively. No one could understand, not even her mother. Of the three of them, it is probable that she alone realized the complete significance of her decision. "Well, it's too late now, anyway," remarked Oliver shortly. "You wouldn't have time to dress and catch the train, even if you wanted to." Taking up his bag, he kissed her carelessly, shook hands with Mrs. Pendleton, and throwing a good-bye general to Harry, went out of the door. As he vanished, Virginia started up quickly, called Oliver, under her breath, and then sat down again, drawing her child closer in her arms. Her face had grown grey and stricken like the face of an old woman. Every atom of her quivered with a longing to run after him, to yield to his wish, to promise anything he asked of her. Yet she knew that if he came back they would only pass again through the old wearing struggle of wills. She had chosen not as she desired to, but as she must, and already she was learning that life forces one in the end to abide by one's choices. "Oh, Virginia, I'm afraid it was a mistake," said Mrs. Pendleton in an agonized tone. The horror of a scandal, which was stronger in the women of her generation than even the horror of illness, still darkened her mind. A shiver passed through Virginia and left her stiller and graver than before. "No, it was not a mistake, mother," she answered quietly. "I did what I was obliged to do. Oliver could not understand." As she uttered the words, she saw Oliver's face turn to Abby with the gay and laughing expression she had seen on it when the two rode down Old Street together, and a wave of passionate jealousy swept over her. She had let him go alone. He was angry with her, and for 3 days he would be with Abby almost every minute. And suddenly she heard spoken by a mocking voice at the back of her brain, "You look at least 10 years older than Abby." "It does seem as if he might have stayed at home," remarked Mrs. Pendleton, "but he is so used to having his own way that it is harder for him to give it up than for the rest of us. Your father says you have spoiled him." She had spoiled him. This she saw clearly now, she who had never seen anything clearly until it was too late for sentimentality to work its harm. From the day of her marriage she had spoiled him because spoiling him had been for her own happiness as well as for his. She had yielded to him since her chief desire had been simply to yield and to satisfy. Her unselfishness had been merely selfishness cloaked in the familiar aspect of duty. Another vision of him, not as he looked when he was riding with Abby, but as he had appeared to her in the early days of their marriage, floated before her. He had been hers utterly then, hers with his generous impulses, his high ideals, his undisciplined emotions. And what had she done with him? What were her good intentions? What was her love even worth, when her intentions and her love alike had been so lacking in wisdom? It was as if she condemned herself with a judgment which was not her own, as if her lifelong habit of seeing only the present instant had suddenly deserted her. "He has been so nervous and unlike himself ever since the failure of his play, mother," she said. "It's hard to understand, but it meant more to him than a woman can realize." "I suppose so," returned Mrs. Pendleton sympathetically. "Your father says that he spoke to him bitterly the other day about being a failure. Of course he isn't one in the least, darling," she added reassuringly. "I sometimes think that Oliver's ambition was the greatest thing in his life," said Virginia musingly. "It meant to him, I believe, a great deal of what the children mean to me. He felt that it was himself, and yet in a way closer than himself. Until that dreadful time in New York, I never understood what his work may mean to a man. I wish you could have gone with him, Jinny." "I couldn't," replied Virginia, as she had replied so often before. "I know Harry doesn't look sick," she went on, with that soft obstinacy which never attacked and yet never yielded a point, "but something tells me that he isn't well." An hour later, when she put him to bed, he looked so gay and rosy that she almost allowed herself the weakness of a regret. Suppose nothing was wrong after all. Suppose, as Oliver had said, she was merely sensational. While she undressed in the dark for fear of awaking Jenny, who was sleeping soundly in her crib on Virginia's side of the bed, her mind went back over the 2 harrowing days through which she had just lived, and she asked herself, not if she had triumphed for good over Abby, but if she had really done what was right both for Oliver and the children. After all, the whole of life came back simply to doing the thing that was right. So unused was she to the kind of introspection which weighs emotions as if they were facts, that she thought slowly, from sheer lack of practice in the subtler processes of reasoning. Worry, the plain, ordinary sort of worry with which she was unhappily familiar, had not prepared her for the piercing anguish which follows the probing of the open wounds in one's soul. To lie sleepless over butcher's bills was different, somehow, from lying sleepless over the possible loss of Oliver's love. It was different, and yet, just as she had asked herself over and over again on those other nights if she had done right to run up so large an account at Mr. Dewlap's, so she questioned her conscience now in the hope of finding justification for Oliver. "Ought I to have gone on the hunt yesterday?" she asked, kneeling, with sore and aching limbs, by the bedside. "Had I a right to risk my life when the children are so young that they need me every minute? It is true nothing happened. Providence watched over me, but then something might have happened, and I could have blamed only myself. I was jealous. For the first time in my life, I was jealous. But because I was jealous, I did wrong and neglected my duty. Yesterday, I sacrificed the children to Oliver, and today I sacrificed Oliver to the children. I love Oliver as much, but I have made the children. They came only because I brought them into the world. I am responsible for them. I am responsible for them, she repeated passionately, and a moment later she prayed softly, O Lord, help me to want to do what is right. Through the night, tired and sore as she was, she hardly closed her eyes, and she was lying wide awake with her hand on the railing of Jenny's crib and her gaze on the half-bared bough of the old mulberry tree in the street when a cry, or less than a cry, a small choking whimper from the nursery, caused her to spring out of bed with a start and slip into her wrapper, which lay across the edge of the quilt. I'm coming, darling, she called softly, and the answer came back in Harry's voice, Mamma, I'm afraid. Without waiting to put on her slippers, for one of them had slid under the bed, she ran across the carpet and through the doorway into the adjoining room. What is it, my lamb? Does anything hurt you? She asked anxiously. I'm afraid, Mamma. What are you afraid of? Mamma is here, precious. His little hands were hot when she clasped them, and the pathetic wonder in his blue eyes made her heart stand still with a fear greater than Harry's. Ever since the children had come, she had lived in terror of a serious illness attacking them. Where does it hurt you, darling? Can't you tell me? It feels so funny when I swallow, Mamma. It's all full of flannel. Will you open your mouth wide then, and let Mamma mop your throat with turpentine? But Harry hated turpentine even more than he hated the sore throat, and he protested with tears while she found the bottle in the bathroom and swathed the end of the wire mop in cotton. When she brought it to his bedside, she fought so strenuously that she was obliged at last to give up. His fever had excited him, and he sobbed violently while she applied the bandages to his throat and chest. Is it any better, dear? She asked desperately at the end of an hour in which he had lain, weeping and angry, in her arms. It feels funny. I don't like it, he sobbed, pushing her from him. Then I'll send for Dr. Fraser. He'll make you well. But he didn't want Dr. Fraser, who gave the meanest medicines. He didn't want anybody. He hated everybody. He hated Lucy. He hated Jenny. When at last day came, and Martha appeared to know what Virginia wanted for breakfast, he was still vowing passionately that he hated them all. Martha, run at once for Dr. Fraser. Harry is quite sick, said Virginia, pale to the lips. But I won't see him, Mamma, and I won't take his medicines. They are the meanest medicines. Perhaps he won't give you any, precious, and if he does, Mamma, we'll taste every single one for you. Then Jenny began to beg to get up, and Lucy, who had been watching with dispassionate curiosity from the edge of her little bed, was sent to amuse her until Martha's return. Suppose I had gone, thought Virginia, while an overwhelming thankfulness swept the anxiety out of her mind. Not until the servant reappeared, dragging the fat old doctor after her, did Virginia remember that she was still barefooted, and go into her bedroom to search for her slippers. You don't think he is seriously sick, do you, doctor? Is there any need to be alarmed? She asked, and her voice entreated him to allay her anxiety. The doctor, a benevolent soul in a body which had run to fat from lack of exercise, was engaged in holding Harry's tongue down with a silver spoon, while, in spite of the child's furious protests, he leisurely examined his throat. When the operation was over, and Harry, crying, choking, and kicking, rolled into Virginia's arms, she put the question again, vaguely rebelling against the gravity in the kind old face which was turned half away from her. There's nothing really the matter, is there, doctor? He turned to her and laid a caressing, if heavy, hand on her shoulder, which shook suddenly under the thin folds of her dressing gown. After 40 years in which he had watched suffering and death, he preserved still his native repugnance to contact with any side of life that did not have a comfortable feeling to it. Oh, we'll get him all right soon with some good nursing, he said gently, but I think we're going to have a bit of an illness on our hands. But not serious, doctor. It isn't anything serious. She felt suddenly so weak that she could hardly stand, and instinctively she reached out to grasp the large protecting arm of the physician. Even then his bland professional smile, which had in it something of the serene detachment of the everlasting purpose of which it was a part, did not fade, hardly changed even on his features. Well, I think we'd better get the other children away. It might be serious if they all had it on our hands. Had it? Had what? Oh, doctor, not diphtheria. She brought out the word with a face of such unutterable horror that he turned his eyes away, lest the memory of her look should interfere with his treatment of the next case he visited. There was something infernal in the sound of the thing which always knocked over the mothers of his generation. He had never seen one of them who could hear it without going to pieces on his hands, and for that reason he never mentioned the disease by name unless they drove him to it. They feared it as they might have feared the plague, and even more, if the medical profession would begin calling it something else. He wondered if the unmitigated terror of it wouldn't partially subside. "Well, it looks like that now, Jenny," he said soothingly, "but we'll come out all right. Never fear. It isn't a bad case, you know, and the chief thing is to get the other children out of danger." At this she went over like a log on the bed, and it was only after he had found the bottle of camphor on the mantelpiece and held it to her nostrils that she revived sufficiently to sit up again. But as soon as her strength came back, her courage surprised and rejoiced him. After that one sign of weakness she became suddenly strong, and he knew by the expression of her face, for he had had great experience with mothers, that he could count on her not to break down again while he needed her. "I'd like to get a tent made of some sheets and keep a kettle boiling under it," he said, for he was an old man and belonged to the dark ages of medicine. "But first of all I'll get the children over to your mother's. They'd better not come in here again. I'll ask the servant to attend to them." "You'll find her in the dining room," replied Virginia, while she straightened Harry's bed and made him more comfortable. The weakness had passed, leaving a numbed and hardened feeling as though she had turned to wood, and when, a little later, she looked out of the door to wave good-bye to Lucy and Jenny, she was amazed to find that she felt almost indifferent. Every emotion, even her capacity for physical sensation, seemed to respond to the immediate need of her, to the exhaustless demands on her bodily strength and her courage. As long as there was anything to be done, she was sure now that she should be able to keep up and not lose control of herself. "May we come back soon, mamma?" asked Lucy, standing on tiptoe to wave at her. "Just as soon as Harry is well, darling. Ask grandpa to pray that he will be well soon, won't you?" "Jenny'll pay," lisped the baby from Dr. Fraser's arms, where, with her cap on one side and her little feet kicking delightedly, she was beguiled by the promise of a birthday cake over at grandma's. "I'll look in again in an hour or two," said the doctor in his jovial tones as he swung down the stairs. Then Lucy pattered after him, and in a few minutes the front door closed loudly behind them, and Virginia went back to the nursery, where Harry was coughing the strangling cough that tore at her heart. By nightfall he had grown very ill, and when the next dawn came, it found her, wan, haggard, and sleepless, fighting beside the old doctor under the improvised tent of sheets which covered the little bed. The thought of self went from her so utterly that she only remembered she was alive when Marthy brought food and tried to force it between her lips. "But you must swallow it, ma'am. You need to keep up your strength. How do you think he looks, Marthy? Does he feel quite so hot to you? He seems to breathe a little better, doesn't he?" And during the long day, while the patch of sunlight grew larger, lay for an hour like yellow silk on the window-sill, and then slowly dwindled into the shadow, she sat without moving, between the bed and the table on which stood the bottles of medicine, a glass, and a pitcher of water. When the child slept, overcome by the stupor of fever, she watched him with drawn breath, lest he should fade away from her if she were to withdraw her passionate gaze for an instant. When he awoke and lay moaning, while his little body shook with the long stifling gasps that struggled between his lips, she held him tightly clasped in her arms, with a woman's pathetic faith in the power of a physical pressure to withstand the immaterial forces of death. 100 times during the day he aroused himself, stirred faintly in his feverish sleep, and called her name in the voice of terror with which he used to summon her in the night. "It isn't the black man now, darling, is it? Remember, there is no black man, and mamma is close here beside you." No, it wasn't the black man. He wasn't afraid of the darkness now, but he would like to have his ship. When she brought it, he played for a few minutes and dozed off, still grasping the toy in his hands. At 12 the doctor came, and again at 4, when the patch of sunlight by which she told the hours had begun to grow fainter on the window-sill. "He is better, doctor, isn't he? Don't you notice that he struggles less when he breathes?" He looked at her with an expression of contemplative pity in his old watery eyes, and she gave a little cry and stretched out her hands, blindly groping. "Doctor, I'll do anything, anything, if you'll only save him." An impulse to reach beyond him to some impersonal cosmic power greater than he was made her add desperately, "I'll never ask for anything else in my life. I'll give up everything if you'll only promise me that you will save him." She stood up, drawing her thin figure, as tense as a cord, to its full height, and beneath the flowered blue dressing-gown her shoulder-blades showed sharply under their fragile covering of flesh. Her hair, which she had not undone since the first shock of Harry's illness, hung in straight folds on either side of her pallid and haggard face. Even the colour of her eyes seemed to have changed, for their flower-like blue had faded to a dull grey. "If we can pull through the night, Jinny," he said huskily, and added almost sternly, "you must bear up. So much depends on you. Remember, it is your first serious illness, but it may not be your last. You've got to take the pang of motherhood along with the pleasure, my dear." The pang of motherhood. Long after he had left her, and she had heard the street gate click behind him, she sat motionless, repeating the words by Harry's little bed. the pang of motherhood. This was what she was suffering. The poignant suspense, the quivering waiting, the abject terror of loss, the unutterable anguish of the nerves, as if one's heart were being slowly torn out of one's body. She had had the joy, and now she was enduring the inevitable pang, which is bound up like a hidden pulse in every mortal delight. Never pleasure without pain, never growth without decay, never life without death. The law ruled even in love, and all the pitiful little sacrifices which one offered to omnipotence, which one offered blindly to the power that might separate with a flaming sword the cause from the effect, the substance from the shadow. What of them? While Harry lay there, wrapped in that burning stupor, she prayed, not as she had been taught to pray in her childhood, not with the humble and resigned worship of civilization, but in the wild and threatening lament of a savage who seeks to reach the ears of an implacable deity. In the last 24 hours, the unknown power she entreated had changed in her imagination to an idol who responded only to the shedding of blood. "Only spare my child, and I will give up everything else," she cried from the extremity of her anguish. The sharp edge of the bed hurt her bosom, and she pressed frantically against it. Had it been possible to lacerate her body, to cut her flesh with knives, she might have found some pitiable comfort in the mere physical pain. Beside the agony in her mind, a pang of the flesh would have been almost a joy. When at last she rose from her knees, Harry lay, breathing quietly with his eyes closed and the toy ship on the blanket beside him. His childish features had shrunken in a day until they appeared only half their natural size, and a faint bluish tinge had crept over his face, wiping out all the sweet rosy color. But he had swallowed a few spoonfuls of his last cup of broth, and the painful choking sound had ceased for a minute. The change, slight as it was, had followed so closely upon her prayers that while it lasted she passed through one of those spiritual crises which alter the whole aspect of life. An emotion which was a curious mixture of superstitious terror and religious faith swept over her, reviving and invigorating her heart. She had abased herself in the dust before God. She had offered all her life to him if he would spare her child. And had he not answered? Might not Harry's illness indeed have been sent to punish her for her neglect? A shudder of abhorrence passed through her as she remembered the fox hunt and her passion of jealousy. The roll of blue silk, lying upstairs in a closet in the third story, appeared to her now not as a temptation to vanity, but as a reminder of the mortal sin which had almost cost her the life of her child. And suppose God had not stopped her in time? Suppose she had gone to Atlantic City as Oliver had begged her to do? In the room the light faded softly, melting first like frost from the mirror in the corner beyond the Japanese screen, creeping slowly across the marble surface of the wash-stand, lingering in little ripples on the green sash of the window-sill. Out of doors it was still day, and from where she sat by Harry's bed she could see under the raised tent every detail of the street standing out distinctly in the grey twilight. Across the way the houses were beginning to show lights at the windows, and the old lamplighter was balancing himself unsteadily on his ladder at the corner. On the mulberry tree near the crossing the broad bronze leaves swung back and forth in the wind, which sighed restlessly around the house and drove the naked tendrils of a summer vine against the green shutters at the window. The fire had gone down, and after she had made it up very softly, she bent over Harry again, as if she feared that he might have slipped out of her grasp while she had crossed the room. "If he only lives, I will let everything else go. I will think of nothing except my children. It will make no difference to me if I do look 10 years older than Abby does. Nothing on earth will make any difference to me, if only God will let him get well." And with the vow, it seemed to her that she laid her youth down on the altar of that unseen power, whose mercy she invoked. Let her prayer only be heard, and she would demand nothing more of life. She would spend all her future years in the willing service of love. Was it possible that she had imagined herself unhappy 36 hours ago, 36 hours ago when her child was not threatened? As she looked back on her past life, it seemed to her that every minute had been crowned with happiness. Even the loss of her newborn baby appeared such a little thing beside the loss of Harry, her only son. Mere freedom from anxiety showed to her now as a condition of positive bliss. 6 o'clock struck, and Marthy knocked at the door with a cup of milk. "Do you think he'll be able to swallow any of it?" she asked, and there were tears in her eyes. "He is better, Marthy. I'm sure he is better. Has mother been here this afternoon?" She stopped at the door, but she didn't like to come in on account of the children. "They are both well," she says, "and send you their love. Do you want any more water in the kettle, ma'am?" The kettle, which was simmering away beside Harry's bed, under the tent of sheets was passed to Marthy through the crack in the door, and when in a few minutes the girl returned with fresh water, Virginia whispered to her that he had taken 3 spoonfuls of milk. "And he let me mop his throat with turpentine," she said in quivering tones. "I am sure, oh, I am sure he is better." "I am praying every minute," replied Marthy, weeping, and it seemed suddenly to Virginia that a wave of understanding passed between her and the ignorant mulatto girl, whom she had always regarded as of different clay from herself. With that miraculous power of grief to level all things, she felt that the barriers of knowledge, of race, of all the pitiful superiorities with which human beings have obscured and decorated the underlying spirit of life, had melted back into the nothingness from which had emerged in the beginning. This feeling of oneness, which would have surprised and startled her yesterday, appeared so natural to her now, that after the first instant of recognition she hardly thought of it again. "Thank you, Marthy," she answered gently, and closing the door, went back to her chair under the raised corner of the sheet. When the doctor came at 9 o'clock, she was sitting there in the same position, so still and tense that she seemed hardly to be breathing, so ashen grey that the sheet hanging above her head showed deadly white by contrast with her face. In those 3 hours she knew that the clinging tendrils of personal desire had relaxed their hold forever on life and youth. "If he doesn't get worse, we'll pull through," said the doctor, turning from his examination of Harry to lay his hand, which felt as heavy as lead, on her shoulder. "We've an even chance if his heart doesn't go back on us." And he added, "Most mothers are good nurses, Jinny, but I never saw a better one than you are, unless it was your own mother. You get it from her, I reckon. I remember when you went through diphtheria, how she sent your father to stay with one of the neighbours and shut herself up with old Aisley to nurse you. I don't believe she undressed or closed her eyes for a week." Her own mother! So she was not the only one who had suffered this anguish. Other women, many women, had been through it before she was born. It was a part of that immemorial pang of motherhood of which the old doctor had spoken. But was I ever in danger? Was I as ill as Harry? She asked. "For 24 hours we thought you'd slip through our fingers every minute. 'Twas only your mother's nursing that kept you alive. I've told her that 20 times. She never spared herself an instant, and it may have been my imagination, but she never seemed to me to be the same woman afterwards. Something had gone out of her." Now she understood. Now she knew something had gone out of her also, and this something was youth. No woman who had fought with death for a child could ever be the same afterwards, could ever value again the small personal joys when she carried the memory of supreme joy or supreme anguish buried within her heart. She remembered that her mother had never seemed young to her, not even in her earliest childhood, and she understood now why this had been so, why the deeper experiences of life robbed the smaller ones of all vividness, of all poignancy. It had been so easy for her mother to give up little things, to deny herself, to do without, to make no further demands on life after the great demands had been granted her. How often had she said unthinkingly in her girlhood, "Mother, you never want anything for yourself." Ah, she knew now what it meant, and with the knowledge a longing seized her to throw herself into her mother's arms, to sob out her understanding and her sympathy, to let her feel before it was too late that she comprehended every step of the way, every throb of the agony. "I'd spend the night with you, Jinny, if I didn't have to be with Millie Carrington, who has 2 children down with it," said the doctor. "But if there's any change, get Marthy to come for me. If not, I'll be sure to look in again before daybreak." When he had gone, she moved the night lamp to the corner of the washstand, and after swallowing hastily a cup of coffee which Marthy had brought to her before the doctor's visit, and which had grown quite tepid and unpalatable, she resumed her patient watch under the raised end of the sheet. The whole of life, the whole of the universe even, had narrowed down for her into that faint circle of light which the lamp drew around Harry's little bed. It was as if this narrow circle beat with a separate pulse, divided from the rest of existence by its intense, its throbbing vitality. Here was concentrated for her all that the world had to offer of hope, fear, rapture, or anguish. The littleness and the terrible significance of the individual destiny were gathered into that faintly quivering centre of space, so small a part of the universe, and yet containing the whole universe within itself. Outside in the street she could see a half-bared bough of the mulberry tree arching against a square of window, from which the white curtains were drawn back, and in order to quiet her broken and disjointed thoughts she began to count the leaves as they fell, one by one, turning softly at the stem, and then floating out into the darkness beyond. 1, 2, how long that leaf takes to loosen. He is better. The doctor certainly thought that he was better. If he only gets well, oh God, let him get well, and I will serve you all my life. 3, 4, 5. For 24 hours we thought you would slip through our fingers. Somebody said that. Somebody, it must have been the doctor, and he was talking of me, not of Harry. That was 26 years ago, and my mother was enduring then all this agony that I am feeling tonight. 26 years ago, perhaps at this very hour, she sat beside me alone, as I am sitting now by Harry, and before that other women went through it. All the world over, wherever there are mothers, north, south, east, west, from the first baby that was born on the earth, they have every one suffered what I am suffering now, for it is the pang of motherhood. To escape it, one must escape birth, and escape the love that is greater than one's self. And she understood suddenly that suffering and love are inseparable, that when one loves another more than oneself, one has opened the gate by which anguish will enter. She had forgotten to count the leaves, and when she remembered and looked again, the last one had fallen. Against the parted white curtains, the naked bough arched, black and solitary. Even the small silent birds that had swayed dejectedly to and fro on the branches all day had flown off into the darkness. Presently the light in the window went out, and as the hours wore on, a fine drizzling rain began to fall, as soft as tears, from the starless sky over the mulberry tree. A sense of isolation greater than any she had ever known attacked her like a physical chill, and rising, she went over to the fire and stirred the pile of coal into a flame. She was alone in her despair, and she realized with a feeling of terror that one is always alone when one despairs, that there is a secret chamber in every soul where neither love nor sympathy can follow one. If Oliver were here beside her, if he were standing close to her in that throbbing circle around the bed, she would still be separated from him by the immensity of that inner space which is not measured by physical distances. No, even if he were here, he could not reach me, she said, and in an instant later, with one of those piercing illuminations which visit even perfectly normal women in moments of great intensity, she thought quickly, if every woman told the truth to herself, would she say that there is something in her which love has never reached? Then, reproaching herself because she had left the bed for a minute, she went back again and bent over the unconscious child, her whole slender body curving itself passionately into an embrace. His face was ashen white, except where the skin around his mouth was discolored with a faint bluish tinge. His flesh, even his bones, appeared to have shrunk almost away in 24 hours. It was impossible to imagine that he was the rosy, laughing boy who had crawled into her arms only 2 nights ago. The disease held him like some unseen spiritual enemy, against which all physical weapons were as useless as the little toys of a child. How could one fight that sinister power which had removed him to an illimitable distance while he was still in her arms? The troubled stupor, which had in it none of the quiet and the restfulness of sleep, terrorized her as utterly as if it had been the personal spirit of evil. The invisible forces of life and death seemed battling in the quivering air within the small circle of light. While she bent over him, he stirred, raised himself, and then fell back in a paroxysm of coughing. The violence of the spasm shook his fragile little body as a rough wind shakes a flower on a stalk. Over his face the bluish tinge spread like a shadow, and into his eyes there came the expression of wondering terror which she had seen before only in the eyes of young startled animals. For an instant it seemed almost as if the devil of disease were wrestling inside of him, as if the small vital force she called life would be beaten out in the struggle. Then the agony passed, the strangling sound ceased, and he grew quiet, while she wiped the poison from his mouth and nostrils, and made him swallow a few drops of milk out of a teaspoon. At the moment, while she fell on her knees by his bedside, it seemed to her that she had reached that deep place beyond which there is nothing. "You've pulled him through. We'll have him out of bed before many days now," said the old doctor at daybreak, and he added cheerfully, "By the way, your husband came in the front door with me. He wanted to rush up here at once, but I'm keeping him away because he is obliged to go back to the bank." "Poor Oliver," said Virginia gently. "It is terrible on him. He must be so anxious." But even while she uttered the words, she was conscious of a curious sensation of unreality, as though she were speaking of a person whom she had known in another life. It was 3 days since she had seen Oliver, and in those 3 days she had lived and died many times. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 2, The Reality, Chapter 9, The Problem of the South. "Father, I want to marry John Henry," said Susan, just as she had said almost 10 years ago. "Father, I want to go to college." It was a March afternoon, ashen and windy, with flocks of small fleecy clouds hurrying across a changeable blue sky, and the vague roving sense of early spring in the air. After his dinner, which he had taken for more than 50 years, precisely at 2 o'clock, Cyrus had sat down for a peaceful pipe on the back porch before returning to the office. Between the sunken bricks in the little walled-in yard, blades of vivid green grass had shot up, seeking light out of darkness, and along the grey wooden ledge of the area the dauntless sunflowers were unfolding their small, stunted leaves. On the railing of the porch, a moth-eaten cat, the only animal for whom Cyrus entertained the remotest respect, was contentedly licking the shabby fur on her side. "Father, I want to marry John Henry," repeated Susan, raising her voice to a higher key, and towering like a flesh-and-blood image of victory over the sagging cane chair in which he sat. Taking his pipe from his mouth, he looked up at her, and so little had he altered in 10 years that the thought flashed through her mind that he had actually suffered no change of expression since the afternoon on which she had asked him to send her to college. As a man he may not have been impressive, but as a defeating force, who could say that he had not attained his fulfilment? It was as if the instinct of patriarchal tyranny had entrenched itself in his person, as in a last stronghold of the disappearing order. When he died, many things would pass away out of Dinwiddie, not only the soul and body of Cyrus Treadwell, but the vanishing myth of the strong man, the rule of the individual despot, the belief in the inalienable right of the father to demand blood sacrifices. For in common with other men of his type, he stood equally for industrial advancement and for domestic immobility. The body social might move, but the units that formed the body social must remain stationary. "Well, I don't think I'd worry about marrying if I were you," he replied, not unkindly, for Susan inspired him with a respect against which he had struggled in vain. "You are very comfortable now, ain't you? And I'll see that you are well provided for after my death. John Henry hasn't anything except his salary, I reckon." Marriage as an economic necessity was perfectly comprehensible to him, but it was difficult for him to conceive of anybody indulging in it simply as a matter of sentiment. That April afternoon was so far away now that it had ceased to exist even as an historical precedent. "Yes, but I want to marry him, and I'm going to," replied Susan decisively. "What arrangements would you make about your mother? It seems to me that your mother needs your attention." "Of course I couldn't leave mother, if you agree to it. John Henry is willing to come here to live as long as I have to look after her. If not, I shall take her away with me. I've spoken to her, and she is perfectly willing to go." The 10 years which had left Cyrus at a standstill had developed his daughter from a girl into a woman. She spoke with the manner of one who realizes that she holds the situation in her hands, and he yielded to this assumption of strength as he would have yielded 10 years ago had she been clever enough to use it against him. It was his own manner in a more attractive guise, if he had only known it, and the Treadwell determination to get the thing it wanted most was asserting itself in Susan's desire to win John Henry quite as effectively as it had asserted itself in Cyrus's passion to possess the Dinwiddie and Central Railroad. Though the ends were different, the quality which moved father and daughter towards these different ends was, precisely the same. In Cyrus it was force degraded. In Susan it was force refined. But the peculiar attribute which distinguished and united them was the possession of the power to command events. "Take your mother away?" he repeated. "Why, where on earth would you take her?" "Then you'll have to agree to John Henry's coming here. It won't make any difference to you, of course. You needn't see him except at the table." "But what would James say about it?" he returned, with the cowardice natural to the habitual bully. The girl had character, certainly, and though he disliked character in a woman, he was obliged to admit that she had not failed to make an impression. "James won't care. And besides," she added magnificently, "it is none of his business." "And it's none of mine either, I reckon," said Cyrus with a chuckle. "Well, of course, it's more of mine," agreed Susan, and her delicious laugh drowned his chuckle. She had won her point, and, strange to say, she had pleased him rather than otherwise. He had suddenly a comfortable feeling in his digestive organs, as well as a sense of virtue in his soul. It was impossible not to feel proud of her as she towered there above him, with her superb body, as fine and as supple as the body of a race horse, and her splendid courage that made him wish, while he looked at her, that she, instead of James, had been born a male. She was not pretty. She had never been pretty. But he realized for the first time that there might be something better even for a woman than beauty. "Thank you, father," she said as she turned away, and he was glad again to feel that she had conquered him. To be conquered by one's own blood was different from being conquered by a business acquaintance. "You mustn't disturb the household, you know," he said, but his voice did not sound as dry as he had endeavoured to make it. "I shan't disturb anybody," responded Susan, with the amiability of a woman who, having gained her point, can afford to be pleasant. Then, wheeling about suddenly on the threshold, she added, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that Mandy was here 3 times this morning asking to see you. She is in trouble about her son. He was arrested for shooting a policeman over at Cross's Corner, you know, and the people down there are so enraged. She's afraid of a lynching. You read about it in the paper, didn't you?" Yes, he had read about the shooting. Cross's Corner was only 3 miles away, but if he had ever known the name of Mandy's son, he had forgotten it so completely that seeing it in print had suggested nothing to his mind. "Well, she doesn't expect me to interfere, does she?" he asked shortly. "I believe she thought you might go over and do something. I don't know what. Help her engage a lawyer, probably. She was very pitiable, but after all, what can one do for a Negro that shoots a policeman? There's Miss Willie calling me." She ran indoors, and taking his pipe, which was still smoking from his mouth, Cyrus leaned back in his chair and stared intently at the small fleecy clouds in the west. The cat, having cleaned herself to her satisfaction, jumped down from the railing, and after rubbing against his thin legs, leaped gently into his lap. "Tut, tut," he remarked grimly, but he did not attempt to dislodge the animal, and it may be that some secret part of him was gratified by the attention. He was still sitting there some minutes later when he heard the warning click of the back gate, and the figure of Mandy appeared at the corner of the kitchen wall. Rising from his chair, he shook the cat from his knees, and descending the steps met the woman in the centre of the walk, where a few hardy dandelions were flattened like buttons between the bricks. "Howdy, Mandy. I'm sorry to hear that you're having trouble with that boy of yours." He saw at once that she was racked by a powerful emotion, and any emotion affected him unpleasantly as something extravagant and indecent. Sweat had broken out in glistening clusters over her face and neck, and her eyes, under the stray wisps of air, had in them an expression of dumb and uncomprehending submission. "Ain't you gwine to git him away, marster?" she began, and stronger even than her terror was the awe of Cyrus, which subdued her voice to a tone of servile entreaty. "Why did he shoot a policeman? He knew he'd hang for it," returned Cyrus sharply, and he added, "Of course I can't get him away. He'll have to take his deserts. Your race has got to learn that when you break the law you must pay for it." At first he had made as if to push by her, but when she did not move, he thought better of it, and waited for her to speak. The sound of her heavy breathing, like the breathing of some crouching beast, awoke in him a curious repulsion. If only one could get rid of such creatures after their first youth was over! If only every careless act could perish with the impulse that led to it! If only the dried husks of pleasure did not turn to weapons against one! These thoughts, or disjointed snatches of thoughts like these, passed in a confused whirl through his brain as he stood there. For an instant it was almost as if his accustomed lucidity of purpose had deserted him. Then the disturbance ceased, and with the renewal of order in his mind, his lifelong habit of prompt decision returned to him. "Your race has got to learn that when you break the law you must pay for it," he repeated, for on that sound principle of justice he felt that he must unalterably take his stand. "He's all de boy I's got, marster," rejoined the negress, with an indifference to the matter of justice which had led others of her colour into those subterranean ways where abstract principles are not. "You ain done forgot him, marster," she added piteously. "He 'us born jest 2 months arter Miss Lindy turnt me outer here, and he's jest as white as effen he belonged ter white folks." But she had gone too far. She had outraged that curious Anglo-Saxon instinct in Cyrus which permitted him to sin against his race's integrity, yet forbade him to acknowledge even to himself that he bore any part in the consequences of that sin. Illogical, he might have admitted, but there are some truths so poisonous that no honest man could breathe the same air with them. Taking out his pocket-book, he slowly drew a $50 bill from its innermost recesses, and as slowly unfolded it. He always handled money in that careful fashion, a habit which he had inherited from his father and his grandfather before him, and of which he was entirely unconscious. Filtering down through so many generations, the mannerism had ceased at last to be merely a physical peculiarity, and had become strangely spiritual in its suggestion. The craving for possession, the singleness of desire, the tenacity of grasp, the dread of relinquishment, the cold-blooded determination to keep intact the thing which it had cost so much to acquire, all that was bound up in the spirit of Cyrus Treadwell, and all that would pass at last with that spirit from off the earth, was expressed in the gesture with which he held out the bit of paper to the woman who had asked for his help. "Take this. It is all I can do for you," he said, "and don't come whining around me any more. Black or white, the man that commits a murder has got to hang for it." A sound broke from the negress that resembled a human cry of grief, less than it did the inarticulate moan of an animal in mortal pain. Then it stopped suddenly, strangled by that dull weight of usage beneath which the primal impulse in her was crushed back into silence. Instinctively, as if in obedience to some reflex action, she reached out and took the money from his hand, and still instinctively, with the dazed look of one who performs in delirium the customary movements of every day, she fell back, holding her apron deprecatingly aside while he brushed past her. And in her eyes, as she gazed after him, there dawned the simple wonder of the brute that asks of life why it suffers. Beyond the alley into which the gate opened, Cyrus caught sight of Gabriel's erect figure hurrying down the side street in the direction of the old lady's home, and calling out to him, he scrambled over the ash heaps and tomato cans, and emerged, irritated but smiling, into the sunlight. "I'm on my way to the bank. We'll walk down together," he remarked almost gently, for though he disapproved of Gabriel's religious opinions and distrusted his financial judgment, the warlike little rector represented the single romance of his life. "I had intended stopping at the old lady's home, but I'll go on with you instead," responded Gabriel. "I've just had a message from one of our old servants calling me down to Cross's Corner," he pursued, "so I'm in a bit of a hurry. That's a bad thing, that murder down there yesterday, and I'm afraid it will mean trouble for the negroes. Mr. Bliley, who came to market this morning, told me a crowd had tried to lynch the fellow last night." "Well, they've got to hang when they commit hanging crimes," replied Cyrus stubbornly. "There's no way out of that. It's just, ain't it?" "Yes, I suppose so," admitted Gabriel, "though For my part, I've a feeling against capital punishment, except, of course, in cases of rape, where I confess my blood turns against me. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, that's the law of God, ain't it? The old law, yes, but why not quote the law of Christ instead? It wouldn't do, not with the Negroes, returned Cyrus, who entertained for the founder of Christianity something of the sentimental respect, mingled with an innate distrust of his common sense, with which he regarded his disciple. We can't condemn it until we've tried it, said Gabriel thoughtfully, and he went on after a moment. The terrible thing for us about the Negroes is that they are so grave a responsibility, so grave a responsibility. Of course, we aren't to blame. We didn't bring them here, and yet I sometimes feel as if we had really done so. This was a point of view which Cyrus had never considered, and he felt an immediate suspicion of it. It looked somehow as if it were insidiously leading the way to an appeal for money. It's the best thing that could have happened to them, he replied shortly. If they'd remained in Africa, they'd never have been civilized or Christianized. Ah, that is just where the responsibility rests on us. We stand for civilization to them. We stand even, or at least we used to stand, for Christianity. They haven't learned yet to look above or beyond us, and the example we set them is one that they are condemned, for sheer lack of any finer vision, to follow. The majority of them are still hardly more than uneducated children, and that very fact makes an appeal to one's compassion which becomes at times almost unbearable. But this was more than Cyrus could stand, even from the rector, whose conversation he usually tolerated because of the perverse, inexplicable liking he felt for the man. The charm that Gabriel exercised over him was almost feminine in its subtlety and in its utter defiance of any rational sanction. It may have been that his nature, incapable though it was of love, was not entirely devoid of the rarer capacity for friendship, or it may have been that, with the inscrutable irony which appears to control all human attractions, the caged brutality in his heart was soothed by the unconscious flattery of the other's belief in him. Now, however, he felt that Gabriel's highfalutin nonsense was carrying him away. It was well enough to go on like that in the pulpit, but on weekdays, when there was business to think of and every minute might mean the loss of $1, there was no use dragging in either religion or sentiment. Had he put his thoughts plainly, he would probably have said, "That's not business, Gabriel. The trouble with you, and with most of you old-fashioned Virginians, is that you don't understand the first principles of business." These words, indeed, were almost on his lips, when, catching the rector's innocent glance wandering round to him, he contented himself with remarking satirically, "Well, you were always up in the clouds. It doesn't hurt you, I reckon, though I doubt if it does much toward keeping your pot boiling." "I must turn off here," said Gabriel gently. "It's the shortest way to cross this corner. Do you think any good will come of your going?" "Probably not, but I couldn't refuse." Much as he respected Cyrus, he was not sorry to part from him, for their walk together had left him feeling suddenly old and incompetent to battle with the problems of life. He knew that Cyrus, even though he liked him, considered him a bit of a fool, and with a humility which was unusual in him, for in his heart he was absolutely sure that his own convictions were right and that Cyrus's were wrong, he began to ask himself if by any chance the other's verdict could be secretly justified. Was he in reality the failure that Cyrus believed him to be, or was it merely that he had drifted into that depressing view of existence against which he so earnestly warned his parishioners? Perhaps it wasn't Cyrus, after all, who had produced this effect. Perhaps the touch of indigestion he had felt after dinner had not entirely disappeared. Perhaps it meant that he was getting on, 65, his last birthday. Perhaps, but already the March wind, fresh and bud-scented, was blowing away his despondency. Already he was beginning to feel again that fortifying conviction that whatever was unpleasant could not possibly be natural. Ahead of him the straight ashen road flushed to pale red where it climbed a steep hillside, and when he gained the top, the country lay before him in all the magic loveliness of early spring. Out of the rosy earth innumerable points of tender green were visible in the sunlight, and invisible again beneath the faintly rippling shadows that filled the hollows. From every bough, from every bush, from every creeper which clung trembling to the rail fences, this wave of green, bursting through the sombre covering of winter, quivered as delicate as foam in the brilliant sunshine. On either side labourers were working, and where the ploughs pierced the soil, they left narrow channels of darkness. In the soul of Gabriel, that essence of the spring which is immortally young and restless, awakened and gave him back his youth, as it gave the new grass to the fields and the longing for joys to the hearts of the ploughmen. He forgot that he was getting on. He forgot the unnatural depression which had made him imagine for a moment that the world was a more difficult place than he had permitted himself to believe. So difficult a place, indeed, that for some people there could be no solution of its injustice, its brutality, its dissonance, its inequalities. The rapture in the song of the bluebirds was sweeter than the voice of Cyrus to which he had listened, and in a meadow on the right an old grey horse, scarred, dim-eyed, spavined, stood resting one crooked leg while he gazed wistfully over the topmost rail of the fence into the vivid green of the distance, for into his aching old bones also there had passed a little of that longing for joy which was born of the miraculous softness and freshness of the spring. To him, as well as to Gabriel, and to the ploughmen, and to the bluebirds flitting like bits of fallen sky along the snake fences, Nature, the great healer, had brought her annual gift of the resurrection of hope. Cyrus means well, thought Gabriel, with a return of that natural self-confidence without which no man can exist happily and make a living. He means well, but he takes a false view of life. And he added, after a minute, it's odd how the commercial spirit seems to suck a man dry when it once gets a hold on him. He walked on rapidly, leaving the old horse and the ploughman behind him, and around his energetic little figure the grey dust, as fine as powder, spun in swirls and eddies before the driving wind, which had grown boisterous. As he moved there alone in the deserted road, with his long black coat flapping against his legs, he appeared so insignificant and so unheroic that an observer would hardly have suspected that the greatest belief on the earth, the belief in life, in its universality in spite of its littleness, in its justification in spite of its cruelties, that this belief shone through his shrunken little body as a flame shines through a vase. At the end of the next mile, midway between Dinwiddie and Cross's Corner, stood the small log cabin of the former slave who had sent for him, and as he approached the narrow path that led between oyster shells from the main road to the single flat brown rock before the doorstep, he noticed with pleasure how tranquil and happy the little rustic home appeared under the windy brightness of the March sky. People may say what they please, but there never were happier or more contented creatures than the darkies, he thought. I doubt if there's another peasantry in the world that is half so well off or half so picturesque. A large yellow rooster, pecking crumbs from the threshold, began to scold shrilly, and at the sound the old servant, a decrepit negress in a blue gingham dress, hobbled out into the path and stood peering at him under her hollowed palm. Her forehead was ridged and furrowed beneath her white turban, and her bleared old eyes looked up at him with a blind and groping effort at recognition. "I got your message, Aunt Mehitabel. Don't you know me? Is dat you, Marse Gabriel? I made show you wa'n't gwine to let nothin' stop you fum comin'. Don't I always come when you send for me? You suttinly do, sah. Dat's de gospel truth. You suttinly do." As he looked at her standing there in the strong sunlight with her palsied hand, which was gnarled and roughened until it resembled the shell of a walnut, curving over her eyes, he felt that a quality at once alien and enigmatical separated her not only from himself, but from every other man or woman who was born white instead of black. He had lived beside her all his life, and yet he could never understand her, could never reach her, could never even discern the hidden stuff of which she was made. He could make laws for her, but no child of a white mother could tell whether those laws ever penetrated that surface imitation of the superior race, and reached the innate differences of thought, feeling, and memory which constituted her being. Was it development or mimicry that had brought her up out of savagery and clothed her in her blue gingham dress and her white turban as in the outward covering of civilization? Her look of crumbling age and the witch-like groping of her glance had cast a momentary spell over him. When it was gone, he said cheerfully, "You mustn't be having troubles at your time of life, Aunt Mehitabel," and in his voice there was the subtle recognition of all that she had meant to his family in the past, of all that his family had meant to her. Her claim upon him was the more authentic because it existed only in his imagination and in hers. The tie that knit them together was woven of impalpable strands, but it was unbreakable while he and his generation were above the earth. Dar ain't no end er trouble, Marse Gabriel, as long as dar's yo chillun, and de chillun er yo chillun to come after yer. De ole ain't so tetchy. Dey lets de hornet's nest hang in peace whar de Lord put it, but de young dey's different. I suppose the neighborhood is stirred up about the murder. What in God's name was that boy thinking of? The old blood crimes that never ceased, where the white and the black races came together, the old savage folly and the new freedom, the old ignorance, the old lack of understanding, and the new restlessness, the new enmity. He wa'n't thinking of nothing, Marse Gabriel. We ole uns kin set down and steady, but de young dey up and does wid der brains as addled as the inside of a der bad egg. 'Twan dat our way in de old days when we all had to say so as to what was and what wasn't the way to behave. Like an institution left from the ruins of the feudal system, which had crumbled as all ancient and decrepit things must crumble when the wheels of progress roll over them, she stood there wrapped in the beliefs and customs of that other century to which she belonged. Her sentiments had clustered about the past as his had done, until the borderline between the romance and the actuality had vanished. She could not help him because she also possessed the retrospective, not the constructive vision. He was not conscious of these thoughts, and yet, although he was unconscious of them, they colored his reflections while he stood there in the sunlight which had begun to fall aslant the blasted pine by the roadside. The wind had lowered until it came like the breath of spring, bud-scented, caressing, provocative. Even Gabriel, whose optimism lay in his blood and bone rather than in his intellect, yielded for a moment to this call of the spring, as one might yield to the delicious melancholy of a vagrant mood. The long straight road, without bend or fork, had warmed in the paling sunlight to the color of old ivory. In a neighboring field a young maple tree rose in a flame of buds from the ridged earth where the ploughing was over, and against the azure sky in the south a flock of birds drifted up like blown smoke from the marshes. "Tell me your trouble, then," he said, dropping into the cane-seated chair she had brought out of the cabin and placed between the flat stone at the doorstep and the well brink, on which the yellow rooster stood spreading his wings. But Aunt Mehitabel had returned to the cabin, and when she reappeared, she was holding out to him a cracked saucer in which there was a piece of preserved watermelon rind and a pewter spoon. "Dis yere is de very same sort of preserves your mouth usin' to water fur when you was a child," she remarked as she handed the sweet to him. Whatever her anxiety or affliction could have been, the importance of his visit had evidently banished it from her mind. She hovered over him as his mother may have done when he was in his cradle, while the cheerful self-effacement in which slavery had trained her lent a pathetic charm to her manner. "How peaceful it looks," he thought, sitting there with the saucer in his hand and his eyes on the purple shadows that slanted over the ploughed fields. "You have a good view of the low grounds, Aunt Mehitabel," he said aloud, and added immediately, "What's that noise in the road? Do you hear it?" The old woman shook her head. "I's got sort of hard o' hearin', Marse Gabriel, but dar's always a turrible lot of fuss gwine on when de chillun begin to come up from de fields. 'Twas because unner dem ar boys dat I sont for you," she pursued. "He went plumb out of his haid yesterday, and fought wid a white man down yonder at Cross's Conder, and dar's gwine to be trouble about him hit as sho as you live." Seated on the flat stone, with her hands hanging over her knees, and her turbaned head swaying gently back and forth as she talked, she waited as tranquilly as the rock waited for the inevitable processes of nature. The patience in her look was the dumb patience of inanimate things, and her half-bared feet, protruding from the broken soles of her shoes, were encrusted with the earth of the fields, until one could hardly distinguish them from the ground on which they rested. "It looks as if there was something like a fight down yonder by the blasted pine," said the rector, rising from his chair. "I reckon I'd better go and see what they're quarrelling about." The negress rose also, and her dim eyes followed him. while he went down the little path between the borders of oyster shells. As he turned into the open stretch of the road, he glanced back at her, and stopping for a moment, waved his hand with a gesture that was careless and reassuring. The fight, or whatever it was that made the noise, was still some distance ahead in the shadow of the pine tree, and as he walked towards it he was thinking casually of other matters, of the wretched condition of the road after the winter rains, of the need of greater thrift among the farmers, both white and black, of the touch of indigestion which still troubled him. There was nothing to warn him that he was approaching the supreme event in his life, nothing to prepare him for a change beside which all the changes of the past would appear as unsubstantial as shadows. His soul might have been the soul in the grass, so little did its coming or its going affect the forces around him. If this shooting pain keeps up, I'll have to get a prescription from Dr. Fraser, he thought, and the next minute he cried out suddenly, God help us, and began to run down the road in the direction of the blasted pine. There was hardly a breath between the instant when he had thought of his indigestion and the instant when he had called out sharply on the name of God. Yet that flash of time had been long enough to change the ordinary man into the hero. The spark of greatness in his nature flamed up and irradiated all that had been merely dull and common clay a moment before, and as he ran on, with his coat-tails flapping around him and his thin legs wobbling from the unaccustomed speed at which he moved, he was so unimposing a figure that only the deity who judges the motives, not the actions of men, would have been impressed by the spectacle, even the three hardy brutes, and it took him but a glance to see that two of them were drunk, and that the third, being a sober rascal, was the more dangerous, hardly ceased their merry torment of the young negro in their midst when he came up with them. I know that boy, he said. He is the grandson of Motherhood. What are you doing with him? A drunken laugh answered him, while the sober scoundrel, a lank, hairy ne'er-do-well with a tendency to epilepsy, whose name he remembered to have heard, pushed him roughly to the roadside. You get out of this here mess, parson. We're going to teach this damn nigger a lesson, and I reckon when he's learned it in hell, he won't turn his grin on a white woman again in a jiffy. For de Lord, I didn't mean nothin', marster, screamed the boy, livid with terror. I didn't know de lady was dar. For de Lord Jesus, I did. My foot just slipped on de plank when I was crossin', and I knocked up agin her. He jostled her, observed one of the drunken men judicially, and we'll be roasted befo' we'll let a damn nigger jostle a white lady, even if she ain't a lady, in these here parts. In the rector's bone and fibre, drilled there by the ages that had shaped his character before he began to be, there was all the white man's horror of an insult to his womankind. But deeper even than this lay his personal feeling of responsibility for any creature whose fathers had belonged to him and had toiled in his service. I believe the boy is telling the truth, he said, and he added with one of his characteristic bursts of impulsiveness, but whether he is or not, you are too drunk to judge. There was going to be a battle, he saw, and in the swiftness with which he discerned this, he made his eternal choice between the preacher and the fighter. Stripping off his coat, he reached down for a stick from the roadside. Then, spinning round on the three of them, he struck out with all his strength, while there floated before him the face of a man he had killed in his first charge at Manassas. The old fury, the old triumph, the old blood-stained splendor returned to him. He smelt the smoke again. He heard the boom of the cannon, the long sobbing rattle of musketry, and the thought stabbed through him, God forgive me for loving a fight. Then the fight stopped. There was a patter of feet in the dust as the young negro fled like a hare up the road in the direction of Dinwiddie. One of the men leaped the fence and disappeared into the tangled thicket beyond, while the other two, sobered suddenly, began walking slowly over the plowed ground on the right. 10 minutes later Gabriel was lying alone, with the blood oozing from his mouth, on the trodden weeds by the roadside. The shadow of the pine had not moved since he watched it. On the flat rock in front of the cabin, the old negress stood, straining her eyes in the faint sunshine, and up the long road the March wind still blew, as soft, as provocative, as bud-scented. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 3, The Adjustment. Chapter 1, The Changing Order. So this is life, thought Virginia, while she folded her mourning veil and laid it away in the top drawer of her bureau. Like all who are suddenly brought face to face with tragedy, she felt at the moment that there was nothing else in existence. All the sweetness of the past had vanished so utterly that she remembered it only as one remembers a dream from which one has abruptly awakened. Nothing remained except this horrible sense of the pitiful insufficiency of life, of the inexorable finality of death. It was a week since the rector's death, and in that week she had passed out of her girlhood forever. Of all the things that she had lived through, this alone had had the power to crush the hope in her, and the odor of crape which floated through the crack of the drawer sickened her with its reminder of that agonized sense of loss which had settled over her at the funeral. She was only 30. The best of her life should still be in the future, yet as she looked back at her white face in the mirror, it seemed to her that she should never emerge from the leaden hopelessness which had descended like a weight on her body. Above the harsh black of her dress, which added 10 years to her appearance, she saw the darkened circles rimming her eyes, the faded pallor of her skin, the lustreless wave of her hair, which had once had a satiny sheen on its ripples. Grief makes a person look like this, she thought. I shall never be a girl again. Oliver was right. I am the kind to break early. Then, because to think of herself in the midst of such sorrows seemed to her almost wicked, she turned away from the mirror and laid her crape-trimmed hat on the shelf in the wardrobe. She was wearing a dress of black Henrietta cloth, which had been borrowed from one of her neighbours who had worn mourning, and the blouse and sleeves hung with an exaggerated fullness over her thin arms and bosom. All that had distinguished her beauty, the radiance, the colour, the flower-like delicacy of bloom and sweetness, these were blotted out by her grief and by the voluminous mourning dress of the 90s. A week had changed her, as even Henry's illness had not changed her from a girl into a woman, and horrible beyond belief, with the exception of her mother, it had changed nothing else in the universe. The tragedy that had ruined her life had left the rest of the world, even the little world of Dinwiddie, moving as serenely, as indifferently on its way towards eternity. On the morning of the funeral she had heard the same market wagons rumble over the cobblestones, the same droning songs of the hucksters, the same casual procession of feet on the pavement. A passionate indignation had seized her because life could be so brutal to death, because the terror and the pity that flamed in her soul shed no burning light on the town where her father had worked and loved and fought and suffered and died. A little later the ceaseless tread of visitors to the rectory door had driven this thought from her mind, but through every minute while he lay in the closed room downstairs, while she sat beside her mother in the slow crawling carriage that went to the old churchyard, while she stood with bowed head listening to the words of the service, through it all there had been the feeling that something must happen to alter a world in which such a thing had been possible, that life must stop, that the heavens must fall, that God must put forth his hand and work a miracle in order to show his compassion and his horror. But nothing had changed. After the funeral her mother had come home with her, and the others, many with tear-stained faces, had drifted in separate ways back to eat their separate dinners. For a few hours Dinwiddie had been shaken out of its phlegmatic pursuit of happiness. For a few hours it had attained an emotional solidarity which swept it up from the innumerable bypaths of the personal to a height where the personal rises at last into the universal. Then the ebb had come. The sense of tragedy had lessened slowly with the prolongation of feeling, and the universal vision had dissolved and crystallized into the pitiless physical needs of the individual. After the funeral, a wave almost of relief had swept over the town at the thought that the suspension and the strain were at an end. The business of keeping alive and the moral compulsion of keeping abreast of one's neighbors reasserted their supremacy, even while the carriages, quickening their pace a trifle on the return drive, rolled out of the churchyard. Now, at the end of a week only, Virginia and her mother would take the time from living to sit down and remember. In the adjoining room, which was the nursery, Mrs. Pendleton was sitting beside the window with her Bible open on her knees, and her head bent a little in the direction of Miss Priscilla, who was mending a black dress by the table. "It is so sweet of you, dear Miss Priscilla," she murmured in her vague and gentle voice, as Virginia entered. So old, so pallid, so fragile she looked that she might have been mistaken by a stranger for a woman of 80. Yet the impossibility of breaking the habit of a lifetime kept the lines of her face still fixed in an expression of anxious cheerfulness. For more than 40 years she had not thought of herself, and now that the opportunity had come for her to do so, she found that she had almost forgotten the way that one went about it. Even grief could not make her selfish any more than it could make her untidy. Her manner, like her dress, was so little a matter of impulse and so largely a matter of discipline and of conscience that it expressed her broken heart hardly more than did the widow's cap on her head or the mourning brooch that fastened the crape folds of her collar. "Do you want anything, mother darling? What can I do for you?" asked Virginia, stooping to kiss her. "Nothing, dear. I was just telling Miss Priscilla that I had had a visit from Mr. Treadwell, and that," her voice quivered a little, "he showed more feeling than I should have believed possible. He even wanted to make me an allowance." Miss Priscilla drew out her large linen handkerchief, which was like a man's, and loudly blew her nose. "I always said there was more in Cyrus than people thought," she observed. "Here, I've shortened this dress, Jenny, until it's just about your mother's length." She tried to speak carelessly, for though she did not concur in the popular belief that to ignore sorrow is to assuage it, her social instinct, which was as strongly developed as Mrs. Pendleton's, encouraged her to throw a pleasant veil over affliction. "You're looking pale for want of air, Jenny," she added after a minute in which she had thought. "The child has broken so in the last few days that she looks years older than Oliver." "I'm trying to make her go driving," said Mrs. Pendleton, leaning forward over the open page of her Bible. "But I can't go, mother. I haven't the heart for it," replied Virginia, choking down a sob. "I don't like to see you looking so badly, dear. You must keep up your strength for the children's sake, you know." "Yes, I know," answered Virginia, but her voice had a weary sound. A little later, when Miss Priscilla had gone, and Oliver came in to urge her to go with him, she shook her head again, still palely resolute, still softly obstinate. "But, Jenny, it isn't right for you to let your health go," he urged. "You haven't had a breath of air for days, and you're getting sallow." His own colour was as fine as ever. He grew handsomer, if a trifle stouter, as he grew older, and at 35 there was all the vigour and the charm of 20 in his face and manner. In one way only he had altered, and of this alteration he, as well as Virginia, was beginning faintly to be aware. Comfort was almost imperceptibly taking the place of conviction, and the passionate altruism of youth would yield before many years to the prudential philosophy of middle age. Life had defeated him, his best had been thrown back at him, and his nature, embittered by failure, was adjusting itself gradually to a different and a lower standard of values. Though he could not be successful, it was still possible, even within the narrow limits of his income and his opportunities, to be comfortable. And like other men who have lived day by day with heroically unselfish women, he had fallen at last into the habit of thinking that his being comfortable was, after all, a question of supreme importance to the universe. Deeply as he had felt the rector's death, he, in common with the rest of Dinwiddie, was conscious of breathing more easily after the funeral was over. To his impressionable nature, alternations of mood were almost an essential of being, and there was something intolerable to him in any slowly harrowing grief. To watch Virginia nursing every memory of her father, because she shrank from the subtle disloyalty of forgetfulness, aroused in him a curious mingling of sympathy and resentment. "I wish you'd go, even if you don't feel like it, just to please me, Virginia," he urged, and after a short struggle she yielded to his altered tone and got down her hat from the shelf of the wardrobe. A little later, as the dog-cart rolled out of Dinwiddie into the country road, she looked through her black grenadine veil on a world which appeared to have lost its brightness. The road was the one along which she had ridden on the morning of the fox hunt. Ahead of them lay the same fields, sown now with the tender green of the spring. The same creeks ran there, screened by the same thickets of elder. The same pines wafted their tang on the March wind that blew singing out of the forest. It was all just as it had been on that morning, and yet what a difference! "Put up your veil, Virginia. It's enough to smother you." But she only shook her head, shrinking farther down into the shapeless borrowed dress, as though she felt that it protected her. Following the habit of people whose choice has been instinctive rather than deliberate, a choice of the blood, not of the brain, they had long ago exhausted the fund of conversation with which they had started. There was nothing to talk about, since Virginia had never learned to talk of herself, and Oliver had grown reticent recently about the subjects that interested him. When the daily anecdotes of the children had been aired between them, with an effort at breeziness, nothing remained except the endless discussion of Harry's education. Even this had worn threadbare of late, and with the best intentions in the world, Virginia had failed to supply anything else of sufficient importance to take its place. An inherited habit, the same habit which had made it possible for Mrs. Pendleton to efface her broken heart, prompted her to avoid any allusion to her grief in which she sat shrouded as in her mourning veil. "The spring is so early this year," she remarked once, with her gaze on the rosy billows of an orchard. "The peach trees have almost finished blooming." Then, as he made no answer except to flick at John Henry's bay mare with his whip, she asked daringly, "Are you writing again, Oliver?" A frown darkened his forehead, and she saw the muscles about his mouth twitch as though he were irritated. For all his failure and his bitterness, he did not look a day older, she thought, than when she had first seen him driving down High Street in that unforgettable May. He was still as ardent, still as capable of inspiring first love in the imagination of a girl. The light and the perfume of that enchanted spring seemed suddenly to envelop her, and moved by a yearning to recapture them for an instant, she drew closer to him and slipped her hand through his arm. "Oh, I'm trying my luck with some trash. Nothing but trash has any chance of going in this damned business." "You mean it's different from your others? It's less serious?" "Less serious? Well, I should say so. It's the sort of ice cream soda water the public wants. But if I can get it put on, it ought to run, and a play that runs is obliged to make money. I doubt if there's anything much better than money when it comes to that." "You used to say it didn't matter." "Did I? Well, I was a fool, and I've learned better. These last few years have taught me that nothing else on earth matters much." This was so different from what that other Oliver, the Oliver of her first love, might have said, that involuntarily her clasp on his arm tightened. The change in him, so gradual at first that her mind, unused to subtleties, had hardly grasped it, was beginning to frighten her. "You have such burdens, dear," she said, and he noticed that her voice had acquired the toneless sweetness of her mother's. "I've tried to be as saving as I could, but the children have been sick so much that it seems sometimes as if we should never get out of debt. I'm trying now to pay off the bills I was obliged to make while Harry was ill in October. If I could only get perfectly strong, we might let Marthy go, now that Jenny is getting so big." "You work hard enough as it is, Virginia. You've been awfully good about it," he answered, but this manner was almost casual, for he had grown to take for granted her unselfishness with something of the unconcern with which he took for granted the comfortable feeling of the spring weather. In the early days of their marriage, when her fresh beauty had been a power to rule him, she had taught him to assume his right to her self-immolation on the altar of his comfort. And with the taste of bitterness which sometimes follows the sweets of memory, she recalled that their first quarrel had arisen because she had insisted on getting out of bed to make the fires in the morning. Then partly because the recollection appeared to reproach him, and partly because, not possessing the critical faculty, she had never learned to acknowledge the existence of a flaw in a person she loved, she edged closer to him and replied cheerfully, "I don't mind the work a bit, if only the children will keep well, so we shan't have to spend any more money. I shan't need any black clothes," she added, with a trembling lip. "Mrs. Carrington is giving me this dress, as she has gone out of mourning, and I've got a piece of blue silk put away that I'm going to have dyed." He glanced at the shapeless dress, not indignantly, as he would once have done, but with a tinge of quiet amusement. "It makes you look every day of 40. I know it isn't becoming, but at least it will save having to buy one." In spite of the fact that her small economies had made it possible for them to live wholesomely, and with at least an appearance of decency, on his meagre salary, they had always aroused in him a sense of bitter exasperation. He respected her, of course, for her saving, yet in his heart he knew that she would probably have charmed him more had she been a spendthrift, since the little virtues are sometimes more deadly to the passion of love than are the large vices. While he nodded without disputing the sound common sense in her words, she thought a little wistfully how nice it would be to have pretty things if only one could afford them. Some day when the children's schooling was over and Oliver had got a larger salary, she would begin to buy clothes that were becoming rather than durable. But that was in the future, and meanwhile how much better it was to grudge every penny she spent on herself as long as there were unpaid bills at the doctor's and the grocer's, all of which was of course perfectly reasonable, and like other women who have had a narrow experience of life, she cherished the delusion that a man's love, as well as his philosophy, is necessarily rooted in reason. When they turned homeward, the bay mare, pricked by desire for her stable, began to travel more rapidly, and the fall of her hoofs, accompanied by the light roll of the wheels, broke the silence which had almost imperceptibly settled upon them. Not until the cart drew up at the gate did Virginia realize that they had hardly spoken a dozen words on the drive back. "I feel better already, Oliver," she said gratefully, as he helped her to alight. Then hastening ahead of him, she ran up the walk and into the hall, where her mother, looking wan and unnatural in her widow's cap, greeted her with the question, "Did you have a pleasant drive, dear?" For 6 months Mrs. Pendleton hid her broken heart under a smile, and went softly about the small daily duties of the household, facing death as she had faced life, with a sublime unselfishness and the manner of a lady. Her hopes, her joys, her fears even, lay in the past. There was nothing for her to look forward to, nothing for her to dread in the future. Life had given her all that it had to offer of bliss or sorrow, and for the rest of her few years she would be like one who, having finished her work before the end of the day, sits waiting patiently for the words of release to be spoken. As the months went on, she moved like a gentle shadow about her daughter's little home. So wasted and pallid was her body that at times Virginia feared to touch her lest she should melt like a phantom out of her arms. Yet to the last she never faltered, never cried out for mercy, never sought to hasten by a breath that end which was to her as the longing of her eyes, as the brightness of the sunlight, as the sweetness of the springtime. Once looking up from Lucy's lesson, which she was hearing, she said a little wistfully, "I don't think, Jenny, it will be long now." And then checking herself reproachfully, she added, "But God knows best. I can trust him." It was the only time that she had ever spoken of the thought which was in her mind day and night, for when she could no longer welcome her destiny, she had accepted it. Her faith, like her opinions, was childlike and uncritical, the artless product of a simple and incurious age. The strength in her had gone not into the building of knowledge, but into the making of character, and she had judged all thought as innocently as she had judged all literature by its contribution to the external sweetness of living. A child of 10 might have demolished her theories, and yet because of them, or in spite of them, she had translated into action the end of all reasoning, the profoundest meaning in all philosophy. But she was born to decorate instead of to reason. Though her mind had never winnowed illusions from realities, her hands had patiently woven both illusions and realities into the embroidered fabric of life. For 6 months she went about the house and helped Virginia with the sewing, which had become burdensome since the children, and especially Harry, were big enough to wear daily holes in their stockings. Then, when the half year was over, she took to her bed one evening after she had carefully undressed, folded her clothes out of sight, and read a chapter in her Bible. In the morning she did not get up, and at the end of a fortnight in which she apologized for making extra work whenever food was brought to her, she clasped her hands on her thin breast, smiled once into Virginia's face, and died so quietly that there was hardly a perceptible change in her breathing. She had gone through life without giving trouble, and she gave none at the end. As she lay there in her little bed in Virginia's spare room, to which she had moved after Gabriel's death in order that the rectory might be got ready for the new rector, she appeared so shadowy and unearthly that it was impossible to believe that she had ever been a part of the restless strivings and the sombre violences of life. On the candle-stand by her bed lay her spectacles, with steel rims, because she had never felt that she could afford gold ones, and a single October rose, from which a golden petal had dropped, stood in a vase beside the Bible. On the foot of the bed hung her grey flannelette wrapper with a patch in one sleeve over which Harry had spilled a bottle of shoe polish, while through the half-shuttered window the autumn sunshine fell in long yellow bars over the hemp rugs on the floor. And she was dead. Her mother was dead. No matter how much she needed her, she would never come back. Out of the vacancy around her, some words of her own, spoken in her girlhood, returned to her. "There is only one thing I couldn't bear, and that is losing my mother." Only one thing, and now that one thing had happened, and she was not only bearing it, she was looking ahead to a future in which that one thing would be always beside her, always in her memory. Whatever the years brought to her, they could never bring her mother again. They could never bring her a love like her mother's. Out of that same vacancy which seemed to swallow and to hold everything which seemed to exist both within and outside of herself, a multitude of forgotten images and impressions flashed into being. She saw the nursery fireside in the rectory, and her mother, with hair that still shone like satin, rocking back and forth in the black wicker chair with the sagging bottom. She saw her kneeling on the old frayed red and blue drugget, her skirt pinned up at the back of her waist, while she bathed her daughter's scratched and aching feet in the oblong tin foot tub. She saw her as beautiful as an angel in church on Sunday mornings, her worshipful eyes lifted to the pulpit, an edge of tinted light falling on the open prayer book in her hand. She saw her thin and stooping, a shadow of all that she had once been, waiting. She had always been there. It was impossible to realize that a time could ever come when she would not be there, and now she was gone. And behind all the images, all the impressions, the stubborn thought persisted that this was life. Then one could never escape it, that whatever happened, one must come back to it at the last. I have my children still left, but for my children I could not live, she thought, dropping on her knees by the bedside and hiding her face in the grey wrapper. After this it seemed to her that she ceased to live except in the lives of her children, and her days passed so evenly, so monotonously, that she only noticed their flight when one of the old people in Dinwiddie remarked to her with a certain surprise, "You've almost a grown daughter now, Jenny, or Harry will soon be getting as big as his father. Have you decided where you will send him to college?" She was not unhappy. Had she ever stopped to ask herself the question, she would probably have answered, "If only mother and father were living, I should be perfectly satisfied." Yet in spite of her assurances, there existed deep down in her, so deep that her consciousness had never fully grasped the fact of its presence, a dumb feeling that something was missing out of life, that the actuality was a little less bright, a little less perfect than it had appeared through the rosy glamour of her virgin dreams. Was this something missing merely one of the necessary conditions of mortal existence, or was there somewhere on the earth that stainless happiness which she had once believed her marriage would bring to her? I should be perfectly satisfied if only, she would sometimes say in the night, and then check herself before she had ended the sentence. The lack, real as it was still too formless to lend itself to the precision of words. It belonged less to circumstances than to the essential structure of life. And yet, as she put it to herself in her rare moments of depression, she had so much to be thankful for. The children grew stronger as they grew older. Since Harry's attack of diphtheria, indeed, there had been no serious illness in the family, and as she approached middle age, her terror of illness increased rather than diminished. The children made up for much. They ought to have made up for everything. And yet, did they? There was no visible fault that she could attribute to them. With her temperamental inability to see flaws, she was accustomed to think of them as perfect children, as children whom she would not change, had she the power, by so much as a hair or an outline. They grew up straight, fine, and fearless, full of the new spirit, eager to test life, to examine facts, possessed by that awakening feeling for truth which had always frightened her a little in Susan. Vaguely, without defining the sensation, she felt that they were growing beyond her, that she could no longer keep up with them, that every year they were leaving her a little farther behind them. They were fond of her, but she understood from something Jenny said one day that they had ceased to be proud of her. It was while they were looking over an old photograph album of Susan's that, coming to a picture of Virginia taken the week before her wedding, Jenny cried out, "Why, there's Mother," and slipped it out of the page. "I never saw that before," Lucy said, leaning over with a laugh. "You were so young when you married, Mother, and you wore such tight sleeves and a bustle." "Would you ever have believed she was as pretty as that?" asked Jenny, with the unconscious brutality of childhood. "If you are ever as beautiful as your mother was, you may thank your stars," said Susan dryly, and by the expression in her face, Virginia knew that she was thinking, "If that was my child, I'd slap her." Harry, who had been stuffing fruit cake on the sofa, sweets were his weakness, rose suddenly and came over to the group. "If you are ever as beautiful as she is now, you may thank your stars, Miss Yellow Frisk," he remarked crushingly. It was a little thing, so little that it seemed ridiculous to think of it as among the momentous happenings in a life, but with that extraordinary proneness of the little to usurp the significant places of memory, it had become at last one of the important milestones in her experience. At the end, when she forgot everything else, she would not forget Harry's foolish words, nor the look in his indignant boyish face when he uttered them. Until then she had not admitted to herself that there was a difference in her feeling for her children, but with the touch of his sympathetic, not over-clean hand on her shoulder, she knew that she should never again think of the three of them as if they were one in her interest and her love. The girls were good children, dear children. She would have let herself be cut in pieces for either of them had it been necessary, but between Harry and herself there was a different bond, a closer and a deeper dependency, which strengthened almost insensibly as he grew older. Her daughters she loved, but her son, as is the inexplicable way of women, she adored blindly and without wisdom. If it had been possible to ruin him, she would have done so, but unlike many other sons, he seemed, by virtue of that invincible strength with which he had been born, to be proof against both spoiling and flattery. He was a nice boy, even to strangers, even to Susan, with her serene judgment of persons. He appeared a thoroughly nice boy. He was not only a tall, lean, habitually touzled-headed youngster, with a handsome sunburned face and a pair of charming, slightly quizzical blue eyes, but he was, as his teachers and his school reports bore witness, possessed of an intellectual brilliancy which made study as easy and quite as interesting to him as play. Unlike his father, he had entered life endowed with a cheerful outlook upon the world, and with that temperament of success which usually, but by no means inevitably, accompanies it. Whatever happened, he would make the best of it. He would get on, and it was impossible to imagine him in any hole so deep that he could not sooner or later find the way out of it. The Pendleton and the Treadwell spirits had contributed their best to him. If he derived from Cyrus, or from some obscure strain in Cyrus's ancestry, a wholesome regard for material success, a robust determination to achieve results, combined with that hard, clear vision of affairs which makes such achievement easy, he had inherited from Gabriel his genial temper, his charm of manner, and his faith in life, which, though it failed to move mountains, had sweetened and enriched the mere act of living. Though he was less demonstrative than Lucy, who had outgrown the plainness and the reticence of her childhood and was developing into a coquettish, shallow-minded girl, with what Miss Priscilla called a glib tongue. Virginia learned gradually, in the secret way mothers learn things, that his love for her was, after his ambition, the strongest force in his character. Between him and his father there had existed ever since his babyhood a curious, silent, yet ineradicable hostility. Whether the fault was Oliver's or Harry's, whether the father resented the energy and the initiative of his son, or the son resented the indifference and the self-absorption of his father, Virginia had never discovered. For years she fought against admitting the discord between them. Then at last, on the occasion of a quarrel, when it was no longer possible to dissemble, she followed Oliver into his study, which had once been the back parlour, and pleaded with him to show a little patience, a little sympathy with his son. "He's a boy any father would be proud of," she finished almost in tears. "I know he is," he answered irritably, "but the truth is he rubs me the wrong way. I suppose the trouble is that you have spoiled him." "But he isn't spoiled. Everybody says—" "Oh, everybody," he murmured disdainfully, with a shrug of his fine shoulders. He looked back at her with the sombre fire of anger still in his eyes, and she saw, without trying to see, without even knowing that she did see, all the changes that years had wrought in his appearance. Physically he was a finer animal than he had been when she married him, for time which had sapped her youth and faded her to delicate bloom had but added a deeper colour to the warm brown of his skin, a steadier glow to his eyes, a more silvery gloss to his hair. At 40 he was a handsomer man than he had been at 25. Yet in spite of this, some virtue had gone out of him. Here too, as in life, something was missing. The generous impulses, the high heart for adventure, the enthusiasm of youth, and youth's white rage for perfection, where were these? It was as if a rough hand had passed over him, coarsening here, blotting out there, accentuating elsewhere. The slow, insidious devil of compromise had done its work. Once he had made one of the small band of fighters who fight not for advantage, but for the truth. Now he stood in that middle place with the safe majority who are neither for God nor for his enemies. Life had done this to him. Life and Virginia. It was not only that he had grown soft, as he would have expressed it, nor was it even wholly that he had grown selfish, for the canker which ate at the roots of his personality had affected not his character merely, but the very force of his will. Though the imperative he obeyed had always been not "I must," but "I want," his natural loftiness of purpose might have saved him from the results of his weakness had he not lost gradually the capacity for successful resistance with which he had started. If only in the beginning she had upheld not his inclinations but his convictions, if only she had sought not to soothe his weakness but to stimulate his strength, if only she had seen for once the thing as it was, not as it ought to have been. He was buried in his work now, and there were months during this year when she appeared hardly to see him. So engrossed, so self-absorbed had he become. Sometimes she would remember, stifling the pang it caused, the nights when he had written his first plays in Matoka City, and that he had made her sit beside him with her sewing, because he could not think if she were out of the room. Now he could write only when he was alone. He hated an interruption so much that she often let the fire go out rather than open his closed door to see if it was burning. If she went in to speak to him, he laid his pen down and did not take it up again while she was there. Yet this change had come so stealthily that it had hardly affected her happiness. She had grown accustomed to the difference before she had realized it sufficiently to suffer. Sometimes she would say to herself a little wonderingly, "Oliver used to be so romantic," for with the majority of women whose marriages have surrendered to an invasion of the commonplace, she accepted the comfortable theory that the alteration was due less to circumstances than to the natural drying of the springs of sentiment in her husband's character. Occasionally she would remember with a smile her 3 days' jealousy of Abby, but the brevity and the folly of this had established her the more securely in her impregnable position of unquestioning belief in him. She had started life believing, as the women of her race had believed for ages before her, that love was a divine gift which came but once in a lifetime, and which, coming once, remained forever indestructible. People, of course, grew more practical and less intense as they left youth farther behind them, and though this misty principle would have dissolved at once had she applied it to herself, for she became more sentimental as she approached middle age, behind any suspicious haziness of generalization there remained always the sacred formula, "Men are different." Once, when a sharp outbreak of the primal force had precipitated a scandal in the home of one of her neighbours, she had remarked to Susan that she was devoutly thankful that Oliver did not have that side to his nature. It must be a disagreeable side to live with, Susan, happily married to John Henry and blissfully expectant of motherhood, had replied, but as far as I know, Oliver never had a light fancy for a woman in his life. Not even before he was married. I used to tell him that it was because he expected too much. Physical beauty by itself never seemed to attract him. It was the angel in you that he first fell in love with. A glow of pleasure flushed Virginia's sharpened features, mounting to the thin little curls on her forehead. These little curls, to which she sentimentally clung in spite of the changes in the fashions, were a cause of ceaseless worry to Lucy, who had developed into a stylish girl, and would have died sooner than she would have rejected the universal pompadour of the period. It was the single vanity that Virginia had ever permitted herself, this adhering at middle age to the quaint and rather coquettish hairdressing of her girlhood. And fate had punished her by threading the little curls with grey, while Susan's stiff roll, she had adopted the newer mode, remained bravely flaxen. But Susan was one of those women who, lacking a fine, fair skin and defying tradition, are physically at their best between 40 and 50. Oliver used to be so romantic, said Virginia, as she had said so often to herself, while the glow paled slowly from her cheeks, leaving them the colour of faded rose leaves. Not so romantic as you were, Jenny. Oh, I am still. She laughed softly. Lucy says I take more interest in her lovers now than she does, and she added after a minute, girls are so different today from what they used to be. They are so much less sentimental. But I thought Lucy was. She has enough flirtations for her age, hasn't she? She has enough attention, of course, for the funny part is that though she's only 16 and not nearly so pretty as Jenny, the men are all crazy, as Miss Willie says about her. But somehow it's different. Lucy enjoys it, but it isn't her life. As for Jenny, she's still too young to have taken shape, I suppose, but she has only one idea in her head, and that is going to college. She never gives a boy a thought. That's queer, because she promises already to be the most beautiful girl in Dinwiddie. She is beautiful. I'm quite sure that it isn't because she is my daughter that I think so. But all the same, I'm afraid she'll never be as popular as Lucy is. She is so distant and overbearing to men that they are shy of her. And you'll let her go to college? If we can afford it. And now that Oliver hopes to get one of his plays put on, we may have a little more money. But it seems such a waste to me. I never saw that it could possibly do a woman any good to go to college. Though, of course, I always sympathize with your disappointment, dear Susan. Jenny is bent on it now, but I feel so strongly that it would be better for her to come out in Dinwiddie and go to parties and have attention. And does Oliver feel that too? Oh, he doesn't care. Jenny is his favourite, and he will let her do anything he thinks she has set her heart on. But he has never put his whole life into the children's as I have done. But if she goes, will you be able to send Harry? Of course, Harry's education must come before everything else. Even Oliver realizes that. Do you know, I've hardly bought a match for 10 years that I haven't stopped to ask myself if it would take anything from Harry's education. That's why I've gotten as shabby as this almost ever since he was born, that and my longing to give the girls a few pretty things. You haven't bought a dress for yourself since I can remember. I should think you would wear your clothes out making them over. The look in Virginia's face showed that the recollection Susan had invoked was not entirely a pleasant one. I've done with as little as I could, she answered. Only once was I really extravagant, and that was when I bought a light blue silk, which I didn't have made up until years afterwards, when it was dyed black. Dyed things never hold their own, she concluded pensively. You are too unselfish. That is your only fault, said Susan impulsively. I hope they appreciate all you have been to them. Oh, they appreciate me, returned Virginia with a laugh. Harry does, anyhow. I believe Harry is your darling, Jenny. I try not to make any difference in my feeling. They are all the best children that ever lived. But, Susan, I wouldn't breathe this to anybody on earth but you. I can't help thinking that Harry loves me more than the others do. He has so much more patience with me. The girls sometimes laugh at me because I am old-fashioned and behind the times. And I can see that it annoys them because I am ignorant of things which they seem to have been born knowing. But it was for their sake that you let yourself go. You gave up everything else for them from the minute that they were born. A tear shone in Virginia's eye, and Susan knew without having it put into words that a wound somewhere in that gentle heart was still hurting. I'd like to slap them, she thought fiercely, and then she said aloud with a manner of cheerful conviction, You are a great deal too good for them, Jenny, and some day they will know it. A longing came over her to take the thin little figure in her arms and shake back into her something of the sparkle and the radiance of her girlhood. Why did beauty fade? Why did youth grow middle-aged? Above all, why did love and sacrifice so often work their own punishment? End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 3, The Adjustment. Chapter 2, The Price of Comfort. Virginia knelt on the cushioned seat in the bay window of her bedroom, gazing expectantly down on the pavement below. It was her 45th birthday, and she was impatiently waiting for Harry, who was coming home for a few days before going abroad to finish his studies at Oxford. The house was a new, impeccably modern dwelling, produced by a triumph of the utilitarian genius of the first decade of the 20th century, and Oliver had bought it at a prodigious price a few years after his dramatic success had lifted him from poverty into comfort. The girls, charmed to have made the momentous passage into Sycamore Street, were delighted with the space and elegance of their new home, but Virginia had always felt somehow as if she were visiting. The drawing-room, and especially the butler's pantry, awed her. She had not dared to wash those august shelves with soda, nor to fasten her favourite strips of white oilcloth along their shining surfaces. The old joy of fixing up her storeroom had been wrested from her by the supercilious mulatto butler who wore immaculate shirt-fronts, but whom she suspected of being untidy beneath his magnificent exterior. Once, when she had discovered a bucket of apple parings tucked away under the sink, where it had stood for days, he had given notice, so unexpectedly and so haughtily, that she had been afraid ever since to look under dish-towels or into hidden places while he was absent. Out of the problem of the South, the servant question had arisen, to torment and intimidate the housekeepers of Dinwiddie, and inferior service at high wages was regarded of late as a thing for which one had come to be thankful. Had they still lived in the little house, Virginia would gladly have done her work for the sake of the peace and the cleanliness which it would have ensured. But since the change in their circumstances, Oliver and the girls had grown so dependent upon the small luxuries of living that she put up with anything, even with the appalling suspicion that every mouthful she ate was not clean, rather than take the risk of having her 3 servants desert in a body. When she had unwisely complained to Oliver, he had remarked impatiently that he couldn't be bothered about the housekeeping, and Lucy had openly accused her of being fussy. After this she had said nothing more, but gathering suddenly all her energies, she had precipitated a scene with the servants, which ended to her relief in the departure of the magnificent butler, and had reorganized at a stroke the affairs of her household. For all her gentleness, she was not incapable of decisive action, and though it had always been easier for her to work herself than to direct others, her native talent for domesticity had enabled her to emerge triumphantly out of this crisis. Now, on her 45th birthday, she could reflect with pride, the pride of a woman who has mastered her traditional métier de femme, that there was not a house in Dinwiddie which had better food or smoother service than she provided in hers. For more and more, as Oliver absorbed himself in his work, which kept him in New York many months of the year, and the children grew so big that they no longer needed her, did her life center around the small monotonous details of cooking and cleaning. Only when, as occasionally happened, the rest of the family were absent together, Oliver about his plays, Lucy on a visit to Richmond, Harry and Jenny at college, an awful sense of futility descended upon her, and she felt that both the purpose and the initiative were sapped from her character. Sometimes during such days or weeks of loneliness she would think of her mother's words, uttered so often in the old years at the rectory, "There isn't any pleasure in making things unless there's somebody to make them for." Beyond the window, the November day, which had been one of placid contentment for her, was slowly drawing to its close. The pale red line of an autumn sunset lingered in the west above the huddled roofs of the town, while the mournful dusk of evening was creeping up from the earth. A few chilled and silent sparrows hopped dejectedly along the bared boughs of the young maple tree in front of the house, and every now and then a brisk pedestrian would pass on the concrete pavement below. Inside, a cheerful fire burned in the grate, and near it on one end of the chintz-covered couch lay Oliver's present to her, a set of black bear furs, which he had brought down with him from New York. Turning away from the window, she slipped the neckpiece over her shoulders, and as she did so, she tried to stifle the wonder whether he would have bought them, whether even he would have remembered the date, if Harry had not been with him. Last year he had forgotten her birthday, and never before had he given her so costly a present as this. They were beautiful furs, but even she, with her ignorance of the subtler arts of dress, saw that they were too heavy for her, that they made her look shrunken and small, and accentuated the pallor of her skin, which had the colour and the texture of withered rose leaves. They are just what Jenny has always wanted, and they would be so becoming to her. I wonder if Oliver would mind my letting her take them back to Bryn Mawr after the holidays. If Oliver would mind, the phrase still remained after the spirit which sanctified it had long departed. In her heart she knew, though her happiness rested upon her passionate evasion of the knowledge, that Oliver had not only ceased to mind, that he had even ceased to notice whether she wore his gifts or gave them to Jenny. A light step flitted along the hall. Her door opened without shutting again, and Lucy, in a street gown, made in the princess style, hurried across the room and turned a slender back appealingly towards her. "Oh, mother, please unhook me as fast as you can. The Peytons are going to take me in their car over to Richmond, and I've only a half hour in which to get ready." Then, as Virginia's hands fumbled a little at an obstinate hook, Lucy gave an impatient pull of her shoulders and reached back, straining her arms until she tore the offending fastenings from her dress. She was a small, graceful girl, not particularly pretty, not particularly clever, but possessing some indefinable quality which served her as successfully as either beauty or cleverness could have done. Though she was the most selfish and the least considerate of the three children, Virginia was like wax in her hands, and regarded her dashing, rather cynical worldliness with naive and uncomprehending respect. She secretly disapproved of Lucy, but it was a disapproval which was tempered by admiration. It seemed miraculous to her that any girl of 22 should possess so clearly formulated and critical a philosophy of life, or should be so utterly emancipated from the last shackles of reverence. As far as her mother could discern, Lucy respected but a single thing, and that single thing was her own opinion. Her authority she had as little reverence as a savage, yet she was not a savage, for she represented instead the perfect product of over-civilization. The world was bounded for her by her own personality. She was supremely interested in what she thought, felt, or imagined, and beyond the limits of her individuality she was frankly bored by existence. The joys, sorrows, or experiences of others failed even to arrest her attention, yet the very simplicity and sincerity of her egoism robbed it of offensiveness, and raised it from a trait of character to the dignity of a point of view. The established law of self-sacrifice which had guided her mother's life was not only personally distasteful to her, it was morally indefensible. She was engaged not in illustrating precepts of conduct, but in realizing her independence, and this realization of herself appeared to her as the supreme and peculiar obligation of her being. Though she was less fine than Jenny, who in her studious way was a girl of much character, she was by no means as superficial as she appeared, and might in time, aided by fortuitous circumstances, make a strong and capable woman. Her faults, after all, were due in a large measure to a training which had consistently magnified in her mind the space which she would ultimately occupy in the universe. And she had charm. Without beauty, without intellect, without culture, she was still able to dominate her surroundings by her inexplicable but undeniable charm. She was one of those women of whom people say, "It is impossible to tell what attracts men in a woman." She was indifferent, she was casual, she was even cruel, yet every male creature she met fell a victim before her. Her slightest gesture had a fascination for the masculine mind, her silliest words a significance. "I declare men are the biggest fools where women are concerned," Miss Priscilla had remarked, watching her, and the words had adequately expressed the opinion of the feminine half of Dinwiddie's population. From 16 to 22 she had remained as indifferent as a star to the impassioned moths flitting around her. Then, a month after her 22nd birthday, she had coolly announced her engagement to a man whom she had seen but 6 times, a widower at that, 12 years older than herself, and the father of 2 children. The blow had fallen without warning upon Virginia, who had never seen the man and did not like what she had heard of him. Unwisely she had attempted to remonstrate, and had been met by the reply, "Mother, dear, you must allow me to decide what is for my happiness," in a manner which said, "After all, you know so much less of life than I do. How can you advise me?" It was intolerable, of course, and the worst of it was that, rebel as she might against the admission, Virginia could not plausibly deny the truth of either the remark or the manner. On the face of it, Lucy must know best what she wanted, and as for knowledge of life, she was certainly justified in considering her mother a child beside her. Oliver, when the case was put before him, showed a sympathy with Virginia's point of view, and a moral inability to coerce his daughter into accepting it. "She knows I never liked Craven," he said, "but after all, what are we going to do about it? She's old enough to decide for herself, and you can't in this century put a girl on bread and water because she marries as she chooses. Nothing about duty, nothing about consideration for her family, nothing about the awful responsibility of entering lightly into such sacred relations. Lucy was evidently in love, and if she hadn't been, why on earth should she have precipitated herself into an affair whose only reason was a lack of reason that was conclusive? But she might have been engaging a chauffeur for all the solemnity she put into the arrangements. She had selected her clothes and planned her wedding with a practical wisdom which had awed and saddened her mother. All the wistful sentiments, the tender evasions, the consecrated dreams that had gone into the preparations for Virginia's marriage were buried somewhere under the fragrant past of the 80s, and the memory of them made her feel not 45 but 100. Yet the thing that troubled her most was a feeling that she was in the power of forces which she did not understand, a sense that there were profound disturbances beneath the familiar surface of life. When Lucy had gone out, with her dress open down the back and a glimpse of her smooth girlish shoulders showing between the fastenings, Virginia went over to the window again and was rewarded by the sight of Harry's athletic figure crossing the street. In a minute he came in, kissing her with the careless tenderness which was one of her secret joys. "Halloo, little mother, all alone? Where are the others?" He was the only one of her children who appeared to enjoy her, and sometimes when they were alone together he would turn and put his arms about her, or stroke her hands with an impulsive, protecting sympathy. There were moments when it seemed to her that he pitied her because the world had moved on without her, and others when he came to her for counsel about things of which she was not only ignorant but even a little afraid. Once he had consulted her as to whether he should go on the football team at his college, and had listened respectfully enough to her timid objections. Respect indeed was the quality in which he had never failed her, and this, even more than his affection, had become a balm to her in recent years, when Lucy and Jenny occasionally lost patience and showed themselves openly amused by her old-fashioned opinions. She had never forgotten that he had once taken her part when the girls had tried to persuade her to brush back the little curls from her temples and wear her hair in a pompadour. "It would look so much more suitable for a woman of your age, mother dear," Lucy had remarked sweetly, with a condescending deference which had made Virginia feel as if she were 1,000. "And it would be more becoming, too, now that your hair is turning grey," Jenny had added, with an intention to be kind and helpful, which had gone wrong somehow and turned into officiousness. "Shut up and don't be silly geese," Harry had growled at them, and his rudeness in her behalf had given Virginia a delicious thrill, which was increased by the knowledge that his manners were usually excellent even to his sisters. "You let them fuss all they want to, mother," he concluded, "but your hair is a long sight better than theirs, and don't you let them nag you into making a mess of it." All of which had been sweet beyond words to Virginia, though she was obliged to admit that his judgment was founded upon a deplorable lack of discrimination in the matter of hair-dressing, since Lucy and Jenny both had magnificent hair, while her own had long since lost its gloss and grown thin from neglect. But if it had been really the truth, it could not have been half so sweet to her. "Lucy is dressing to motor over to Richmond with the Peytons, and your father went out to ride. Harry, why won't you let me go on to New York to see you off?" He was sailing the following week for England, and he had forbidden her to come to his boat, or even to New York, for a last glimpse of him. "Oh, I hate having a scene at the boat, mother. It always makes me feel creepy to say good-bye. I never do it if I can help." "I know you don't, darling. You sneaked off after the holidays without telling me what train you were going by. But this is for such a long time. 2 years, Harry." Her voice broke, and turning away, she gazed through the window at the young maple tree as though her very soul were concentrated upon the leafless boughs. He stirred uneasily, for, like most men of 21, he had a horror of sentiment. "Oh, well, you may come over next summer, you know. I'll speak to father about it. If his play goes over to London, he'll have to be there, won't he?" "I suppose so," she replied, choking down her tears and becoming suddenly cheerful. "And you'll write to me once a week, Harry?" "You bet. By the way, I've had nothing to eat since 10 o'clock, and I feel rather gone. Have you some cake around anywhere?" "But we'll have supper in half an hour, and I've ordered waffles and fried chicken for you. Hadn't you better wait?" Her cheerfulness was not assumed now, for with the turn to practical matters she felt suddenly that the universe had righted itself. Even Harry's departure was forgotten in the immediate necessity of providing for his appetite. "Well, I'll wait, but I hope you've prepared for an army. I could eat 100 waffles." He snapped his jaws, and she laughed delightedly. For all his 21 years and the scholarship which he had won so easily, and which was taking him abroad, he was as boyish and as natural as he had been at 10. Even his love of sweets had not lessened with the increase of his dignity. To think of his demanding cake the minute after he had entered the house! "Father's play made a great hit," he said presently, still steering carefully away from the reefs of emotion. "I suppose you read all about it in the papers?" She shook her head, smiling. Though she tried her best to be as natural and as unemotional as he was, she could not keep her adoration out of her eyes, which feasted on him like the eyes of one who had starved for months. How handsome he was, with his broad shoulders, his fine sunburned face, and his frank boyish smile. It was a pity he had to wear glasses, yet even his glasses seemed to her individual and charming. She couldn't imagine a single way in which he could be improved, and all the while she was perfectly sure that it wasn't in the least because she was his mother, that she wasn't a bit prejudiced in her judgment. It appeared out of the question that anybody, even a stranger, could have found fault with him. "No, I haven't had time to read the papers. I've been so busy getting ready for Lucy's wedding," she answered. "But your father told me about it. It must be splendid, only I wish he wouldn't speak so contemptuously of it," she added regretfully. "He says it's trash, and yet I'm sure everybody spoke well of it, and they say it is obliged to make a great deal of money. I can't understand why his success seems to irritate rather than please him." "Well, he thinks, you know, that it is only since he's cheapened himself that he has had any hearing." "Cheapened himself," she repeated wistfully. "But his first plays failed entirely, so these last ones must be a great deal better if they are such splendid successes." "Well, I suppose it's hard for us to understand his point of view. We talked about it one night in New York when we were dining with Margaret Oldcastle. She takes the leading part in Pretty Fanny, you know." "Yes, I know. What is she like?" A strange, still look came into her face, as though she waited with suspended breath for his answer. "She is a charmer on the stage. I heard father tell her that she made the play, and I'm not sure that he wasn't right." "But you saw her off the stage, didn't you?" "Oh, yes. She asked me to dinner. She didn't look nearly so young then, and she's not exactly pretty, but somehow it didn't seem to matter. She's got genius. You couldn't be with her 10 minutes without finding out that. I never saw anyone in my life so much alive. When she's in a room, even if she doesn't speak, you can't keep your eyes off her. She's like a bright flame that you can't stop looking at, not even if there are a lot of prettier women there too." "Is she dark or fair?" He stopped to think for a moment. "To save my life, I can't remember, but I think she's dark. At least her eyes are, though her hair may be light. But you never think of her appearance when she's talking. I believe she's the best talker I ever heard, better even than father." His enthusiasm had got the better of him, and it was evident that Oliver's success had banished, for a time at least, the secret hostility which had existed between father and son. That passion for material results, which could not be separated from the Treadwell spirit without robbing that spirit of its vitality, had gradually altered the family attitude toward Oliver's profession. Art, like business, must justify itself by its results, and to a commercial age there could be no justifiable results that could not bear translation into figures. Success was the chief end of man, and success could be measured only in terms of money. "There's your father's step," said Virginia, whose face looked drawn and pallid in the dusk. "Let me light the lamp, darling. He hates to read his paper by anything but lamplight." But he had jumped up before she had finished, and was hunting for matches in the old place under the clock on the mantelpiece. She was such a little, thin, frail creature that he laughed as she tried to help him. "So Lucy's going to marry that old rotter, is she?" he asked pleasantly as his father entered. "Well, father, I was just asking mother why she let Lucy marry that old rotter. But the dear child has set her heart on him, and he is really very nice to us," replied Virginia hurriedly. Though she was disappointed in Lucy's choice, it seemed dreadful to her to speak of a man who was about to enter the family as a rotter. "You stop it, Harry, if you have the authority I haven't," answered Oliver carelessly. "Is your neuralgia better, Virginia?" "It's quite gone, dear. Dr. Powell gave me some aspirin, and it cured it." She smiled gratefully at him, with a touching pleasure in the fact that he had remembered to ask. As she glanced quickly from father to son, eager to see them reconciled, utterly forgetful of herself, something of the anxious cheerfulness of Mrs. Pendleton's spirit appeared to live again in her look. Though her freshness had withered, she was still what is called a sweet-looking woman, and her expression of simple goodness lent an appealing charm to her features. "Are you going back to New York soon, father?" asked Harry, turning politely in Oliver's direction. From his manner, which had lost its boyishness, Virginia knew that he was trying with all his energy to be agreeable, yet that he could not overcome the old feeling of constraint and lack of sympathy. "Next week. The home is to be put on in February, and I'm obliged to be there for the rehearsals." "Does Miss Oldcastle take the leading part?" "Yes." Crossing the room, Oliver held out his hands to the fire, and then turning, stretched his arms with a stifled yawn above his head. The only fault that could be urged against his appearance was that his figure was becoming a trifle square, that he was beginning to look a little too well fed, a little too comfortable. For the rest, his hair, which had gone quite grey, brought out the glow and richness of his colour, and lent a striking emphasis to his dark, shining eyes. "Do you think that the new play is as good as Pretty Fanny?" asked Virginia. "Well, they're both rot, you know," he answered with a laugh. "Oh, Oliver, how can you, when all the papers spoke so admiringly of it?" "Why shouldn't they? It is perfectly innocuous, the kind of thing any father might take his daughter to see. We shan't dispute that, anyhow." His flippancy not only hurt, it confused her. It was painful enough to have him speak so slightingly of his success, but worse than this was the feeling it aroused in her that he was defying authority. Even if her innate respect for the printed word had not made her accept as final the judgment of the newspapers, there was still the incontestable fact that so many people had paid to see Pretty Fanny, that both Oliver and Miss Oldcastle had reaped a small fortune. She glanced in a helpless way at Harry, and he said suddenly, "Don't you think Jenny ought to come home to be with mother after Lucy marries? You are obliged to go to New York so often that she will get lonely." "It's a good idea," agreed Oliver amiably, "but there's another case where you'll have to use greater authority than mine. When I stopped reforming people," he added gaily, "I began with my own family." "The dear child would come in a minute if I suggested it," said Virginia, "but she enjoys her life at college so much that I wouldn't have her give it up for anything in the world. It would make me miserable to think that any of my children made a sacrifice for me." "You needn't worry. We've trained them differently," said Oliver, and though his tone was slightly satirical, the satire was directed at himself, not at his wife. "I'm sure it is what I should never want," insisted Virginia almost passionately, while she rose in response to the announcement of supper, and met Lucy, in trailing pink chiffon, on the threshold. "Are you sure your coat is warm enough, dear?" she asked. "Wouldn't you like to wear my furs? They are heavier than yours." "Oh, I'd love to, if you wouldn't mind, mother." Raising herself on tiptoe, Lucy kissed Harry, and then ran to the mirror, eager to see if the black fur looked well on her. "They're just lovely on me, mother. I feel gorgeous," she exclaimed triumphantly, and indeed her charming girlish face rose like a white flower out of the rich dark furs. In Virginia's eyes, as she turned back in the doorway to watch her, there was a radiant self-forgetfulness which illumined her features. For a moment she lived so completely in her daughter's youth that her body seemed to take warmth and colour from the emotion which transfigured her. "I'm so glad, darling," she said. "It gives me more pleasure to see you in them than it does to wear them myself." And though she did not know it, she embodied her gentle philosophy of life in that single sentence. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 3, The Adjustment. Chapter 3, Middle Age. Jenny had promised to come home a week before Lucy's wedding, but at the last moment, while they waited supper for her, a telegram announced with serious brevity that she was detained. 24 hours later, a second telegram informed them that she would not arrive until the evening before the marriage, and at 6 o'clock on that day, Virginia, who had been packing Lucy's trunks ever since breakfast, looked out of the window at the sound of the doorbell, and saw the cab which had contained her second daughter standing beside the curbstone. "Mother, have you the change to pay the driver?" asked a vision of stern loveliness floating into the room. With the winter's glow in her cheeks and eyes, and the bronze sheen on her splendid hair, which was brushed in rippling waves from her forehead and coiled in a severely simple knot on her neck, she might have been a wandering goddess who had descended with immortal calm to direct the affairs of the household. Her white shirt-waist, with its starched severity, suited her austere beauty and her look of almost superhuman composure. "Take off your hat, darling, and lie down on the couch while I finish Lucy's packing," said Virginia when she had sent the servant downstairs to pay the cabman. Her soul was in her eyes while she watched Jenny remove her plain felt hat, with its bit of blue scarf around the crown, a piece of millinery which presented a deceptive appearance of inexpensiveness, and pass the comb through the shining arch of her hair. "I am so sorry, mother dear, I couldn't come before, but there were some important lectures I really couldn't afford to miss. I am specializing in biology, you know." Her manner, calm, sweet, and gently condescending, was such as she might have used to a child whom she loved and with whom she possessed an infinite patience. One felt that while talking she groped almost unconsciously for the simplest and shortest words in which her meaning might be conveyed. She did not lie down, as Virginia had suggested, but straightening her short skirts, seated herself in an upright chair by the table, and crossed her slender feet in their sensible square-toed shoes. While she gazed at her, Virginia remembered with a smile that Harry had once said his sister was as flawless as a geometrical figure, and he couldn't look at her without wanting to twist her nose out of shape. In spite of her beauty, she was not attractive to men, whom she awed and intimidated by a candid assumption of superiority. For Lucy's conscienceless treatment of the male, she had unmitigated contempt. Her sister, indeed, had she not been, her sister would have appeared to her as an object for frank condemnation, one of those women who waste themselves in foolish flirtations. As it was, loving Lucy and being a loyal soul, with very scientific ideas of her own responsibility for her sister as well as for that abstract creature whom she classified as the working woman, she thought of Lucy tenderly, as a dear girl, but simple. Her mother, of course, was also simple. But then what could one expect of a woman whose only education had been at the Dinwiddie Academy for young ladies? To Jenny, education had usurped the place which the Church had always occupied in the benighted mind of her mother. All the evils of our civilization, and these evils shared with the working woman, the first right to her attention, she attributed to the fact that the former generations of women had had either no education at all, or worse even than that, had had the meretricious brand of education which was supplied by an army of Miss Priscillas. For Miss Priscilla herself, entirely apart from the Academy, which she described frankly to Virginia's horror as a menace, she entertained a sincere devotion, and this ability to detach her judgments from her affections made her appear almost miraculously wise to her mother, who had been born a Pendleton. "No, I'm not tired. Is there anything I can help you about, mother?" she asked, for she was a good child and very helpful, the only drawback to her assistance being that when she helped she invariably commanded. "Oh, no, darling, I'll be through presently, just as soon as I get this trunk packed. Lucy's things are lovely. I wish you'd come in time to see them. Miss Willie and I spent all yesterday running blue ribbons in her underclothes, and though we began before breakfast, we had to sit up until 12 o'clock so as to get through in time to begin on the trunks this morning." Her eyes shone as she spoke, and she would have enjoyed describing all Lucy's clothes, for she loved pretty things, though she never bought them for herself, finding it impossible to break the habit of more than 20 years of economy. But Jenny, who was proud of her sincerity, looked so plainly bored that she checked her flowing descriptions. "I hope you brought something beautiful to wear to-morrow, Jenny," she ventured timidly after a silence. "Of course I had to get a new dress, as I'm to be maid of honour, but it seemed so extravagant, for I had 2 perfectly good white chiffons already." "But it would have hurt, Lucy dear, if you hadn't worn something new. She even wanted me to order my dress from New York, but I was so afraid of wounding poor little Miss Willie, she has made my clothes ever since I could remember, that I persuaded the child to let her make it. Of course it won't be stylish, but nobody will look at me anyway." "I hope it is coloured, mother. You wear black too much. The psychological effect is not good for you." With her knees on the floor and her back bent over the trunk into which she was packing a dozen pairs of slippers wrapped in tissue paper, Virginia turned her head and stared in bewilderment at her daughter, whose classic profile showed like marble flushed with rose in the lamplight. "But at my time of life, dear? Why, I'm in my 46th year." But 46 is still young, mother. That was one of the greatest mistakes women used to make, to imagine that they must be old as soon as men ceased to make love to them. It was all due to the idea that men admired only schoolgirls, and that as soon as a woman stopped being admired, she had stopped living. But they didn't stop living really. They merely stopped fixing up. Oh, of course, they spent the rest of their lives in the storeroom or the kitchen, slaving for the comfort of the men they could no longer amuse. This so aptly described Virginia's own situation that her interest in Lucy's trousseau faded abruptly, while a wave of heart-sickness swept over her. It was as if the sharp and searching light of truth had fallen suddenly upon all the frail and lovely pretenses by which she had helped herself to live and to be happy. A terror of the preternatural insight of youth made her turn her face away from Jenny's too critical eyes. But what else could they do, Jenny? They believed that it was right to step back and make room for the young, she said, with a pitiful attempt at justification of her exploded virtues. "Oh, mother!" exclaimed Jenny, still sweetly, "who ever heard of a man of that generation stepping back to make room for anybody? But men are different, darling. One doesn't expect them to give up like women." "Oh, mother!" This time the sweetness had borrowed an edge of irony. It was science annihilating tradition, and the tougher the tradition, the keener the blade which science must apply. "I can't help it, dear. It is the way I was taught. My darling mother felt like that." A tear glistened in her eye. "And I am too old to change my way of thinking." "Mother, mother, you silly pet!" Rising from her chair, Jenny put her arms about her and kissed her tenderly. "You can't help being old-fashioned, I know. You are not to blame for your ideas. It is Miss Priscilla." Her voice grew stern with condemnation as she uttered the name. "But don't you think you might try to see things a little more rationally? It is for your own sake I am speaking. Why should you make yourself old by dressing as if you were 80, simply because your grandmother did so?" She was right, of course, for the trouble with science is not its blindness, but its serene infallibility. As useless to reject her conclusions as to deny the laws and the principles of mathematics. After all manner of denials, the laws and the principles would still remain. Virginia, who had never argued in her life, did not attempt to do so with her own daughter. She merely accepted the truth of Jenny's inflexible logic, and with that obstinate softness which is an inalienable quality of tradition, went on believing precisely what she had believed before. To have made them think alike, it would have been necessary to melt up the two generations and pour them into one, a task as hopeless as an endeavour to blend the Dinwiddie Young Ladies' Academy with a modern college. Jenny's clearly formulated and rather loud morality was unintelligible to her mother, whose conception of duty was that she should efface herself and make things comfortable for those around her. The obligation to think independently was as incomprehensible to Virginia as was that wider altruism which had swept Jenny's sympathies beyond the home into the factory, and beyond the factory into the world where there were evils. Her own instinct had always been the true instinct of the lady to avoid evil, not to seek it, to avoid it, honestly if possible, and if not honestly, well, to avoid it at any cost. The love of truth for truth's sake was one of the last of the virtues to descend from philosophy into a working theory of life, and it had been practically unknown to Virginia until Jenny had returned at the end of her first year from college. To be sure, Oliver used to talk like that long ago, but it was so long ago that she had almost forgotten it. "You are very clever, dear, much too clever for me," she said, rising from her knees. "I wonder if Lucy has anything else she wants to go into this trunk. It might be packed a little tighter." In response to her call, the door opened, and Lucy entered breathlessly, with her hair, which she had washed and not entirely dried, hanging over her shoulders. "What is it, mother? Oh, Jenny, you have come. I am so glad." The sisters kissed delightedly. In spite of their lack of sympathy, they were very fond of each other. "Do you want to put anything else in this trunk before I lock it, Lucy? Could you find room for my blue flannel bathrobe? I'll want it on top where I can get it out without unpacking. And mother, won't you please put my alcohol stove and curling irons in my traveling bag?" She was prettily excited, and during the last few days she had shown an almost childlike confidence in her mother's opinions about the trivial matters of packing. "Mother, I don't want to come down yet. My hair isn't dry. Will you send supper up to me? I'll dress about 9 o'clock when Bertie and the girls are coming." "Of course I will, darling. I'll go straight downstairs and fix your tray. Is there anything you can think of that you would like?" At this Jenny broke into a laugh. "Why, anybody would think she was dying instead of being married." "Just a cup of coffee. I really couldn't swallow a morsel," replied Lucy, whose single manifestation of sentiment had been a complete loss of appetite. "You needn't laugh, Jenny. Wait until you are going to be married, and see if you are able to eat anything." Putting the tray back into the trunk, Virginia closed it almost caressingly. For 24 hours, as Lucy's wedding began to draw nearer, she had been haunted by the feeling that she was losing her favourite child, and though her reason told her that this was not true, that Lucy was in fact less fond of her than either of the others, and far less dear to her heart than Harry, still she was unable wholly to banish the impression. It seemed only yesterday that she had sat waiting month after month, week after week, day after day, for her to be born. Only yesterday that she had held her, a baby, in her arms, and now she was packing the clothes which that baby would carry away when she went off with her husband. Something of the hushed expectancy of those long months of approaching motherhood enveloped her again with the thought of Lucy's wedding to-morrow. After all, Lucy was her first child. Neither of the others had been awaited with quite the same brooding ecstasy, with quite the same radiant dreams. To neither of the others had she given herself at the hour of birth with such an abandonment of her soul and body. And she had been a good child all day, with a lump in her throat. Virginia had assured herself again and again that no child could have been better. 100 little charming ways, 100 bright, delicious tricks of expression and of voice followed her from room to room, as though Lucy had indeed, as Jenny said, been dying upstairs instead of waiting to be married. And all the time, while she arranged the supper tray and attended to the making of the coffee so that it might be perfect, she was thinking, "Mother must have felt like this when I was married, and I never knew it, I never suspected." She saw her little bedroom at the rectory, with her own figure in the floating tulle veil reflected in the mirror, and her mother's face, that face from which all remembrance of self seemed to have vanished, looking at her over the bride's bouquet of white roses. If only she had told her then that she understood. If only she had ever really understood until to-night. If only it was not too late to turn back now and gather that plaintive figure waiting with the white roses into her arms. The next morning she was up at daybreak, finishing the packing, preparing the house before leaving for church, making the final arrangements for the wedding breakfast, when at last Lucy, with reddened eyes and tightly curled hair, appeared in the pantry, while her mother was helping to wash a belated supply of glass and china, which had arrived from the caterers. Virginia felt that the parting was worse even than Harry's going to college. "Mother, I've the greatest mind on earth not to do it. My pet, what is the matter?" "I can't imagine why I ever thought I wanted to marry. I don't want to do it a bit. I don't want to go away and leave you and father. And, mother, I really don't believe that I love him." It was so like Lucy. After months of cool determination, of perfect assurance, of stubborn resistance to opposition, it was so exactly like her to break down when it was too late, and to begin to question whether she really wanted her own way after she had won it. And it was so like Virginia that at the first sign of weakness in her child she should grow suddenly strong and efficient. "My darling, it is only nervousness. You will be better as soon as you begin to dress. Come upstairs, and I will fix you a dose of aromatic ammonia." "Do you really think it's too late to stop it?" "Not if you feel you are going to regret it. But you must be very sure that it isn't merely a mood, Lucy." At the first sign that the step was not yet irrevocable, the girl's courage returned. "Well, I suppose I'll have to get married now," she said. "But if I don't like it, I'm not going to live with him." "Not live with your husband? Why, Lucy, it's perfectly absurd to think I'll have to live with a man if I find I don't love him. Ask Jenny if it isn't." Ask Jenny. This was her incredible suggestion. This was her reverence for authority, for duty, for the thundering admonitions of St. Paul. As far as St. Paul was concerned, he might as well have been the ponderous anecdotal minister in the brick Presbyterian church around the corner. "But Jenny is so," murmured Virginia, and stopped because words failed her. Had Jenny been born in any family except her own, she would probably have described her as dangerous, but it was impossible to brand her daughter with so opprobrious an epithet. The word, owing to the metaphorical yet specific definition of it which she had derived from the rector's sermons in her childhood, invariably suggested fire and brimstone to her imagination. "Well, I'm not going to do it unless I want to," returned Lucy positively. "And you may look as shocked as you please, mother, but you needn't pretend that you wouldn't be glad to see me." The difference between the two girls, as far as Virginia could see, was that Jenny really believed her awful ideas were right, and Lucy merely believed that they might help her the more effectively to follow her wishes. "Of course I'd be glad to see you, but, Lucy, it pains me so to hear you speak flippantly of your marriage. It is the most sacred day in your life, and you treat it as lightly as if it were a picnic." "Do I? Poor little day. Have I hurt its feelings?" They were on the way upstairs, following a procession of wedding presents which had just arrived by express, and glancing round over the heads of the servants, she made a laughing face at her mother. Clearly she was incorrigible, and her passing fear, which had evidently been entirely due, as Virginia had suspected, to one of her rare attacks of nervousness, had entirely disappeared. In her normal mood she was perfectly capable of taking care of herself, not only within the estate of matrimony, but in an African jungle. She would, in either situation, inevitably get what she wanted, and in order to get it she would shrink as little from sacrificing a husband as from enslaving a savage. And yet a few hours later, when she stood beneath her bridal veil and gazed at her image in the cheval glass in her bedroom, she presented so enchanting a picture of virgin innocence that Virginia could hardly believe that she harbored in her breast, under the sacred white satin of her bride's gown, the heretical opinions which she had uttered downstairs in the pantry. Her charming face had attuned its expression so perfectly to the dramatic values of the moment that she appeared, in the words of that sentimental soul, Miss Priscilla, to be listening already to the voice that breathed o'er Eden. "Doesn't mother look sweet?" she asked, catching sight of Virginia's face in the mirror. "I love her in pale gray, only she ought to have some flowers." "I told father to order her a bunch of violets," answered Jenny. "I wonder if he remembered to do it." A look of pleasure, the first she had worn for days, flitted over Virginia's face. She had all her mother's touching appreciation of insignificant favours, and perhaps because her pleasure was so excessive, people shrank a little from arousing it. Like most persons who thought perpetually of others, she was not accustomed to being thought of very often in return. But Oliver had remembered, and when the purple box was brought up to her, and Jenny pinned the violets on her dress, a blush mantled her thin cheeks, and she looked for a moment almost as young and lovely as her daughters. Then Oliver came after Lucy, and gathering up her train, the girl smiled at her mother and hurried out of the room. At the last minute her qualms appeared suddenly to depart. Whatever happened in the months and years that came afterwards, she had determined to get all she could out of the excitement of the wedding. She had cast no loving glance about the little room where she was leaving her girlhood behind her. But Virginia, lingering for an instant after the others had gone out, looked with tear-dimmed eyes at the small white bed and the white furniture decorated in roses. She suffered in that minute with an intensity and a depth of feeling that Lucy had never known in the past, that she would never know in the future, for it is given to mothers to live not once but twice or thrice, or as many times as they have children to live for. And the sunlight entering through the high window fell very gently on the anxious love in her eyes, on the fading white rose leaves of her cheeks, and on the silvery mist of curls framing her forehead. That afternoon, when Lucy had motored off with her husband, and Oliver and Jenny had gone riding together, Virginia went back again into the room and put away the scattered clothes the girl had left. On the bed was the little pillow with the embroidered slip-over cover of pink satin Virginia had made, and taking it from the bed, she put it into one of the boxes which had been left open until the last minute. As she did so, it was as if a miraculous wand was waved over her memory, softening Lucy's image until she appeared to her in all the angelic sweetness and charm of her childhood. Her egoism, her selfishness, her lack of consideration and of reverence, all those faults of an excessive individualism embodied in the girl, vanished so completely that she even forgot they had ever existed. Once again she felt in her breast the burning rapture of young motherhood. Once again she gathered her firstborn child, hers alone, hers out of the whole world of children, into her arms. A choking sensation rose in her throat, and dropping a handful of photographs which she had started to put away, she hurried from the room as though she were leaving something dead there that she loved. Downstairs the caterers and the florists were in possession, carting away glass and china, dismantling decorations, and ejecting palms as summarily as though they had come uninvited. The servants were busy sweeping floors and moving chairs and sofas back into place, and in the kitchen the negro cook was placidly beginning preparations for supper. For a time Virginia occupied herself, returning the ornaments to the drawing-room mantelpiece and the illustrated gift-books to the center table. When this was over, she looked about her with the nervous expectancy of a person who has been overwhelmed for months by a multitude of exigent cares, and realized with a start that there was nothing for her to do. Tomorrow Oliver and Jenny were both going away, he to New York to attend the rehearsals of his play, and she back to finish her year at college, and Virginia would be left in an empty house with all her pressing practical duties suddenly ended. "You will have such a nice long rest now, mother dear," Lucy had said as she clung to her before stepping into the car, and Virginia had agreed unthinkingly that a rest for a little while would perhaps do her good. Now turning away from the centre table, where she had laid the last useless volume in place, she walked slowly through the library to the dining room, and then from the dining room into the pantry. Here the dishes were all washed, the cup towels were drying in an orderly row beside the sink, and the two maids and the butler were drawing a breath in wooden chairs by the stove. There was enough chicken salad and ice cream left for supper, wasn't there, Wotan? On being assured that there was enough for a week, she gave a few directions about the distribution of the other food left from the wedding breakfast, and then went out again and into Oliver's study. A feeling of restlessness more acute than any she had ever known kept her walking back and forth between the door and the window, which looked out into a square of garden, where a few lonely sticks protruded out of the discoloured snow on the grass. She had lived for others so long that she had at last lost the power of living for herself. There was nothing to do to-day, there would be nothing to do tomorrow, and unless Jenny came home to be married, there would be nothing to do next year or the years after that. While Oliver was in Dinwiddie, she had of course the pleasure of supplying his food and of watching him eat it, but beyond that, even when he sat in the room with her, there was little conversation between them. She herself loved to talk, for she had inherited her mother's ability to keep up a honeyed flow of sound about little things, but she had learned long ago that there were times when her voice, rippling on about nothing, only irritated him, and with her feminine genius for adaptability, she had made a habit of silence. He never spoke to her of his work except in terms of flippant ridicule which pained her, and the supreme topic of the children's school reports had been absent now for many years. Companionship of a mental sort had always been lacking between them, yet so reverently did she still accept the traditional fictions of marriage that she would have been astonished at the suggestion that a love which could survive the shocks of tragedy might at last fade away from a gradual decline of interest. Nothing had happened. There had been no scenes, no quarrels, no jealousies, no recriminations, merely a gentle yet deliberate withdrawal of personalities. He had worshipped her at 22, and now at 47. There were moments when she realized with a stab of pain that she bored him. But beyond this she had felt no cause for unhappiness, and until the last year no cause even for apprehension. The libertine had always been absent from his nature, and during all the years of their marriage he had, as Susan put it, hardly so much as looked at another woman. Whatever came between them, it would not be physical passion, but a far subtler thing. Going to his desk, she took up a photograph of Margaret Oldcastle and studied it for a moment, not harshly, not critically, but with a pensive questioning. It was hardly a beautiful face, but in its glowing intellectuality it was the face of a woman of power. So different was the look of noble reticence it wore from that of the conventional type of American actress, that while she gazed at it, Virginia found herself asking vaguely, "I wonder why she went on the stage." The woman was not a pretty doll. She was not a voluptuous enchantress. The coquetry of the one and the flush of the other were missing. If the stories Virginia had heard of her were to be trusted, she had come out of poverty not by the easy steps of managers' favors, but by hard work, self-denial, and discipline. Though Virginia had never seen her, she felt instinctively that she was an honest woman. And yet why did this face, which had in it none of the charms of the seductress, disturb her so profoundly? She was too little given to introspection, too accustomed to think always in concrete images, to answer the question, but her intuition, rather than her thought, made her understand dimly that the things she feared in Margaret Oldcastle were the qualities in which she herself was lacking. Whatever power the woman possessed drew its strength and its completeness from a source which Virginia had never recognized as being necessary or even beneficent to love. After all, was it not petty and unjust in her to be hurt by Oliver's friendship for a woman who had been of such tremendous assistance to him in his work? Had he not said 100 times that she had succeeded in making his plays popular without making them at the same time ridiculous? Putting the photograph back in its place on the desk, she turned away and began walking again over the strip of carpet which led from the door to the window. In the yard, the dried stalks of last year's flowers looked so lonely in the midst of the dirty snow that she felt a sudden impulse of sympathy. Poor things, they had outlived their usefulness. The phrase occurred to her again, and she remembered how often her father had applied it to women whose children had all married and left them. Poor Matilda, she is restless and dissatisfied, and she doesn't understand that it is because she has outlived her usefulness. At that time poor Matilda had seemed to her an old woman, but perhaps she wasn't in reality much over 40. How soon women grew old a generation ago! Why, she felt as young today as she did the morning on which she was married. She felt as young, and yet her hair was graying, her face was wrinkled, and, like poor Matilda, she had outlived her usefulness. While she stood there, that peculiar sensation which comes to women when their youth is over, the sensation of a changed world, took possession of her. She felt that life was slipping past her, and that she was left behind like a bit of the sentiment or the law of the last century. Though she still felt young, it was not with the youth of today. She had no part in the present. Her ideals were the ideals of another period. Even her children had outgrown her. She saw now with a piercing flash of insight, so penetrating, so impersonal, that it seemed the result of some outside vision rather than of her own uncritical judgment, that life had treated her as it treats those who give but never demand. She had made the way too easy for others. She had never exacted of them. She had never held them to the austerity of their ideals. Then the illumination faded as if it had been the malicious act of a demon, and she reproached herself for allowing such thoughts to enter her mind for an instant. I don't know what can be the matter with me. I never used to brood. I wonder if it can be my time of life that makes me so nervous and apprehensive. For so long she had waited for some definite point of time, for the children to begin school, for them to finish school, for Harry to go off to college, for Lucy to be married, that now when she realized that there was nothing to expect, nothing to prepare for, her whole nature, with all the multitudinous fibers which had held her being together, seemed suddenly to relax from its tension. To be sure, Oliver would come home for a time, at least. After his rehearsals were over, Jenny would return for as much of the holidays as her philanthropic duties permitted. And if she waited long enough, Harry would occasionally pay her a visit. They all loved her. Not one of them, she told herself, would intentionally neglect her, but not one of them needed her. She had outlived her usefulness. The next afternoon, when Oliver and Jenny had driven off to the station, she put on her street clothes and went out to call on Susan, who lived in a new house in High Street. Mrs. Treadwell, having worn out everybody's patience except Susan's, had died some 5 years before, and the incorrigible sentimentalists of Dinwiddie, there were many of them, expressed publicly the belief that Cyrus had never been the same man since his wife's death. As a matter of fact, Cyrus, who had retired from active finance in the same year that he lost Belinda, had missed his business considerably more than he had missed his wife, whose loss, if he had ever analyzed it, would have resolved itself into the absence of somebody to bully. But on the very day that he had retired from work, he had begun to age rapidly, and now, standing on Susan's porch, he suggested to Virginia an orange from which every drop of juice had been squeezed. Of late he had taken to giving rather lavishly to churches, with a vague superstitious hope, perhaps, that he might buy the salvation he had been too busy to work out in other ways. And so acute had become his terror of death, Virginia had heard, that after every attack of dyspepsia he dispatched a check to the missionary society of the church he attended. Upstairs in her bedroom, Susan, who had just come in, was taking off her things, and she greeted Virginia with a delight which seemed in some strange way to be both a balm and a stimulant. One thing, at least, in her life had not altered with middle age, and that was Susan's devotion. She was a large, young, superbly vigorous woman of 45, with an abundant energy which overflowed outside of her household in a dozen different directions. She loved John Henry, but she did not love him to the exclusion of other people. She loved her children, but they did not absorb her. There was hardly a charity or a public movement in Dinwiddie in which she did not take a practical interest. She had kept her mind as alert as her body, and the number of books she read had always shocked Virginia a little, who felt that time for reading was obliged to be time subtracted from more important duties. "I've thought of you so much, Jenny, darling. You mustn't let yourself begin to feel lonely." Virginia shook her head with a smile, but in spite of her effort not to appear depressed, there was a touching wistfulness in her eyes. "Of course I miss the dear children, but I'm so thankful that they are happy. I wish Jenny would come back home to stay with you." She would if I asked her, Susan. Her face showed her pleasure at the thought of Jenny's willingness for the sacrifice, but I wouldn't have her do it for the world. She's so different from Lucy, who was quite happy as long as she could have attention and go to parties. Of course it seems to me more natural for a girl to be like that, especially a Southern girl, but Jenny says that she is obliged to have something to think about besides men. I wonder what my dear father would have thought of her. She'll take you by surprise some day and marry as suddenly as Lucy did. That's what Oliver says, but Miss Priscilla is sure she'll be an old maid because she's so fastidious. It's funny how much more women exact of men now than they used to. Don't you remember what a heroine the women of Miss Priscilla's generation thought Mrs. Tom Peachey was, because she supported Major Peachey by taking boarders while he just drank himself into his grave? Well, somebody mentioned that to Jenny the other day, and she said it was disgusting. I always thought so, said Susan. But, Jenny, I'm more interested in you than I am in Mrs. Peachey. What are you going to do with yourself? Almost unconsciously, both had eliminated Oliver as the dominant figure in Virginia's future. I don't know, dear. I wish my children were as young as yours. Bessie is just 6, isn't she? You ought to have had a dozen children. Didn't you realize that nature intended you to do it? I know. A pensive look came into her face. But we were very poor. And after the 3 came so quickly, and the little one that I lost, Oliver felt that we could not afford to have any others. I've so often thought that I was never really happy except when I had a baby in my arms. It's a devilish trick of nature's that she makes them stop coming at the very time that you want them most. 45 is not much more than half a lifetime, Jenny. And when one has lived in their children as I have done, of course one feels a little bit lost without them. Then if Oliver were not obliged to be away so much." Her voice broke, and Susan, leaning forward impulsively, put her arms about her. "Jinny, darling, I never saw you depressed before." "I was never like this until to-day. It must be the weather, or my age. I suppose I shall get over it." "Of course you will get over it, but you mustn't let it grow on you. You mustn't be too much alone." "How can I help it? Oliver will be away almost all winter, and when he is at home he is so absorbed in his work that he sometimes doesn't speak for days. Of course it isn't his fault," she added hastily. "It is the only way he can write." "And you're alone now for the first time for 25 years. That's why you feel it so keenly." The look of unselfish goodness which made Virginia's face almost beautiful at times passed like an edge of light across her eyes and mouth. "Don't worry about me, Susan. I'll get used to it." "You will, dear, but it isn't right. I wish Harry could have stayed in Dinwiddie. He would have been such a comfort to you." "But I wouldn't have had him do it. The boy is so brilliant. He has a future before him. Already he has had several articles accepted by the magazines." Her face shone. "And I hope that he will some day be as successful as Oliver has been without going through this long struggle." "Can't you go to England to see him in the summer?" "That's what I want to do." It was touching to see how her animation and interest revived when she began talking of Harry. "And when Oliver's play is put on in February, he has promised to take me to New York for the first night." "I'm glad of that. But meanwhile you mustn't sit at home and think too much, Jinny. It isn't good for you. Can't you find an interest? If you would only take up reading again. You used to be fond of it." "I know, but one gets out of the habit. I gave it up after the children came, when there was so much that was really important for me to do. And now, to save my life, I can't get interested in a book except for an hour or two at a time. I'm always stopping to ask myself if I'm not neglecting something, just as I used to do while the children were little. You see, I'm not a clever woman like you. I was made just to be a wife and mother, and nothing else." "But you're obliged to be something else now. You are only 45. There may be 40 more years ahead of you, and you can't go on being a mother every minute of your time. Even if you have grandchildren, they won't be like your own. You can't slave over them in the way you used to do over yours. The girls' husbands and Harry's wife would have something to say about it." "Do you know, Susan, I try not to be little and jealous, but when you said Harry's wife so carelessly just now, it brought a lump to my throat. He will marry some day, darling, and you might as well accustom yourself to the thought." "I know, and I want him to do it. I shall love his wife as if she were my daughter, but it seems to me at this minute as if I could not bear it." The grey twilight entering through the high window above her head enveloped her as tenderly as if it were the atmosphere of those romantic early 80s to which she belonged. The small aristocratic head, with its quaint old-fashioned clusters of curls on the temples, the delicate stooping figure a little bent in the chest, the whole pensive, exquisite personality which expressed itself in that manner of gentle self-effacement, these things spoke to Susan's heart through the softness of the dusk with all the touching appeal of the past. It was as if the inscrutable enigma of time waited there, shrouded in mystery, for a solution which would make clear the meaning of the blighted promises of life. She saw herself in Virginia on that May afternoon 25 years ago, standing with eager hearts on the edge of the future. She saw them waiting with breathless, expectant lips for the miracle that must happen. Well, the miracle had happened, and like the majority of miracles, it had descended, in the act of occurrence, from the zone of the miraculous into the region of the ordinary. This was life. And looking back from middle age, she felt no impulse to regret the rapturous certainties of youth. Experience, though it contained an inevitable pang, was better than ignorance. It was good to have been young. It was good to be middle aged. And it would be good to be old, for she was one of those who loved life, not because it was beautiful, but because it was life. "I must go," said Virginia, rising in the aimless way of a person who is not moving toward a definite object. "Stay and have supper with us, Jenny. John Henry will take you home afterward." "I can't, dear. The servants are expecting me." She kissed Susan on the cheek, and taking up her little black silk bag, turned to the door. "Jinny, if I come by for you tomorrow, will you go with me to a board meeting or two? Couldn't you possibly take an interest in some charity?" It was a desperate move, but at the moment she could think of no other to make. "Oh, I am interested, Susan, but I have no executive ability, you know. And then poor dear father used to have such a horror of women who were always running about to meetings. He would never even let mother do church work, except, of course, when there was a cake sale or a fair of the missionary society." Susan's last effort had failed, and as she followed Virginia downstairs and to the front door, a look almost of gloom settled on her large, cheerful face. "Try to pay some calls every afternoon, won't you, dear?" she said at the door. "I'll come in to see you in the morning when we get back from marketing." Then she added softly, "If you are ever lonesome and want me, telephone for me day or night. There's nothing on earth I wouldn't do for you, Jinny." Virginia's eyes were wonderful with love and gratitude as they shone on her through the twilight. "We've been friends since we were 2 years old, Susan, and do you know there is nobody in the world that I would ask anything of as soon as I would of you." A look of unutterable understanding and fidelity passed between them. Then turning silently away, Virginia descended the steps and walked quickly along the path to the pavement, while Susan, after watching her through the gate, shut the door and went upstairs to the nursery. The town lay under a thin crust of snow, which was beginning to melt in the chill rain that was falling. Raising her umbrella, Virginia picked her way carefully over the icy streets, and Miss Priscilla, who was looking in search of diversion out of her front window, had a sudden palpitation of the heart, because it seemed to her for a minute that Lucy Pendleton had returned to life. So one generation of gentle shades after another had moved in the winter's dusk under the frosted lamps of High Street. Through the windows of her house a cheerful light streamed out upon the piles of melting snow in the yard, and at the door one of her colored servants met her with the news that a telegram was on the hall table. Before opening it, she knew what it was, for Oliver's correspondence with her had taken this form for more than a year. "Arrived safely, very busy. Call on John Henry if you need anything." She put it down and turned hastily to letters from Harry and Jenny. The first was only a scrawl in pencil, written with that boyish reticence which always overcame Harry when he wrote to one of his family, but beneath the stilted phrases she could read his homesickness and his longing for her in every line. "Poor boy, I'm afraid he is lonely," she thought, and caressed the paper as tenderly as if it had been the letter of a lover. He had written to her every Sunday since he had first gone off to college, and several times she knew that he had denied himself a pleasure in order to send her weekly letter. Already she had begun to trust to his sense of responsibility, as she had never, even in the early days of her marriage, trusted to Oliver's. Opening the large square envelope, which was addressed in Jenny's impressive handwriting, she found 4 closely written pages, entertainingly descriptive of the girl's journey back to college, and of the urgent interest she found awaiting her there. In this letter there was none of the weakness of implied sentiment. There was none of the plaintive homesickness she had read in Harry's. Jenny wrote regularly and affectionately because she felt that it was her duty to do so, for unlike Lucy, who was heard from only when she wanted something, she was a girl who obeyed sedulously the promptings of her conscience. But if she loved her mother, she was plainly not interested in her. Her attitude towards life was masculine rather than feminine, and Virginia had long since learned that in the case of a man it is easier to inspire love than it is to hold his attention. Harry was different, of course. There was a feminine, or at least a poetic streak in him, which endowed him with that natural talent for the affections which is supposed to be womanly. But Jenny resembled Oliver in her preference for the active rather than for the passive side of experience. Going upstairs, Virginia took off her hat and coat, and without changing her dress, came down again with a piece of fancy work in her hands. Placing herself under the lamp in Oliver's study, she took a few careful stitches in the centerpiece she was embroidering for Lucy, and then letting her needle fall, sat gazing into the wood fire which crackled softly on the brass andirons. From the lamp on the desk an amber glow fell on the dull red of the leather-covered furniture, on the pale brown of the walls, on the rich blending of oriental colors in the rug at her feet. It was the most comfortable room in the house, and for that reason she had fallen into the habit of using it when Oliver was away. Then, too, his personality had impressed itself so ineffaceably upon the surroundings which he had chosen, and amid which he had worked, that she felt nearer to him while she sat in his favourite chair, breathing the scent of the wood fire he loved. She thought of the dear children, of how pleased she was that they were all well and happy, of how sweet Harry and Jenny were about writing to her, and so unaccustomed was she to thinking in the first person, that not until she took up her embroidery again and applied her needle to the centre of a flower did she find herself saying aloud, "I must send for Miss Willie to-morrow and engage her for next week. That will be something to do." And looking ahead, she saw days of endless stitching and basting, of endless gossip, accompanied by the cheerful whirring of the little dressmaker's machine. "I used to pity Miss Willie because she was obliged to work," she thought with surprise, "but now I almost envy her. I wonder if it is work that keeps her so young and brisk. She has never had anything in her life, and yet she is so much happier than some people who have had everything." The maid came to announce supper, and gathering up her fancy work, Virginia laid it beside the lamp on the end of Oliver's writing table. As she did so, she saw that her photograph, taken the year of her marriage, which he usually carried on his journeys, had been laid aside and overlooked when he was packing his papers. It was the first time he had forgotten it, and a little chill struck her heart as she put it back in its place beside the bronze letter rack. Then the chill sharpened suddenly until it became an icy blade in her breast, for she saw that the picture of Margaret Oldcastle was gone from its frame. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 3, The Adjustment, Chapter 4, Life's Cruelties. There was a hard snowstorm on the day Oliver returned to Dinwiddie, and Virginia, who had watched from the window all the afternoon, saw him crossing the street through a whirl of feathery flakes. The wind drove violently against him, but he appeared almost unconscious of it, so buoyant, so full of physical energy was his walk. Never had he looked more desirable to her, never more lovable than he did at that instant. Something, either a trick of imagination or an illusion produced by the flying whiteness of the storm, gave him back for a moment the glowing eyes and the eager lips of his youth. Then, as she turned towards the door, awaiting his step on the stairs, the mirror over the mantel showed her her own face, with its fallen lines, its soft pallor, its look of fading sweetness. She had laid her youth down on the altar of her love, while he had used love as he had used life, merely to feed the flame of the unconquerable egoism which burned like genius within him. He came in, brushing a few flakes of snow from his sleeve, and it seemed to her that the casual kindness of his kiss fell like ice on her cheek as he greeted her. It was almost 3 months since he had seen her, for he had been unable to come home for Christmas, but from his manner he might have parted from her only yesterday. He was kind, he had never been kinder, but she would have preferred that he should strike her. "Are you all right?" he asked gently, turning to warm his hands at the fire. "Beastly cold, isn't it?" "Oh, yes, I'm all right, dear. The play is a great success, isn't it?" His face clouded. "As such things go, it's awful rot, but it's made a hit. There's no doubt of that." "And the other one, The Home? When is the first night of that?" "Next week, on Thursday. I must get back for it." "And I am to go with you, am I not? I have looked forward to it all winter." At the sound of her anxious question, a contraction of pain, the look of one who has been touched on the raw, crossed his face. Though she was not penetrating enough to discern it, there were times when his pity for her amounted almost to a passion, and at such moments he was conscious of a blind anger against life as against some implacable personal force, because it had robbed him of the hard and narrow morality on which his ancestors leaned. The scourge of a creed which had kept even Cyrus walking humbly in the straight and flinty road of Calvinism appeared to him in such rare instance as one of the spiritual luxuries which a rationalistic age had destroyed. For it is not granted to man to look into the heart of another, and so he was ignorant alike of the sanctities and the passions of Cyrus's soul. What he felt was merely that the breaking of the iron bonds of the old faith had weakened his powers of resistance as inevitably as it had liberated his thought. The sound of his own rebellion was in his ears, and filled with the noise of it, he had not stopped to reflect that the rebellion of his ancestors had seemed less loud only because it was inarticulate. Was it really that his generation had lost the capacity for endurance, the spiritual grace of self-denial, or was it simply that it had lost its reticence and its secrecy with the passing of its inflexible dogmas? "Why, certainly you must go if you would care to," he answered. "Perhaps Jenny will come over from Bryn Mawr to join us. The dear child was so disappointed that she couldn't come home for Christmas. If I'd known in time that she wasn't coming, I'd have found a way of getting down just for dinner with you. I hope you weren't alone, Virginia." "Oh, no. Miss Priscilla came to spend the day with me. You know she used to take dinner with us every Christmas at the rectory." A troubled look clouded his face. "Jenny ought to have been here," he said, and asked suddenly, as if it were a relief to him to change the subject, "Have you had news of Harry?" The light which the name of Harry always brought to her eyes shone there now, enriching their faded beauty. "He writes to me every week. You know he hasn't missed a single Sunday letter since he first went off to school. He is wild about Oxford, but I think he gets a little homesick sometimes, though of course he'd never say so. He'll do well, that boy. The stuff is in him." "I'm sure he's a genius, if there ever was one, Oliver. Only yesterday Professor Trimble was telling me that Harry was far and away the most brilliant pupil he had ever had." Well, he's something to be proud of. And now what about Lucy? Is she still satisfied with Craven? She never writes about anything else except about her house. Her marriage seems to have turned out beautifully. You remember I wrote you that she was perfectly delighted with her stepchildren, and she really appears to be as happy as the day is long. You never can tell. I thought she'd be back again before 2 months were up. I know, we all prophesied dreadful things, even Susan. That reminds me, I came down on the train with John Henry, and he said that Uncle Cyrus was breaking rapidly. He has never been the same since his wife's death, replied Virginia, who was a victim of this sentimental fallacy. It's strange, isn't it, because we used to think they got on so badly. I wonder if it is really that. Well, is there any other news? Has anything else happened? With his back to the fire, he stood looking down on her with kindly, questioning eyes. He had done his best. From the moment when he had entered the room and met the touching brightness in her face, he had struggled to be as natural, to be as affectionate even, as she desired. At the moment, so softened, so self-reproachful was his mood, he would willingly have cut off his arm for her, could the sacrifice in any manner have secured her happiness. But there were times when it seemed easier to give his life for her than to live it with her, when to shed his blood would have cost less than to make conversation. He yearned over Virginia, but he could not talk to her. Some impregnable barrier of personality separated them, as if it were a wall. Already they belonged to different generations. They spoke in the language of different periods. At 47, that second youth, the Indian summer of the emotions, which lingers like autumnal sunshine in the lives of most men and of a few women, was again enkindling his heart. And with this return of youth he felt the awakening of infinite possibilities of feeling, of the ancient ineradicable belief that happiness lies in possession. Love, which had used up her spirit and body in its service, had left him untouched by its exactions, while she, having fulfilled her nature, was content to live anew, not in herself but in her children. The force of personal desire was sweeping over him again, with all the flame and splendor of adolescence. The something missing waited there, just a little beyond, as he had seen it waiting in that enchanted May when he fell in love with Virginia. And between him and his vision of happiness there interposed merely his undisciplined conscience, his variable though honest desire to do the thing that was right. Duty, which had controlled Virginia's every step, was as remote and aloof from his life as was the creed of his fathers. Like his age, he was adrift among disestablished beliefs, among floating wrecks of what had once been rules of conduct by which men had lived. And the widening responsibilities, the deepening consciousness of a force for good greater than creed or rules, all the awakening moral strength which would lend balance and power to his age, these things had been weakened in his character by the indomitable egoism which had ordered his life. There was nothing for him to fall back upon, nothing that he could place above the restless surge of his will. Sitting there in the firelight, with her loving eyes following his movements, she told him bit by bit all the latest gossip of Dinwiddie. Susan's eldest girl had developed a beautiful voice and was beginning to take lessons. Poor Miss Priscilla had had a bad fall in Old Street while she was on the way to market, and at first they feared she had broken her hip, but it turned out that she was only dreadfully bruised. Major Peachey had died very suddenly, and she had felt obliged to go to his funeral. Abby Good had been home on a visit, and everybody said she didn't look a day over 25, though she was every bit of 44. Then, taking a little pile of samples from her work basket, which stood on the table, she showed him a piece of black brocaded satin. "Miss Willie is making me a dress out of this to wear in New York with you. I don't suppose you noticed whether or not they were wearing brocade?" No, he hadn't noticed, but the sample was very pretty, he thought. "Why don't you buy a dress there, Virginia? It would save you so much trouble." "Poor little Miss Willy has set her heart on making it, Oliver. And besides, I shan't have time if we go only the day before." A flush had come to her face. At the corners of her mouth a tender little smile rippled, and her look of faded sweetness gave place for an instant to the warmth and the animation of girlhood. But the excitement of girlhood could not restore to her the freshness of youth. Her pleasure was the pleasure of middle age. The wistful expectancy in her face was the expectancy of one whose interests are centered on little things. That inviolable quality of self-sacrifice, the quality which knit her soul to the enduring soul of her race, had enabled her to find happiness in the simple act of renouncement. The quiet years had kept undiminished the inordinate capacity for enjoyment, the exaggerated appreciation of trivial favours, which had filled Mrs. Pendleton's life with a flutter of thankfulness, and while Virginia smoothed the piece of black brocade on her knee, she might have been the re-arisen pensive spirit of her mother. Of the two, perhaps because she had ceased to wish for anything for herself, she was happier than Oliver. All through dinner, while her soft anxious eyes dwelt on him over the bowl of pink roses in the centre of the table, he tried hard to throw himself into her narrow life, to talk only of things in which he felt that she was interested. Slight as the effort was, he could see her gratitude in her face, could hear it in the gentle silvery sound of her voice. When he praised the dinner, she blushed like a girl. When he made her describe the dress which Miss Willy was making, she grew as excited as if she had been speaking of the sacred white satin she had worn as a bride. So little was needed to make her happy. That was the pathos. She was satisfied with the crumbs of life, and yet they were denied her. Though she had been alone ever since Lucy's wedding, she accepted his belated visit as thankfully as if it were a gratuitous gift. "It is so good of you to come down, dear, when you are needed every minute in New York," she murmured, with a caressing touch on his arm. And looking at her, he was reminded of Mrs. Pendleton's tremulous pleasure in the sweets that came to her on little trays from her neighbours. Once she had said eagerly, "It will be so nice to see Miss Oldcastle, Oliver," and he had answered in a constrained tone which he tried to make light and casual, "I'm not sure that the part is going to suit her." Then he had changed the subject abruptly by rising from the table and asking her to let him see her latest letter from Harry. The next morning he went out after breakfast to consult Cyrus about some investments, while Virginia laid out the lengths of brocade on the bed in the spare room, and sat down to wait for the arrival of the dressmaker. Outside the trees were still white from the storm, and the wind blowing through them made a dry crackling sound as if it were rattling thorns in a forest. Though it was intensely cold, the sunshine fell in golden bars over the pavement, and filled the town with a dazzling brilliancy through which the little seamstress was seen presently making her way. Alert, bird-like, consumed with her insatiable interest in other people, she entered after she had removed her bonnet and wraps, and began to spread out her patterns. It was 20-odd years since she had made the white satin dress in which Virginia was married, yet she looked hardly a day older than she had done when she knelt at the girl's feet and envied her happiness while she pinned up the shining train. Failing love, she had filled her life with an inextinguishable curiosity, and this passion, being independent of the desires of others, was proof alike against disillusionment and the destructive processes of time. "So Mr. Treadwell has come home," she remarked, with a tentative flourish of the scissors. "I declare he gets handsomer every day that he lives. It suits him somehow to fill out, or it may be that I'm partial to fat like my poor mother before me. He does look well, but I'd hardly call him fat, would you?" "Well, he's stouter than he used to be, anyway. Did he say when he was going to take you back with him?" "Next Wednesday. We'll have to hurry to get this dress ready in time." "I'll start right in at it. Have you made up your mind whether you'll have it princess or a separate waist and skirt?" "I'm a little too thin for a princess gown, don't you think? Hadn't I better have it made like that black poplin which everybody thought looked so well on me. But it ain't half so stylish as the princess. You just let me put a few cambric ruffles inside the bust, and you'll stand out a plenty. I was reading in a fashion sheet only yesterday that they are trying to look as flat as they can manage in Paris. Well, I'll try it, murmured Virginia uncertainly, for her standards of dress were so vague that she was thankful to be able to rely on Miss Willie's self-constituted authority. You just leave it to me, was the dressmaker's reply, while she thrust the point of the scissors into the gleaming brocade on the bed. The morning passed so quickly, amid cutting, basting, and gossip, that it came as a surprise to Virginia when she heard the front door open and shut, and Oliver's rapid step mounting the stairs. Meeting him in the hall, she led the way into her bedroom, and asked, with the caressing, slightly conciliatory manner which expressed so perfectly her attitude toward life, "Did you see Uncle Cyrus?" "Yes, and he was nicer than I have ever known him to be. By the way, Virginia, I've transferred enough property to you to bring you in a separate income." This was really what I went down about. "But what is the matter, dear? Don't you feel well? Have you had any worries that you haven't told me?" "Oh, I'm all right, but it's better so in case something should happen." "But what could possibly happen? I never saw you look better. Miss Willie was just saying so." He turned away, not impatiently, but as one who is seeking to hide an emotion which has become too strong. Then, without replying to her question, he muttered something about a number of letters to write before dinner, and hurried out of the room and downstairs to his study. "I wonder if he has lost money," she thought, vaguely troubled, as she instinctively straightened the brushes he had disarranged on the bureau. "Poor Oliver, he seems to think about nothing but money now. And he used to be so romantic. He used to be so romantic." She repeated this to Susan that evening, when, after Miss Willie's departure for the night, she took her friend into the spare room to show her the first shapings of the princess gown. "Do you remember that we used to call him an incurable Don Quixote?" she asked. "And now he has become so different that at times it makes me smile to think of him as he was when I first knew him. I suppose it's better so. It's more normal. He used to be what Uncle Cyrus called flighty, bent on reforming the world and on improving people, you know, and now he doesn't seem to care whether outside things are good or bad, just as long as his plays go well and he can give us all the money we want." "It's natural, isn't it?" asked Susan. "One can't stay young forever, you see. And yet in some ways he doesn't appear to be a bit older. I like his hair being grey, don't you? It makes his colour look even richer than before." "Yes," said Susan, "I like his hair, and I like him. Only I wish he didn't have to leave you by yourself so much of the time." "He is going to take me back with him on Wednesday. Miss Willie is making this dress for me to wear. I want to look nice because, of course, everybody will be noticing Oliver." "It's lovely, and I'm sure you'll look as sweet as the angel that you are, Jinny," answered Susan, stooping to kiss her. By Tuesday night the dress was finished, and Virginia was stuffing the sleeves with tissue paper before packing it into her trunk, when Oliver came into the room and stood watching her in silence. "I do hope it won't get crumpled," she said anxiously, as she spread a towel over the tray. "Miss Willie is so proud of it, and I don't believe I could have got anything prettier in New York." "Virginia," he said suddenly, "you've set your heart on going to-morrow, haven't you?" Turning from the trunk, she looked up at him with a tender, inquiring smile. Above her head the electric light with which Oliver and the girls had insisted on replacing the gas jets that she preferred cast a hard glitter over the hollowed lines of her face and over the thinning curls which she had striven to brush back from her temples. Her figure, unassisted as yet by Miss Willie's ruffles, looked so fragile in the pitiless glare that his heart melted in one of those waves of sentimentality which, because they were impotent to affect his conduct, cost him so little. As she stood there he realized more acutely than he had ever done before how utterly stationary she had remained since he married her. With her sweetness, her humility, her old-fashioned courtesy and consideration for others, she belonged still in the honey-scented twilight of the 80s. While he had moved with the world, she, who was confirmed in the traditions of another age, had never altered in spirit since that ecstatic moment when he had first loved her. The charm, the grace, the virtues, even the look of gentle goodness which had won his heart, were all there just as they had been when she was 20. Except for the fading flesh, the woman had not changed. Only the needs and the desires of the man were different. Only the resurgent youth in him was again demanding youth for its mate. "Why, my trunk is all packed," she replied. "Has anything happened?" "Oh, no, I was only wondering how you would manage to amuse yourself. You know I shall be at the theatre most of the time." "But you mustn't have me on your mind a minute, Oliver. I won't go a step unless you promise me not to worry about me a bit. It's all so new to me that I shall enjoy just sitting in the hotel and watching the people." "Then we'd better go to the Waldorf. That might interest you more." His eagerness to provide entertainment for her touched her as deeply as if it had been a proof of his love instead of his anxiety, and she determined in her heart that if she were lonesome a minute he must never suspect it. Ennui, having its roots in an egoism she did not possess, was unknown to her. "That will be lovely, dear. Lucy wrote me when she was there on her wedding trip that she used to sit for hours in the corridor looking at the people that went by, and that it was as good as a play." "That settles it. I'll telegraph for rooms," he said cheerfully, relieved to find that she fell in so readily with his suggestion. She was giving a last caressing pat to the tray before closing the trunk, and the look of her thin hands with their slightly swollen knuckles caused him to lean forward suddenly and wrest the keys away from her. "Let me do that. I hate to see you stooping," he said. The telegram was sent, and late the next evening, as they rolled through the brilliant streets toward the hotel, Virginia's interest was as effervescent as if she were indeed the girl that she almost felt herself to have become. The sound of the streets excited her like martial music, and little gasps of surprise and pleasure broke from her lips as the taxicab turned into Broadway. It was all so different from her other visit when she had come alone to find Oliver, sick with failure, in the dismal bedroom of that hotel. Now it seemed to her that the city had grown younger, that it was more awake, that it was brighter, gayer, and that she herself had a part in its brightness and its gaiety. The crowds on Broadway seemed keeping step to some happy tune, and she felt that her heart was dancing with them, so elated, so girlishly irresponsible was her mood. "Why, Oliver, there is a sign of your play, with a picture of Miss Oldcastle on it," she exclaimed delightedly, pointing to an advertisement before a theatre they were passing. Then suddenly it appeared to her that the whole city was waving this advertisement. Wherever she turned, the home stared back at her, an orgy of red and blue surrounding the smiling effigy of the actress. And this proof of Oliver's fame thrilled her, as she had not been thrilled since the telegram had come, announcing that Harry had won the scholarship which would take him to Oxford. The woman's power of sinking her ambition and even her identity into the activities of the man was deeply interwoven with all that was essential and permanent in her soul. Her keenest joys, as well as her sharpest sorrows, had never belonged to herself but to others. It was doubtful, indeed, if, since the day of her marriage, she had been profoundly moved by any feeling which was centered merely in a personal desire. She had wanted things for Oliver and for the children, but for herself there had been no separate existence apart from them. "Oliver, I never dreamed that it would be like this. The play will be a great success, even a greater one than the last, won't it, dear?" Her face, with its exquisite look of exaltation, of self-forgetfulness, was turned eagerly towards the crowd of feverish pleasure-seekers that passed on, pursuing its little joys under the garish signs of the street. "Well, it ought to be," he returned. "It's bad enough anyway." His eyes, like hers, were fixed on the thronging streets, but unlike hers, they reflected the restless animation, the pathetic hunger which made each of those passing faces appear to be the plastic medium of an insatiable craving for life. Handsome, well preserved, a little overcoloured, a little square of figure, with his look of worldly importance, of assured material success, he stood to-day as Cyrus had stood a quarter of a century ago, as an imposing example of that tread-well spirit from which his youth had revolted. That night, when they had finished dinner, and Oliver, in response to a telephone message, had hurried down to the theatre, Virginia went upstairs to her room, and after putting on the lavender silk dressing-gown which Miss Willy had made for the occasion, sat down to write her weekly letter to Harry. My darling boy, I know you will be surprised to see from this letter that I am really in New York at last, and at the Waldorf. It seems almost like a dream to me, and whenever I shut my eyes I find myself forgetting that I am not in Dinwiddie. But you remember your father had always promised me that I should come for the first night of his new play, which will be acted tomorrow. You simply can't imagine, till you get here, how famous he is, and how interested people are in everything about him, even the smallest trifles. Wherever you look you see advertisements of his plays. He has 3 running now, and coming up Broadway for only a block or 2 last night. I'm sure that I saw Miss Oldcastle's picture a dozen times. I should think she would hate dreadfully to have to make herself so conspicuous, for she has a nice, refined face. But Oliver says all actresses have to do it if they want to get on. He takes all the fuss they make over him just as if he despised it, though I am sure that in his heart he can't help being pleased. While we were having dinner, everybody in the dining-room was turning to look at him, and if I hadn't known, of course, that not a soul was thinking of me, I should have felt badly because I hadn't time to change my dress after I got here. All the other women were beautifully dressed. I never dreamed that there were so many diamonds in the world. Miss Willy would simply go crazy over them. But I didn't mind a bit, and if anybody thought of me at all, of course they knew that I had just stepped off the train. After dinner your father went to the theatre, and I sat downstairs alone in the corridor for a while and watched the people coming and going. It was perfectly fascinating at first. I never saw so many beautiful women, and their hair was arranged in such a lovely way, all just alike, that it must have taken hours to do each head. The fashions that are worn here are not in the least like those of Dinwiddie, though Miss Willy made my black brocade exactly like one in a fashion plate that came directly from Paris. But I know that you aren't as much interested in this as Lucy and Jenny would be. The dear girls are both well, and Lucy is carried away with her stepchildren. She says she doesn't see why every woman doesn't marry a widower. Isn't that exactly like Lucy? She is always so funny. If only one of you were here with me, I should enjoy every minute. But after I'd sat there for a while in the midst of all those strangers, I began to feel a little lonely, so I came upstairs to write you this letter. New York is a fascinating place to visit, but I'm glad I live in Dinwiddie, where everybody knows me. And now, my dearest boy, I must tell you how perfectly overjoyed I was to get your last letter, and to know that you are so delighted with Oxford. I think of you every minute, and I pray for you the last thing at night before I get into bed. Try to keep well and strong, and if you get a cold, be sure not to let it run on till it turns to a hacking cough. Remember that Dr. Fraser always used to say that every cough, no matter how slight, is dangerous. I hope you aren't studying too hard or overdoing athletics. It is so easy to tax one's strength too much when one gets excited. I'm sure I don't know what to think of the English students being standoffish with Americans. It seems very foolish of them not to be nice and friendly, especially to Virginians, who were really English in the beginning. But I'm glad that you don't mind, and that you would rather be a countryman of George Washington than a countryman of George III. Of course, England is the greatest country in the world. You remember your grandfather always said that, and we owe it everything that we have. But I think it very silly of English people to be stiff and ill-mannered. I hope you still read your Bible, darling, and that you find time to go to church once every Sunday. Even if it seems a waste of time to you, it would have pleased your grandfather, and for his sake I hope you will go whenever you can possibly do so. It was so sweet of you to write in Addison's Walk, because you did not want to miss my Sunday letter, and yet the day was too beautiful not to be out of doors. God only knows, my boy, what a comfort you are to me. There was never a better son, nor one who was loved more devotedly. Your mother. In the morning, with the breakfast tray, there arrived a bunch of orchids from one of Oliver's theatrical friends, who had heard that his wife was in town, and while Virginia laid the box carefully in the bathtub, her eyes shone with the grateful light which came into them whenever someone did her a small kindness or courtesy. "They will be lovely for me to wear tonight, Oliver. It was so nice of him to send them, wasn't it?" "Yes, it was rather nice," Oliver replied, looking up from his paper at the pleased sound of her voice. Ever since his return at a late hour last night, she had noticed the nervousness in his manner, and had sympathetically attributed it to his anxiety about the fate of his play. It was so like Oliver to be silent and self-absorbed when he was anxious. Through the day he was absent, and when he returned in the evening to dress for the theatre, she was standing before the mirror, fastening the bunch of orchids on the front of her gown. As he entered, she turned toward him with a look of eager interest, of pleasant yet anxious excitement. She had never in her life, except on the morning of her wedding day, taken so long to dress, but it seemed to her important that as Oliver's wife she should look as nice as she could. "Am I all right?" she asked timidly, while she cast a doubtful glance in the mirror at the skirt of the black brocade. "Yes, you're all right," he responded without looking at her, and the suppressed pain in his voice caused her to move suddenly toward him with the question, "Aren't you well, Oliver?" "Oh, I'm well, but I'm tired. I had a headache on the way up, and haven't been able to shake it off. Shall I get you something for it?" "No, it will pass. I'd like a nap, but I suppose it's time for me to dress." "Yes, it's 6:30, and we've ordered dinner for 7." He went into the dressing-room, and turning again to the mirror, she changed the position of the bunch of orchids and gave a little dissatisfied pat to the hair on her forehead. If only she could bring back some of the bloom and the freshness of youth. The glow had gone out of her eyes. The winged happiness which had given her face the look as of one flying towards life had passed, leaving her features a little wan and drawn, and fading her delicate skin to the colour of withered flowers. Yet the little smile, which lingered like autumn sunshine around her lips, was full of that sweetness which time could not destroy, because it belonged not to her flesh, but to an unalterable quality of her soul. And this sweetness, which she exhaled like a fragrance, would cause perhaps one of 100 strangers to glance after her with the thought, "How lovely that woman must once have been." "Are you ready?" asked Oliver, coming out of his dressing-room, and again she started and turned quickly towards him, because it seemed to her that she was hearing his voice for the first time. So nervous, so irritable, so quivering with suppressed feeling was the sound of it, that she hesitated between the longing to offer sympathy and the fear that her words might only add to his suffering. "Yes, I'm quite ready," she answered, without adding that she had been ready for more than an hour, and picking up her wrap from the bed, she passed ahead of him through the door which he had opened. As he stopped to draw the key from the lock, her eyes rested with pride on the gloss of his hair, which had gone grey in the last year, and on his figure with its square shoulders and its look of obvious distinction, as of a man who had achieved results so emphatically that it was impossible either to overlook or to belittle them. How splendid he looked, and what a pity that, after all his triumphs, he should still be so nervous on the first night of a play. In the elevator there was a woman in an ermine wrap, with Titian hair under a jewelled net, and Virginia's eyes were suffused with pleasure as she gazed at her. "I never saw any one so beautiful," she exclaimed to Oliver as they stepped out into the hall. But he merely replied indifferently, "Was she? I didn't notice." Then his tone lost its deadness. "If you'll wait here a minute, I'd like to speak to Cranston about something," he said almost eagerly. "I shan't keep you a second." "Don't worry about me," she answered cheerfully, pleased at the sudden change in his manner. "Stay as long as you like. I never get tired watching the people." He hurried off, while, dazzled by the lights, she drew back behind a sheltering palm, and stood a little screened from the brilliant crowd in which she took such innocent pleasure. "How I wish Miss Willie could be here," she thought, for it was impossible for her to feel perfect enjoyment while there existed the knowledge that another person would have found even greater delight in the scene than she was finding herself. "How gay they all look, and there are not any old people. Everybody, even the white-haired women, dress as if they were girls. I wonder what it is that gives them all this gloss, as if they had been polished, the same gloss that has come on Oliver since he has been so successful. What a short time he stayed. He is coming back already, and every single person is turning to look at him." Then a voice beyond the palm spoke as distinctly as if the words were uttered into her ear. "That's Treadwell over there. A good-looking man, isn't he? But have you seen the dowdy middle-aged woman he is married to? It's a pity that all great men marry young. And now they say, you know, that he is madly in love with Margaret Oldcastle." End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 3, The Adjustment. Chapter 5, Bitterness. In the night, after a restless sleep, she awoke in terror. 100 incidents, 100 phrases, looks, gestures, which she had thought meaningless until last evening, flashed out of the darkness and hung there, blazing against the background of the night. Yesterday these things had appeared purposeless, and now it seemed to her that only her incredible blindness, only her childish inability to face any painful fact until it struck her between the eyes, had kept her from discovering the truth before it was thrust on her by the idle chatter of strangers. A curious rigidity, as if she had been suddenly paralyzed, passed from her heart, which seemed to have ceased beating, and crept through her limbs to her motionless hands and feet, though she longed to call out and awaken Oliver, who, complaining of insomnia, spent the night in the adjoining room. This immobility, which was like the graven immobility of death, held her imprisoned there, as speechless and still as if she lay in her coffin. Only her brain seemed on fire, so pitilessly, so horribly alive had it become. From the street beyond the dim square of the window, across which the curtains were drawn, she could hear the ceaseless passing of carriages and motor cars, but her thoughts had grown so confused that for a long while, as she lay there, chill and rigid under the bedclothes, she could not separate the outside sounds from the tumult within her brain. Now that I know the truth, I must decide what is best to do, she thought quite calmly. As soon as this noise stops, I must think it all over and decide what is best to do. But around this one lucid idea, the discordant roar of the streets seemed to gather force until it raged with the violence of a storm. It was impossible to think clearly until this noise, which in some strange way was both in the street outside and within the secret chambers of her soul, had subsided and given place to the quiet of night again. Then gradually the tempest of sound died away, and in the midst of the stillness which followed it she lived over every hour, every minute of that last evening when it had seemed to her that she was crucified by Oliver's triumph. She saw him as he came towards her down the shining corridor, easy, brilliant, impressive, a little bored by his celebrity, yet with the look of vital well-being, of second youth, which separated and distinguished him from the curious gazers among whom he moved. She saw him opposite to her during the long dinner, which she could not eat. She saw him beside her in the car, which carried them to the theatre, and clearer than ever, as if a burning iron had seared the memory into her brain, she saw him lean on the railing of the box, with his eyes on the stage where Margaret Oldcastle, against the lowered curtain, smiled her charming smile at the house. It had been a wonderful night, and through it all she had felt the iron nails of her crucifixion driven into her soul. Breaking away from that chill of terror with which she had awakened, she left the bed and went over to the window, where she drew the heavy curtains aside. In Fifth Avenue the electric lights sparkled like frost on the pavement, while beyond the roofs of the houses the first melancholy glow of a winter's sunrise was suffusing the sky with red. While she watched it, a wave of unutterable loneliness swept over her, of that profound spiritual loneliness which comes to one at dawn in a great city, when knowledge of the sleeping millions within reach seems only to intensify the fact of individual littleness and isolation. She felt that she stood alone, not merely in the world, but in the universe, and the thought that Oliver slept there in the next room made more poignant this feeling, as though she were solitary and detached in the midst of limitless space. Even if she called him and he came to her, she could not reach him. Even if he stood at her side, the immeasurable distance between them would not lessen. When the morning came, she dressed herself in her prettiest gown, a violet cloth with ruffles of old lace at the throat and wrists. But this dress, of which she had been so proud and Dinwiddie that she had saved it for months in order to have it fresh for New York, appeared somehow to have lost its charm and distinction, and she knew that last evening had not only destroyed her happiness, but had robbed her of her confidence in the taste and the workmanship of Miss Willie. Knowledge, she saw now, had shattered the little beliefs of life as well as the large ones. Oliver liked to breakfast in his dressing-gown, fresh from his bath and eager for the papers, so when he came hurriedly into the sitting-room, the shining tray was already awaiting him, and she sat pouring his coffee in a band of sunlight beside the table. This sunlight, so merciful to the violet gown, shone pitilessly on the darkened hollows which the night had left under her eyes, and on the little lines which had gathered around her bravely smiling mouth. "It was a wonderful success, all the papers say so, Oliver," she said when he had seated himself at the other end of the table and taken the coffee from her hand, which shook in spite of her effort. "Yes, it went off well, there's no doubt of it. He answered cheerfully, so cheerfully that for a minute a blind hope shot trembling through her mind. Could it all have been a dream? Was there some dreadful mistake? Would she presently discover that she had imagined that night of useless agony through which she had passed? The audience was so sympathetic. I saw a number of women crying in the last act when the heroine comes back to her old home. It caught them. I thought it would. It's the kind of thing they like. He opened a paper as he spoke, and seeing that he wanted to read the criticisms, she broke his eggs for him, and then turning to her own breakfast, tried in vain to swallow the piece of toast which she had buttered, but it was useless. She could not eat. She could not even drink her coffee, which had stood so long that it had grown tepid. A feeling of spiritual nausea, beside which all physical sensations were as trivial and meaningless as the stinging of wasps, pervaded her soul and body and choked her like unshed tears whenever she tried to force a bit of food between her trembling lips. All the casual interests with which she filled her days, those seemingly small yet actually tremendous interests without which daily life becomes almost unlivable, flagged suddenly and died while she sat there. Nothing mattered any longer, neither the universe nor that little circle of it which she inhabited, neither life nor death, neither Oliver's success nor the food which she was trying to eat. This strange sickness which had fallen upon her affected not only her soul and body, but everything that surrounded her, every person or object at which she looked, every stranger in the street below, every roof which she could see sharply outlined against the glittering blue of the sky. Something had passed out of them all, some essential quality which united them to reality, some inner secret of being without which the animate and the inanimate alike became no better than phantoms. The spirit which made life vital had gone out of the world, and she felt that this would always be so, that the next minute and the next year and all the years that came afterwards would bring to her merely the effort of living, since life, having used her for its dominant purpose, had no further need of her. Once only the thought occurred to her that there were women who might keep their own, even now, by fighting against the loss of it, by passionately refusing to surrender what they could no longer hold as a gift. But with the idea there came also that self-knowledge which told her that she was not one of these. The strength in her was the strength of passiveness. She could endure, but she could not battle. Long ago as the night on which she had watched in the shadow of death beside Harry's bed, she had lost that energy of soul which had once flamed up in her with her 3 days' jealousy of Abby. It was her youth and beauty then which had inspirited her, and she was wise enough to know that the passions which become youth appear ridiculous in middle age. Having drunk his coffee, Oliver passed his cup to her and laid down his paper. "You look tired, Virginia. I hope it hasn't been too much for you." "Oh, no. Have you quite got over your headache?" "Pretty much, but those lights last night were rather trying. Don't put any cream in this time. I want the stimulant." "Perhaps as it has got cold, shall I ring for fresh?" "It doesn't matter. This will do quite as well." "Have you any shopping that you would like to do this morning?" Shopping? When her whole world had crumbled around her, for an instant the lump in her throat made speech impossible. Then summoning that mild yet indestructible spirit which was as the spirit of all those generations of women who lived in her blood, she answered gently, "Yes, I had intended to buy some presents for the girls." "Then you'd better take a taxicab for the morning. I suppose you know the names of the shops you want to go to?" "Oh, yes, I know the names. Are you going to the theatre?" "I've got to change a few lines in the play, and the sooner I go about it, the better." "Then don't bother about me, dear. I'll just put on my long coat over this dress and go out right after breakfast." "But you haven't eaten anything," he remarked, glancing at her plate. "I wasn't hungry. The fresh air will do me good. It has turned so much warmer, and the snow is all melting." As she spoke, she rose from the table and began to prepare herself for the street, putting on the black hat with the ostrich tip and the bunch of violets on one side, which didn't seem just right since she had come to New York, and carefully wrapping the ends of her fur neckpiece around her throat. It was already 10 o'clock, for Oliver had slept late, and she must be hurrying if she hoped to get through her shopping before luncheon. While she dressed, a wan spirit of humor entered into her, and she saw how absurd it was that she should rush about from shop to shop, buying things that did not matter in order to fill a life that mattered as little as they did. To her, whose mental outlook had had in it so little humor, it seemed suddenly that the whole of life was ridiculous. Why should she have sat there pouring Oliver's coffee and talking to him about insignificant things when her heart was bursting with this sense of something gone out of existence, with this torturing realization of the irretrievable failure of love? Taking up her muff and her little black bag from the bureau, she looked back at him with a smile as she turned towards the door. "Good-bye. Will you be here for luncheon?" "I'm afraid I can't. I've an appointment downtown, but I'll come back as early as I can." Then she went out and along the hall to the elevator, in which there was a little girl who reminded her of Jenny in charge of a governess in spectacles. She smiled at her almost unconsciously, so spontaneous, so interwoven with her every mood was her love for children. But the little girl, being very proper for her years, did not smile back, and a stab of pain went through Virginia's heart. Even children have ceased to care for me, she thought. At the door, where she waited a few minutes for her taxicab, a young bride, with her eyes shining with joy, stood watching her husband while he talked with an acquaintance, and it seemed to Virginia that it was a vision of her own youth which had risen to torment her. That was the way I looked at Oliver 25 years ago, she said to herself. 25 years ago, when I was young and he loved me. Then, even while the intolerable pain was still in her heart, she felt that something of the buoyant hopefulness of that other bride entered into her and restored her courage. A resolution, so new that it was born of the joyous glance of a stranger, and yet so old that it seemed a part of that lost spirit of youth which had once carried her in a wild race over the Virginian meadows, a resolution which belonged at the same time to this other woman and to herself, awoke in her and mingled like a draught of wine with her blood. I will not give up, she thought. I will go to her. Perhaps she does not know. Perhaps she does not understand. I will go to her, and everything may be different. Then a taxicab was called, and stepping into it, she gave the name, not of a shop, but of the apartment house in which Margaret Oldcastle lived. It was one of those February days when, because of the promise of spring in the air, men begin suddenly to think of April. The sky was of an intense blue, with little clouds as soft as feathers above the western horizon. On the pavement the last patches of snow were rapidly melting, and the gentle breeze, which blew in at the open window of the cab, was like a caressing breath on Virginia's cheek. It must be that she does not understand, she repeated, and this thought gave her confidence and filled her with that unconquerable hope of the future without which she felt that living would be impossible. Even the faces in the street cheered her, for it seemed to her that if life were really what she had believed it to be last night, these men and women could not walk so buoyantly, could not smile so gaily, could not spend so much thought and time on the way they looked and the things they wore. No, it must have been a mistake, a ghastly mistake, she insisted almost passionately. Some day we shall laugh over it together as we laughed over my jealousy of Abby. He never loved Abby, not for a minute, and yet I imagined that he did, and suffered agony because of it. And her taxicab went on merrily between the cheerful crowds on the pavements, gliding among gorgeous motor cars and carriages drawn by high-stepping horses, and peddlers' carts drawn by horses that stepped high no longer, among rich people and poor people, among surfeited people and hungry people, among gay people and sad people, among contented people and rebellious people. Among all these, who hid their happiness or their sorrow under the mask of their features, her cab spun onward, bearing her lightly on the most reckless act of her life. At the door of the apartment house she was told that Miss Oldcastle could not be seen, but after sending up her card and waiting a few moments in the hall before a desk which reminded her of a gilded squirrel cage, she was escorted to the elevator and borne upward to the 9th landing. Here, in response to the tinkle of a little bell outside of her door, she was ushered into a reception room, which was so bare alike of unnecessary furniture and of the Victorian tradition to which she was accustomed, that for an instant she stood confused by the very strangeness of her surroundings. Then a charming voice, with what sounded to her ears as an affected precision of speech, said, "Mrs. Treadwell, this is so good of you," and turning, she found herself face to face with the other woman in Oliver's life. "I saw you at the play last night," the voice went on, "and I hoped to get a chance to speak to you, but the reporters simply invaded my dressing room. Won't you sit here in the sunshine? Shall I close the window, or, like myself, are you a worshipper of the sun?" "Oh, no, leave it open. I like it." At any other moment she would have been afraid of an open window in February, but it seemed to her now that if she could not feel the air in her face, she should faint. With the first sight of Margaret Oldcastle, as she looked into that smiling face, in which the inextinguishable youth was less a period of life than an attribute of spirit, she realized that she was fighting not a woman, but the very structure of life. The glamour of the footlights had contributed nothing to the flame-like personality of the actress. In her simple frock of brown woolen, with a wide collar of white lawn turned back from her splendid throat, she embodied not so much the fugitive charm of youth as that burning vitality over which age has no power. The intellect in her spoke through her noble rather than beautiful features, through her ardent eyes, through her resolute mouth, through every perfect gesture with which she accompanied her words. She stood not only for the elemental forces, but for the free woman, and her freedom, like that of man, had been built upon the strewn bodies of the weaker. The law of sacrifice, which is the basic law of life, ruled here as it ruled in mother love and in the industrial warfare of men. Her triumph was less the triumph of the individual than of the type. The justice, not of society, but of nature, was on her side, for she was one with evolution and with the resistless principle of change. Vaguely, without knowing that she realized these things, Virginia felt that the struggle was useless, and with the sense of failure there awoke in her that instinct of good breeding, that inherited obligation to keep the surface of life sweet, which was so much older and so much stronger than the revolt in her soul. "You were wonderful last night. I wanted to tell you how wonderful I thought you," she said gently. "You made the play a success. All the papers say so this morning." "Well, it was an easy play to make successful," replied the other, while a fleeting curiosity, as though she were trying to explain something which she did not quite understand, appeared in her face and made it, with its redundant vitality, almost coarse for an instant. "It's the kind the public wants. You couldn't help making it go." The almost imperceptible conflict which had flashed in their eyes when they met had died suddenly down, and the dignity which had been on the side of the other woman appeared to have passed from her to Virginia. This dignity, which was not that of triumph, but of a defeat, which surrenders everything except the inviolable sanctities of the spirit, shielded her like an impenetrable armor against both resentment and pity. She stood there wrapped in a gentleness more unassailable than any passion. "You did a great deal for it, and a great deal for my husband," she said, while her voice lingered unconsciously over the word. "He has told me often that without your acting he could never have reached the position he holds." Then, because it was impossible to say the things she had come to say, because even in the supreme crisis of life she could not lay down the manner of a lady, she smiled the grave smile with which her mother had walked through a ruined country, and taking up her muff, which she had laid on the table, passed out into the hall. She had let the chance go by. She had failed in her errand, yet she knew that even though it cost her her life, even though it cost her a thing far dearer than life, her happiness, she could not have done otherwise. In the crucial moment it was principle and not passion which she obeyed, but this principle, filtering down through generations, had become so inseparable from the sources of character that it had passed at last through the intellect into the blood. She could no more have bared her soul to that other woman than she could have stripped her body naked in the market-place. At the door her cab was still waiting, and she gave the driver the name of the toy shop at which she intended to buy presents for Lucy's stepchildren. Though her heart was breaking within her, there was no impatience in her manner when she was obliged to wait some time before she could find the particular sort of doll for which Lucy had written, and she smiled at the apologetic shop-girl with a forbearing consideration for others which grief could not destroy. She put her own anguish aside as utterly in the selection of the doll as she would have done had it been the peace of nations and not a child's pleasure that depended upon her effacement of self. Then, when the purchase was made, she took out her shopping list from her bag and passed as conscientiously to the choice of Jenny's clothes. Not until the morning had gone and she rolled again up Fifth Avenue towards the hotel did she permit her thoughts to return to the stifled agony within her heart. To her surprise, Oliver was awaiting her in their sitting-room, and with her first look into his face she understood that he had reached, in her absence, a decision against which he had struggled for days. For an instant her strength seemed fainting as before an impossible effort. Then the shame in his eyes awoke in her the longing to protect him, to spare him, to make even this terrible moment easier for him than he could make it alone. With the feeling, a crowd of memories thronged through her mind, as though called there by that impulse to shield which was so deeply interwoven with the primal passion of motherhood. She saw Oliver's face as it had looked on that spring afternoon when she had first seen him. She saw it as he put the ring on her hand at the altar. She saw it bending over her after the birth of her first child, and then suddenly his face changed to the face of Harry, and she saw again the little bed under the hanging sheet and herself sitting there in the faintly quivering circle of light. She watched again the slow fall of the leaves, one by one, as they turned at the stem and drifted against the white curtains of the window across the street. "Oliver," she said gently, so gently that she might have been speaking to her sick child, "would you rather that I should go back to Dinwiddie tonight?" He did not answer, but turning away from her, laid his head down on his arm, which he had outstretched on the table, and she saw a shiver of pain pass through his body as if it had been struck a physical blow. And just as she had put herself aside when she bought the doll, so now she forgot her own suffering in the longing to respond to his need. "I can take the night train. Now that I have seen the play, there is no reason why I should stay. I have got through my shopping." Raising his head, he looked up into her face. "Whatever happens, Virginia, will you believe that I never wanted to hurt you?" he asked. For a moment she felt that the strain was intolerable, and a fear entered her mind lest she should faint or weep, and so make things harder than they should be able to bear. "You mean that something must happen, that there will be a break between us?" she said. Leaving the table, he walked to the window and back before he answered her. "I can't go on this way. I'm not that sort. A generation ago, I suppose we should have done it, but we've lost grip. We've lost endurance." Then he cried out suddenly, as if he were justifying himself, "It is hell. I've been in hell for a year. Don't you see it?" After his violence, her voice sounded almost lifeless, so quiet, so utterly free from passion was its quality. "As long as that? For a year?" she asked. "Oh, longer, but it has got worse. It has got unendurable. I've fought. God knows I've fought, but I can't stand it. I've got to do something. I've got to find a way. You must have seen it coming, Virginia. You must have seen that this thing is stronger than I am. Do you want her so much?" And she, who had learned from life not to want, looked at him with the pity which he might have seen in her eyes had he stabbed her. "So much that I'm going mad. There's no other end to it. It's been coming on for 2 years, all the time I've been away from Dinwiddie. I've been fighting it." She did not answer, and when, after the silence had grown oppressive, he turned back from the window through which he had been gazing, he could not be sure that she had heard him. So still she seemed that she was like a woman of marble. "You're too good for me. That's the trouble. You've been too good for me from the beginning," he said. Unfastening her coat, which she had kept on, she laid it on the sofa at her back, and then put up her hands to take out her hatpins. "I must pack my things," she said suddenly. "Will you engage my berth back to Dinwiddie for to-night?" He nodded without speaking, and she added hastily, "I shan't go down again before starting, but there is no need that you should go to the train with me." At this he turned back from the door, where he had waited with his hand on the knob. "Won't you let me do even that?" he asked, and his voice sounded so like Harry's that a sob broke from her lips. The point was so small a one, all points seemed to her so small, that her will died down, and she yielded without protest. What did it matter? What did anything matter to her now? "I'll send up your luncheon," he added almost gratefully. "You will be ill if you don't eat something." "No, please don't. I'm not hungry," she answered, and then he went out softly as though he were leaving a sick room, and left her alone with her anguish and her packing. Without turning in her chair, without taking off her hat from which she had drawn the pins, she sat there like a woman in whom the spirit has been suddenly stricken. Beyond the window the perfect day, with its haunting reminder of the spring, was lengthening slowly into afternoon, and through the slant sunbeams the same gay crowd passed in streams on the pavements. On the roof of one of the opposite houses a flag was flying, and it seemed to her that the sight of that flag waving under the blue sky was bound up for ever with the intolerable pain in her heart, and with that strange passivity of the nerves which nature mercifully sends to those who have learned submission to suffering, to those whose strength is the strength, not of resistance, but of endurance. She felt that as long as she sat there, relaxed and motionless, she had in a way withdrawn herself from the struggle to live. If she might only stay like this forever, without moving, without thinking, without feeling, while she died slowly, inch by inch, spirit and body. A knock came at the door, and as she moved to answer it, she felt that life returned in a slow throbbing agony, as if her blood were forced back again into veins from which it had ebbed. When the tray was placed on the table beside her, she looked up with a mild impersonal curiosity at the waiter, as the dead might look back from their freedom and detachment on the unreal figures of the living. "I wonder what he thinks about it all," she thought vaguely, as she searched in her bag for his tip. "I wonder if he sees how absurd and unnecessary all the things are that he does day after day, year after year, like the rest of us. I wonder if he ever revolts with this unspeakable weariness from waiting on other people and watching them eat." But the waiter, with his long sallow face, his inscrutable eyes, and his general air of having petrified under the surface, was as enigmatical as life. After he had gone out, she rose from her untasted luncheon, and going into her bedroom, took the black brocaded gown off the hanger and stuffed the sleeves with tissue paper as carefully as if the world had not crumbled around her. Then she packed away her wrapper and her bedroom slippers, and shook out and folded the dresses she had not worn. For a time she worked on mechanically, hardly conscious of what she was doing, hardly conscious even that she was alive. Then slowly, slowly, like a gentle rain, her tears fell into the trunk on each separate garment as she smoothed it and laid it away. At 8:30 she was waiting with her hat and coat on when Oliver came in, followed by the porter who was to take down her bags. She knew that he had brought the man in order to avoid all possibility of an emotional scene, and she could have smiled had her spirit been less wan and stricken at this sign of a moral cowardice which was so characteristic. It was his way, she understood now, though she did not put the thought into words, to take what he wanted, escaping at the same time the price which nature exacts of those who have not learned to relinquish. Out of the strange colourless stillness which surrounded her, Some old words of Susan's floated back to her as if they were spoken aloud. A treadwheel will always get the thing he wants most in the end. But while he stabbed her, he would look away in order that he might be spared the memory of her face. Without a word, she followed her bags from the room. Without a word, she entered the elevator, which was waiting, and without a word, she took her place in the taxicab standing beside the curbstone. There was no rebellion in her thoughts, merely a dull consciousness of pain, like the consciousness of one who is partially under anesthetic. The fighting courage, the violence of revolt had no part in her soul, which had been taught to suffer and to renounce with dignity, not with heroics. Her submission was the submission of a flower that bends to a storm. As she sat there in silence, with her eyes on the brilliant street where the signs of his play stared back at her under the flaring lights, she began to think with automatic precision, as though her brain were moved by some mechanical power over which she had no control. Little things crowded into her mind: the face of the doll she had bought for Lucy's stepchild that morning, the words on one of the electric signs on the top of a building they were passing, the leopard-skin coat worn by a woman on the pavement. And these little things seemed to her at the moment to be more real, more vital than her broken heart, and the knowledge that she was parting from Oliver. The agony of the night and the morning appeared to have passed away like a physical pang, leaving only this deadness of sensation and the strange, almost unearthly clearness of external objects. It is not new. It has been coming on for years, she thought. He said that, and it is true. It is so old that it has been here forever, and I seem to have been suffering it all my life, since the day I was born, and before the day I was born. It seems older than I am. Oliver's going from me. He has always been going from me, always since the beginning, she repeated slowly, as if she were trying to learn a lesson by heart. But so remote and shadowy did the words appear that she found herself thinking the next instant, I must have forgotten my smelling salts. The bottle was lying on the bureau, and I can't remember putting it into my bag. The image of this little glass bottle with the gold top, which she had left behind, was distinct in her memory. But when she tried to think of the parting from Oliver, and of all that she was suffering, everything became shadowy and unreal again. At the station, she stood beside the porter while he paid the driver, and then entering the doorway, they walked hurriedly, so hurriedly that she felt as if she were losing her breath, in the direction of the gate and the waiting train. And with each step as they passed down the long platform, which seemed to stretch into eternity, she was thinking, in a minute it will be over. If I don't say something now, it will be too late. If I don't stop him now, it will be over forever. Everything will be over forever. Beside the night coach, in the presence of the conductor and the porter, who stood blandly waiting to help her into the train, she stopped suddenly, as though she could not go any farther, as though the strength which had supported her until now had given way, and she were going to fall. Through her mind there flashed the thought that even now she might hold him if she were to make a scene, that if she were to go into hysterics he would not leave her, that if she were to throw away her pride and her self-respect and her dignity, she might recover by violence the outer shell at least of her happiness. How could he break away from her if she were only to weep and to cling to him? Then, while the idea was still in her mind, she knew that to a nature such as hers violence was impossible. It took passion to war with passion, and in this she was lacking. Though she were wounded to the death, she could not revolt, could not shriek out in her agony, could not break through that gentle yet invincible reticence which she had won from the past. Down the long platform a child came running with cries of pleasure, followed by a man with a red beard who carried a suitcase. As they approached the train, Virginia entered the coach and walked rapidly down the aisle to where the porter was waiting beside her seat. For the first time since they had reached the station, Oliver spoke. "I'm sorry I couldn't get the drawing room for you," he said. "I'm afraid you will be crowded." And this anxiety about her comfort, when he was ruining her life, did not strike either of them at the moment as ridiculous. "It does not matter," she answered, and he put out his hand. "Good-bye, Virginia," he said with a catch in his voice. "Good-bye," she responded quietly, and would have given her soul for the power to shriek aloud, to overcome this indomitable instinct which was stronger than her personal self. Turning away, he passed between the seats to the door of the coach, and a minute later she saw his figure hurrying back along the platform down which they had come together a few minutes ago. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. Book 3, The Adjustment. Chapter 6, The Future. A chill rain was falling when Virginia got out of the train the next morning, and the raw-boned nags hitched to the ancient hacks in the street appeared even more dejected and forlorn than she had remembered them. Then one of the noisy negro drivers seized her bag, and a little later she was rolling up the long hill in the direction of her home. Dinwiddie was the same. Nothing had altered there since she had left it, and yet what a difference! The same shops were unclosing their shutters, the same crippled negro beggar was taking his place at the corner of the market, the same maids were sweeping the sidewalks with the same brooms. The same clerk bowed to her from the drug store where she bought her medicines, and yet something, the only thing which had ever interested her in these people and this place, had passed out of them. Just as in New York yesterday when she had watched the sunrise, so it seemed to her now that the spirit of reality had faded out of the world. What remained was merely a mirage in which phantoms in the guise of persons made a pretense of being alive. The front door of her house stood open, and on the porch one of the colored maids was beating the dust out of the straw mat. As if dust makes any difference when one is dead, Virginia thought wearily, and an unutterable loathing passed over her for all the little acts by which one rendered tribute to the tyranny of appearances. Then as she entered the house she felt that the sight of the familiar objects she had once loved oppressed her as though the spirit of melancholy resided in the pieces of furniture, not in her soul. This weariness, so much worse than positive pain, filled her with disgust for all the associations and the sentiments she had known in the past. Not only the house and the furniture and the small details of housekeeping, but the street and the town, and every friendly face of a neighbor had become an intolerable reminder that she was still alive. In her room, where a bright fire was burning and letters from the girls lay on the table, she sat down in her wraps and gazed with unseeing eyes at the flames. The children must not know. I must keep it from the children as long as possible, she thought dully, and it was so natural to her to plan sparing them that for a minute the idea took her mind away from her own anguish. If I could only die like this, then they need never know, she found herself reflecting coldly a little later, so coldly that she seemed to have no personal interest, no will to choose in the matter. If I could only die like this, nobody need be hurt except Harry, she added. For the first time with the thought of Harry, her restraint suddenly failed her. Yes, it would hurt Harry. I must live because Harry would want me to, she said aloud, and as though her strength were reinforced by the words, she rose and prepared herself to go downstairs to breakfast, prepared herself, too, for the innumerable little agonies which would come with the day, for the sight of Susan, for the visits from the neighbors, for the eager questions about the fashions in New York, which Miss Willie would ask, and all the time she was thinking clearly, it can't last forever. It must end sometime. Who knows, but it may stop the next minute, and one can stand a minute of anything. The day passed, the week, the month, and gradually the spring came and went, awakening life in the trees, in the grass, in the fields, but not in her heart. Even the dried sticks in the yard put out shoots of living green, and presently bore blossoms, and in the borders by the front gate the crocuses which she had planted with her own hands a year ago were ablaze with gold. All nature seemed joining in the resurrection of life. All nature, except herself, seemed to flower again to fulfillment. She alone was dead, and she alone among the dead must keep up this pretense of living, which was so much harder than death. Once every week she wrote to the children, restrained yet gently flowing letters in which there was no mention of Oliver. It had been so long indeed since either Harry or the girls had associated their parents together that the omission called forth no question, hardly, she gathered, any surprise. Their lives were so full, their interests were so varied, that except at the regular intervals when they sat down to write to her, it is doubtful if they ever seriously wondered about her. In July Jenny came home for a month, and Lucy wrote regretfully that she was so disappointed that she couldn't join mother somewhere in the mountains. But beyond this the girls' lives hardly appeared to touch hers, even on the surface. In the month that Jenny spent in Dinwiddie, she organized a number of societies and clubs for the improvement of conditions among working girls, and in spite of the intense heat, the hottest spell of the summer came while she was there. She barely allowed herself a minute for rest or for conversation with her mother. "If you would only go to the mountains, mother," she remarked the evening before she left. "I'm sure it isn't good for you to stay in Dinwiddie during the summer." "I'm used to it," replied Virginia, a little stubbornly, for it seemed to her at the moment that she would rather die than move. "But you ought to think of your health. What does father say about it?" A contraction of pain crossed Virginia's face, but Jenny, whose vision was so wide that it had a way of overlooking things which were close at hand, did not observe it. "He hasn't said anything," she answered with a strange stillness of voice. "I thought he meant to take you to England, but I suppose his plays are keeping him in New York." Rising from her chair at the table, they had just finished supper. Virginia reached for a saucer and filled it with ice cream from a bowl in front of her. "I think I'll send Miss Priscilla a little of this cream," she remarked. "She is so fond of strawberry." The next day Jenny went, and again the silence and the loneliness settled upon the house, to which Virginia clung with a morbid terror of change. Had her spirit been less broken, she might have made the effort of going north, as Jenny had urged her to do. But when her life was over, one place seemed as desirable as another, and it was a matter of profound indifference to her whether it was heat or cold which afflicted her body. She was probably the only person in Dinwiddie who did not hang out of her window during the long nights in search of a passing breeze. But with that physical insensibility which accompanies prolonged torture of soul, she had ceased to feel the heat, had ceased even to feel the old neuralgic pain in her temples. There were times when it seemed to her that if a pin were stuck into her body, she should not know it. The one thing she asked, and this life granted her, except during the 4 weeks of Jenny's visit, was freedom from the need of exertion, freedom from the obligation to make decisions. Her housekeeping she left now to the servants, so she was spared the daily harassing choices of the market and the table. There remained nothing for her to do, nothing even for her to worry about except her broken heart. Her friends she had avoided ever since her return from New York, partly from an unbearable shrinking from the questions which she knew they would ask whenever they met her, partly because her mind was so engrossed with the supreme fact that her universe lay in ruins that she found it impossible to lend a casual interest to other matters. She, who had effaced herself for a lifetime, found suddenly that she could not see beyond the immediate presence of her own suffering. Usually she stayed closely indoors through the summer days, but several times at the hour of dusk she went out alone and wandered for hours about the streets which were associated with her girlhood. In High Street, at the corner where she had first seen Oliver, she stood one evening until Miss Priscilla, who had caught sight of her from the porch of the academy, which, owing to the changing fashions in education and the infirmities of the teacher, was the academy no longer, sent out her negro maid to beg her to come in and sit with her. "No, I'm only looking for something," Virginia had answered, while she hurried back past the church and down the slanting street to the 12 stone steps which led up to the terraced hillside at the rectory. Here, in the purple summer twilight spangled with fireflies, she felt for a minute that her youth was awaiting her, and opening the gate she passed so softly as a ghost along the crooked path to the 2 great paulownias, which were beginning to decay, and to the honeysuckle arbor where the tendrils of the creeper brushed her hair like a caress. Under the light of a young moon, it seemed to her that nothing had changed since that spring evening when she had stood there and felt the wonder of first love awaken in her heart. Nothing had changed except that love and herself. The paulownias still shed their mysterious shadows about her. The red and white roses still bloomed by the west wing of the house. The bed of mint still grew rank and fragrant beneath the dining-room window. When she put her hand on the bole of the tree beside which she stood, she could still feel the initials V.O., which Oliver had cut there in the days before their marriage. A light burned in the window of the room which had been the parlour in the days when she lived there, and as she gazed at it, she almost expected to see the face of her mother with its look of pathetic cheerfulness smiling at her through the small greenish panes. And then the past in which Oliver had no part, the past which belonged to her and to her parents, that hallowed, unforgettable past of her childhood, which seemed bathed in love as in a flood of light. This past enveloped her as the magic of the moonbeams enveloped the house in which she had lived. While she stood there, it was more living than the present, more real than the aching misery in her heart. The door of the house opened and shut. She heard a step on the gravel path, and bending forward out of the shadow, she waited breathlessly for the sound of her father's voice. But it was a young rector who had recently accepted the call to St. James' Church, and his boyish face, rising out of the sacred past, awoke her with a shock from the dream into which she had fallen. "Good evening, Mrs. Treadwell. Were you coming to see me?" he asked eagerly, pleased, she could see, by the idea that she was seeking his services. "No, I was passing, and the garden reminded me so of my girlhood that I came in for a minute. It hasn't changed much, I suppose." His alert, businesslike gaze swept the hillside. "Hardly at all. One might imagine that those were the same roses I left here." "An improvement or two wouldn't hurt it," he remarked with animation. "These old trees make such a litter in the spring that my wife is anxious to get them down. Women like tidiness, you know, and she says while they are blooming it is impossible to keep the yard clean." "I remember. Their flowers cover everything when they fall, but I always love them." "Well, one does get attached to things. I hope you have had a pleasant summer in spite of the heat. It must have been a delight to have your daughter at home again. What a splendid worker she is. If we had her in Dinwiddie for good, it wouldn't be long before the old town would awaken. Why, I'd been trying to get those girls' clubs started for a year, and she took the job out of my hands and managed it in 2 weeks." "The dear child is very clever. Is your wife still in the mountains?" "She's coming back next week. We didn't feel that it was safe to bring the baby home until that long spell of heat had broken." Then as she turned towards the step, he added hastily, "Won't you let me walk home with you?" But this, she felt, was more than she could bear, and making the excuse of an errand on the next block, she parted from him at the gate and hurried like a shadow back along High Street. Until October there was no word from Oliver, and then at last there came a letter, which she threw, half read, into the fire. The impulsive act, so unlike the normal Virginia, soothed her for an instant, and she said over and over to herself, while she moved hurriedly about the room as though she were seeking an escape from the moment before her, "I'm glad I didn't finish it. I'm glad I let it burn." Though she did not realize it, this passionate refusal to look at or to touch the thing that she hated was the last stand of the Pendleton idealism against the triumph of the actuality. It is possible that until that moment she had felt far down in her soul that, by declining to acknowledge in words the fact of Oliver's desertion, by hiding it from the children, by ignoring the processes which would lead to his freedom, she had in some obscure way deprived that fact of all power over her life. But now, while his letter, blaming himself and yet pleading with her for his liberty, lay there crumbling slowly to ashes under her eyes, her whole life, with its pathos, its subterfuge, its losing battle against the ruling spirit of change, seemed crumbling there also, like those ashes, or like that vanished past to which she belonged. "I'm glad I let it burn," she repeated bitterly, and yet she knew that the words had never really burned, that the flame which was consuming them would never die until she lay in her coffin. Stopping in front of the fire, she stood looking down on the last shred of the letter, as though it were in reality the ruins of her life which she was watching. A dull wonder stirred in her mind amid her suffering, a vague questioning as to why this thing of all things should have happened. "If I could only know why it was, if I could only understand, it might be easier," she thought, "but I tried so hard to do what was right. And whatever the fault was, at least I never failed in love. I never failed in love," she repeated. Her gaze, leaving the fire, rested for an instant on a little alabaster ashtray which stood on the end of the table, and a spasm crossed her face which had remained unmoved while she was reading his letter. Every object in the room seemed suddenly alive with memories. That was his place on the rug. The deep chintz-covered chair by the hearth was the one in which he used to sit, watching the fire at night, before going to bed. The clock on the mantel was the one he had selected, the rug, which was threadbare in places, he had helped her to choose. The pile of English reviews on the table he had subscribed to, the little glass water bottle on the candle-stand by the bed she had bought years ago because he liked to drink in the night. There was nothing in which he did not have a part. Every trivial incident of her life was bound up with the thought of him. She could no more escape the torment of these associations than she could escape the fact of herself. For so long she had been one with him in her thoughts that their relationship had passed for her into that profound union of habit which is the strongest union of all. Even the years in which he had grown gradually away from her had appeared to her to leave untouched the deeper sanctities of their marriage. A knock came at the door, and the cook, with a list of groceries in her hand, entered to inquire if her mistress were going to market. With the beginning of the autumn, Virginia had tried to take an interest in her housekeeping again, and the daily trip to the market had relieved in a measure the terrible vacancy of her mornings. Now it seemed to her that the remorseless exactions of the material details of living offered the only escape from the tortures of memory. "Yes, I'll go," she said, reaching out her hand for the list, and her heart cried, "I cannot live if I stay in this room any longer. I cannot live if I look at these things." As she turned away to put on her hat, She was seized by a superstitious feeling that she might escape her suffering by fleeing from these inanimate reminders of her marriage. It was as though the chair and the rug and the clock had become possessed with some demoniacal spirit. "If I can only get out of doors I shall feel better," she insisted, and when she had hurriedly pinned on her hat and tied her tulle ruff at her throat, she caught up her gloves and ran quickly down the stairs and out into the street. But as soon as she had reached the sidewalk, the agony which she had thought she was leaving behind her in the closed room upstairs rushed over her in a wave of realization, and turning again, she started back into the yard and stopped with a sensation of panic beside the bed of crimson dahlias at the foot of the steps. Then, while she hesitated, uncertain whether to return to her bedroom or to force herself to go on to the market, those hated familiar objects flashed in a blaze of light through her mind, and opening the gate, she passed out on the sidewalk and started at a rapid step down the deserted pavement of Sycamore Street. "At least nobody will speak to me," she thought, but while the words were still on her lips, she saw a door in the block open wide, and one of her neighbours come out on his way to his business. Turning hastily, she fled into a cross street, and then, gathering courage, went on, trembling in every limb, towards the old market, which she used because her mother and her grandmother had used it before her. The fish carts were still there, just as they had been when she was a girl, but the army of black-robed housekeepers had changed or melted away. Here also the physical details of life had survived the beings for whose use or comfort they had come into existence. The meat and the vegetable stalls were standing in orderly rows about the octagonal building. Wilted cabbage leaves littered the dusty floor. Flies swarmed around the bleeding forms hanging from hooks in the sunshine. Even Mr. Dewlap, hale and red-cheeked, offered her white pullets out of the wooden coop at his feet. So little had the physical scene changed since the morning, more than 25 years ago, of her meeting with Oliver, that while she paused there beside Mr. Dewlap's stall, one of the older generation might have mistaken her for her mother. "My dear Virginia," said a voice at her back, and turning, she found Mrs. Peachey, a trifle rheumatic, but still plump and pretty. "I'm so glad you come to the old market, my child. I suppose you cling to it because of your mother, and then things are really so much dearer uptown, don't you think so?" "Yes, I dare say they are, but I've got into the habit of coming here." "One does get into habits. Now, I've bought chickens from Mr. Dewlap for 40 years. I remember your mother, and I used to say that there were no chickens to compare with his white pullets." "I remember mother was a wonderful housekeeper. And you are too, my dear. Everybody says that you have the best table in Dinwiddie." Her small rosy face, framed in the shirred brim of her black silk bonnet, was wrinkled with age, but even her wrinkles were cheerful ones, and detracted nothing from the charming archness of her expression. Unconquerable still, she went her sprightly way, on rheumatic limbs, towards the grave. "Have you seen dear Miss Priscilla?" asked Virginia, striving to turn the conversation away from herself, and shivering with terror lest the other should ask after Oliver, whom she had always adored. "I stopped to inquire about her on my way down. She had had a bad night, the maid said, and Dr. Fraser is afraid that the cold she got when she went driving the other day has settled upon her lungs." "Oh, I'm so sorry," exclaimed Virginia, but she was conscious of an immeasurable relief because Miss Priscilla's illness was absorbing Mrs. Peachey's thoughts. "Well, I must be going on," said the little lady, and though she flinched with pain when she moved, the habitual cheerfulness of her face did not alter. "Come to see me as often as you can, Jenny. I can't get about much now, and it is such a pleasure for me to have somebody to chat with. People don't visit now," she added regretfully, "as much as they used to." "So many things have changed," said Virginia, and her eyes, as she gazed up at the blue sky over the market, had a yearning look in them. So many things had changed. Ah, there was the pang. On her way home, overcome by the fear that Miss Priscilla might die, thinking herself neglected, Virginia stopped at the academy, and was shown into the chamber behind the parlour, which had once been a classroom. In the middle of her big tester bed the teacher was lying, propped among pillows, with her cameo brooch fastening the collar of her nightgown, and a purple wool shawl, which Virginia had knit for her, thrown over her shoulders. "Dear Miss Priscilla, I've thought of you so often. Are you better to-day?" "A little, Jenny, but don't worry about me. I'll be out of bed in a day or two." Though she was well over 85, she still thought of herself as a middle-aged woman, and her constant plans for the future amazed Virginia, whose hold upon life was so much slighter, so much less tenacious. "Have you been to market, dear? I miss so being able to sit by the window and watch people go by. Then I always knew when you and Susan were on your way to Mr. Dewlap." "Yes, I've begun to go again. It fills in the day." "I never approved of your letting your servants market for you, Jinny. It would have shocked your mother dreadfully." "I know," said Virginia, and her voice, in spite of her effort to speak cheerfully, had a weary sound which made her add, with sudden energy, "I've brought you a partridge. Mr. Dewlap had such nice ones. You must try to eat it for supper." How like you that was, Jenny. You are your mother all over again. I declare I am reminded of her more and more every time that I see you." Tears sprang to Virginia's eyes, while her thin, blue-veined hands gently caressed Miss Priscilla's swollen and knotted fingers. "You couldn't tell me anything that would please me more," she answered. "I used to think that Lucy would take after her, but she grew up differently. Yes, neither of the girls is like her. They are dear, good children, but they are very modern." "Have you heard from them recently?" "A few days ago, and they are both as well as can be." "And what about Harry? I've always believed that Harry was your favourite, Jenny." For an instant Virginia hesitated, with her eyes on the pot of red geraniums blooming between the white muslin curtains at the window. In his little cage in the sunlight, Miss Priscilla's canary, the last of many generations of Dickies, burst suddenly into song. "I believe that Harry loves me more than anybody else in the world does," she answered at last. "He'd come to me tomorrow if he thought I needed him." Lying there in her great white bed, with her enormous body, which she could no longer turn, rising in a mountain of flesh under the linen sheet, the old teacher closed her eyes lest Virginia should see her soul yearning over her as it had yearned over Lucy Pendleton after the rector's death. She thought of the girl with the flower-like eyes and the braided wreath of hair, flitting in white organdie and blue ribbons under the dappled sunlight in High Street, and she said to herself, as she had said 25 years ago, if there was ever a girl who looked as if she were cut out for happiness, it was Jenny Pendleton. "They say that Abby Goode is going to be married at last," remarked Virginia abruptly, for she knew that such bits of gossip supplied the only pleasant excitement in Miss Priscilla's life. "Well, it's time she waited long enough," returned the teacher, and she added, "I always knew that she was crazy about Oliver by the way she flung herself at his head." She had never liked Abby, and her prejudices, which had survived the shocks of life, were not weakened by the approaching presence of death. It was characteristic of her that she should pass into eternity with both her love and her scorn undiminished. "She was a little boisterous as a girl, but I never believed any harm of her," answered Virginia mildly. And then, as Miss Priscilla's lunch was brought in on a tray, she kissed her tenderly with a curious feeling that it was for the last time, and went out of the door and down the gravelled walk into High Street. An exhaustion greater than any she had ever known oppressed her as she dragged her body, which felt dead, through the glorious October weather. Once, when she passed St. James' Church, she thought wearily how sorry Mother would be if she knew, while an intolerable pain, which seemed her mother's pain as well as her own, pierced her heart. Then, as she hurried on, with that nervous haste which she could no longer control, the terrible haunted blocks appeared to throng with the faded ghosts of her youth. A grey-haired woman, leaning out of the upper window of an old house, nodded to her with a smile, and she found herself thinking, I rolled hoops with her once in the street, and now she is watching her grandchild go out in its carriage. At any other moment she would have bent, enraptured, over the perambulator which was being wheeled by a nurse and a maid down the front steps into the street, but today the sight of the soft baby features, lovingly surrounded by lace and blue ribbons, was like the turn of a knife in her wound. "And yet Mother always said that she was never so happy as she was with my children," she reflected, while her personal suffering was eased for a minute by the knowledge of what her return to Dinwiddie had meant to her mother. "If she had died while I lived away, I could never have got over it. I could never have forgiven myself," she added, and there was an exquisite relief in turning even for an instant away from the thought of herself. When she reached home, luncheon was awaiting her, but after sitting down at the table and unfolding her napkin, a sudden nausea seized her, and she felt that it was impossible to sit there facing the mahogany sideboard with its gleaming rows of silver and watch the precise slow-footed movements of the maid, who served her as she might have served a wooden image. "I took such trouble to train her, and now it makes me sick to look at her," she thought, as she pushed back her chair and fled hastily from the room into Oliver's study across the hall. Here her work-bag lay on the table, and taking it up, she sat down before the fire and spread out the centrepiece which she was embroidering in an intricate and elaborate design for Lucy's Christmas. It was almost a year now since she had started it, and into the luxuriant sprays and garlands there had passed something of the restless love and yearning which had overflowed from her heart. Usually she was able to work on it in spite of her suffering, for she was one of those whose hands could accomplish mechanically tasks from which her soul had revolted. But today even her obedient fingers faltered and refused to keep at their labour. Her eyes, leaving the needle she held, wandered beyond the window to the branches of the young maple tree, which rose like a pointed flame toward the cloudless blue of the sky. In the evening, when Susan came in, with a newspaper in her hand and a passionate sympathy in her face, Virginia was still sitting there gazing at the dim outline of the tree in the strip of sky which had faded from azure to grey. "Oh, Jenny, my darling, you never told me." Taking up the piece of embroidery from her lap, Virginia met her friend's tearful caress with a frigid and distant manner. "There was nothing to tell. What do you mean?" she asked. Is it true that Oliver has left you, that that Susan's voice broke, strangled by emotion, but Virginia, without looking up from the rose on which she was working in the firelight, answered quietly, "Yes, it is true. He wants to be free." "But you will not do it, darling. The law is on your side." With her eyes on the needle, which she held carefully poised for the next stitch, Virginia hesitated, while the muscles of her face quivered for an instant and then grew rigid again. "What good would it do," she asked, "to hold him to me when he wishes to be free?" And then, with one of those flashes of insight which came to her in moments of great emotional stress, she added quietly, "It is not the law, it is life." Putting her arms around her, Susan pressed her to her bosom as she might have pressed a suffering child whom she was powerless to help or even to make understand. "Jinny, Jinny, let me love you," she begged. "How did you know?" asked Virginia as coldly as though she had not heard her. "Has it got into the papers?" For an instant Susan's pity struggled against her loyalty. "General Goode told me that there had been a good deal about Oliver and Miss Oldcastle in the New York papers for several days," she answered, "and this morning a few lines were copied in the Dinwiddie Bee. Oliver is so famous it was impossible to keep things hushed up, I suppose. But you know all this, Jinny darling." "Oh, yes, I knew that," answered Virginia. Then rising suddenly from her chair, she said almost irritably, "Susan, I want to be alone. I can't think until I am alone." By her look Susan knew that until that minute some blind hope had kept alive in her some childish pretence that it might all be a dream, some passionate evasion of the ultimate outcome. "But you'll let me come back? You'll let me spend the night with you, Jinny? If you want to, you may come, but I don't need you. I don't need anybody. I don't need anybody," she repeated bitterly. And this bitterness appeared to change not only her expression, but her features and her carriage, and that essential attribute of her being which had been the real Virginia. Awed in spite of herself, Susan put on her hat again and bent over to kiss her. "I'll be back before bedtime, Jinny. Don't shut me away, dear. Let me share your pain with you." At this, something that was like a smile trembled for an instant on Virginia's face. "You are good, Susan," she responded, but there was no tenderness, no gratitude even in her voice. She had grown hard with the implacable hardness of grief. When the door had closed behind her friend, she stood looking through the window until she saw her pass slowly, as though she were reluctant to go down Sycamore Street in the direction of her home. "I am glad she is gone," she thought coldly. "Susan is good, but I am glad she is gone." Then turning back to the fire, she took up the piece of embroidery and mechanically folded it before she laid it away. While her hands were still on the bag in which she kept it, a shiver went through her body, and a look of resolution passed over her features, making them appear as if they were sculptured in marble. "He will be sorry some day," she thought. "He will be sorry when it is too late. And if I were there now, if I were to see him, it might all be prevented. It might all be prevented, and we might be happy again." In her distorted mind, which worked with the quickness and the intensity of delirium, this idea assumed presently the prominence and the force of an hallucination. So powerful did it become that it triumphed over all the qualities which had once constituted her character, over the patience, the sweetness, the unselfish goodness, as easily as it obscured the rashness and folly of the step which she planned. "If I could see him, it might all be prevented," she repeated obstinately, as though someone had opposed her, and going upstairs to her bedroom, she packed her little handbag and put on the travelling dress which she had worn in New York. Then, very softly, as though she feared to be stopped by the servants, she went down the stairs and out of the front door, and very softly carrying her bag, she passed into the street and walked hurriedly in the direction of the station. And all the way she was thinking, "If I can only see him again, this may not happen, and everything may be as it was before when he still loved me." So just and rational did this idea appear to her, that she found herself wondering passionately why she had not thought of it before. It was so easy a way out of her wretchedness that it seemed absurd of her to have overlooked it. And this discovery filled her with such tremulous excitement that when she opened her purse to buy her ticket, her hands shook as if they were palsied, and the porter who held her bag was obliged to count out the money. The whole of life, which had looked so dark an hour ago, had become suddenly illuminated. Once in the train, her nervousness left her, and when an acquaintance joined her after they had started, she was able to talk connectedly of trivial occurrences in Dinwiddie. He was a fat, apoplectic-looking man, with a bald head which shone like satin, and a drooping moustache slightly discoloured by tobacco. His appearance, which she had never objected to before, seemed to her grotesque, but in spite of this she could smile almost naturally at his jokes, which she thought inconceivably stupid. "I suppose you heard about Cyrus Treadwell's accident," he said at last when she rose to go to her berth. "Got knocked down by an automobile as he was getting off a streetcar at the bank. It isn't serious, they say, but he was pretty well stunned for a while." "No, I hadn't heard," she answered, and thought, "I wonder why Susan didn't tell me." Then she said good night and disappeared behind the curtains of her berth. where she lay without undressing until morning. This is the way. There is no other way to stop it, she thought, and all night the rumble of the train and the flashing of the lights in the darkness outside of her window kept up a running accompaniment to the words. It is a sin. There is no other way to stop it. He is committing a sin, and when I see him he will understand it, and it will be as it was before. This idea, which was as fixed as an obsession of delirium, seemed to occupy some central space in her brain, leaving room for a crowd of lesser thoughts which came and went fantastically around it, like the motley throng of a circus. She thought of Cyrus Treadwell's accident, of the stupid jokes the man from Dinwiddie had told her, of the noises of the train which would not let one sleep, of the stations which blazed out here and there in the darkness. But in the midst of this confusion of images and impressions, a clear voice was repeating somewhere in her brain, "This is the way. There is no other way to stop it before it is too late." In the morning, when she got out in New York and gave the driver the name of the little hotel at which she had stopped on her first visit, this glowing certainty faded like the excitement of fever from her mind, and she relapsed into the stricken hopelessness of the last 6 months. The bleakness of her spirits fell like a cloud on the brilliant October day, and the sunshine, which lay in golden pools on the pavements, appeared to increase the sense of universal melancholy which had followed so sharply on the brief exaltation of the night. "I must see him. It is the only way," her brain still repeated, but the ring of conviction was gone from the words. Her flight from Dinwiddie showed to her now, in all the desperate folly with which it might have appeared to a stranger. The impulse which had brought her had ebbed away, and with the impulse had passed also the confidence and the energy of her resolve. At the hotel, where the red bedroom into which they ushered her appeared to have waited unaltered for the second tragedy of her life, she bathed and dressed herself, and after a cup of black coffee, taken because a sensation of dizziness had alarmed her lest she should faint in the street, she put on her hat again and went out into Fifth Avenue. She remembered the name of the hotel at the head of Oliver's letter, and she directed her steps towards it now with an automatic precision of which her mind seemed almost unconscious. All thought of asking for him had vanished, yet she was drawn to the place where he was by a force which was more irresistible than any choice of the will. An instinct stronger than reason was guiding her steps. In Fifth Avenue the crowd was already beginning to stream by on the sidewalks, and as she mingled with it, she recalled that other morning when she had moved among these people and had felt that they looked at her kindly because she was beautiful and young. Now the kindness had given way to indifference in their eyes. They no longer looked to her, and when a shop window which she was passing showed her a reflection of herself, she saw only a commonplace middle-aged figure with a look of withered sweetness in the face, which had grown suddenly wan. And the sight of this figure felt like a weight on her heart, destroying the last vestige of courage. Before the door of the hotel in which Oliver was staying, she stood so long with her vacant gaze fixed on the green velvet carpet within the hall that an attendant in livery came up at last and inquired if she wished to see anyone. Arousing herself with a start, she shook her head hurriedly and turned back into the street, for when the crucial moment came her decision failed her. Just as she had been unable to make a scene on the night when they had parted, so now it was impossible for her to descend to the vulgarity of thrusting her presence into his life. Unless the frenzy of delirium seized her again, she knew that she should never have the strength to put the desperation of thought into the desperation of action. What she longed for was not to fight, not to struggle, but to fall like a wounded bird to the earth and be forgotten. At the crossing, where there was a crush of motor cars and carriages, she stopped for a moment and thought how easy it would be to die in the crowded street before returning to Dinwiddie. All I need do is to slip and fall there, and in a second it would be over. But so many cars went by that she knew she should never be able to do it, that much as she hated life, something bound her to it, which she lacked the courage to break. There shot through her mind the memory of a soldier her father used to tell about, who was always first on the field of battle, but had never found the courage to charge. He was like me, for I might stand here forever and yet not find the courage to die. A beggar came up to her, and she thought, he is begging of me, and yet I am more miserable than he is. Then while she searched in her bag for some change, it seemed to her that the faces gliding past her became suddenly distorted and twisted, as though the souls of the women in the rapidly moving cars were crucified under their splendid furs. That woman in the sable cloak is beautiful, yet she also is in torture. She reflected with an impersonal coldness and detachment. I was beautiful too, but how did it help me? And she saw herself as she had been in her girlhood, with the glow of happiness as of one flying in her face, and her heart filled with the joyous expectancy of the miracle which must happen. I am as old now as Miss Willie was then, and how I pitied her. Tears rushed to her eyes, which had been so dry a minute before, while the memory of that lost gaiety of youth came over her in a wave that was like the sweetness of the honeysuckle blooming in the rectory garden. A policeman, observing that she had waited there so long, held up the traffic until she had crossed the street, and after thanking him she went on again towards the hotel in which she was staying. "He was kind about helping me over," she said to herself with an impulse of gratitude, and this casual kindness seemed to her the one spot of light in the blackness which surrounded her. As she approached the hotel her step flagged, and she felt suddenly that even that passive courage which was hers, the courage of endurance, had deserted her. She saw the dreadful hours that must ensue before she went back to Dinwiddie, the dreadful days that would follow after she got there, the dreadful weeks that would run on into the dreadful years. Silent, grey, and endless, they stretched ahead of her, and through them all she saw herself, a little hopeless figure moving towards that death which she had not had the courage to die. The thoughts of the familiar streets, of the familiar faces of the house, of the furniture, of the leaf-strewn yard in which her bed of dahlias was blooming, all these aroused in her the sense of spiritual nausea which she had felt when she went back to them after her parting from Oliver. Nothing remained except the long empty years, for she had outlived her usefulness. At the door of the hotel the hall porter met her with a cheerful face, and she turned to him with the instinctive reliance on masculine protection which had driven her to the friendly shelter of the policeman at the crossing in Fifth Avenue. In reply to her helpless questions he looked up the next train to Dinwiddie, which left within the hour, and after buying her ticket assisted her smilingly into the taxicab. While she sat there in the middle of the seat with her little black bag rocking back and forth as the cab turned the corners, all capacity for feeling, all possibility of sensation even, seemed to have passed out of her body. The impulse which was carrying her to Dinwiddie was the physical impulse which drives a wounded animal back to die in its shelter. Even the flaring advertisements of Oliver's play, which was still running in a Broadway theatre, aroused no pain, hardly any thought of him or of the past in her mind. She had ceased to suffer, she had ceased even to think, and when, a little later, she followed the station porter down the long platform, she was able to brush aside the memory of her parting from Oliver as lightly as though it were the trivial sting of a wasp. When she remembered the agony of the last year, of yesterday, of the morning through which she had just lived, it appeared almost ridiculous. That death which she had lacked the courage to die seemed creeping over her soul before it reached the outer shell of her body. In the train she was attacked by a sensation of faintness, and remembering that she had eaten nothing all day, she went into the dining car and sat down at one of the little tables. When her luncheon was brought, she ate almost ravenously for a minute. Then her sudden hunger was followed by a disgust for the look of the dishes and the cinders on the tablecloth, and after paying her bill, for which she waited an intolerable time, she went back to her chair in the next coach and watched with unseeing eyes the swiftly moving landscape which rushed by in all the brilliant pageantry of October. Several seats ahead of her 2 men were discussing politics, and one of them, who wore a clerical waistcoat, raised his voice suddenly so high that his words penetrated the wall of blankness which surrounded her thoughts. "I tell you it is the greatest menace to our civilization." And then, as he controlled his excitement, his speech dropped quickly into indistinctness. How absurd of him to get so angry about it, thought Virginia with surprise, as if a civilization could make any difference to anybody on earth. And she watched the clergyman for a minute, as if fascinated by the display of his earnestness. What on earth can it matter to him? She wondered mildly, and yet to look at him one would think that his heart was bound up in the question. But in a little while she turned away from him again, and lying back in her chair, stared across the smooth plains to the pale golden edge of the distant horizon. Through the long day she sat, without moving, without taking her eyes from the landscape, while the sunlight faded slowly away from the fields, and the afterglow flushed and waned, and the stars shone out, one by one, through the silver web of the twilight. Once, when the porter had offered her a pillow, she had looked round to thank him. Once, when a child toddling along the aisle had fallen at her feet, she had bent over to lift it. But beyond this she had stirred only to hand her ticket to the conductor when he aroused her by touching her arm. Where the sunset and the afterglow had been, she saw at last only the lights of the train reflected in the smeared glass of the window. But so unconscious was she of any change in that utter vacancy at which she looked, that she could not have told whether it was an hour or a day after leaving New York that she came back to Dinwiddie. Even then she would still have sat there, speechless, inert, unseeing, had not the porter taken her bag from the rack over her head and accompanied her from the glare of the train out into the dimness of the town, where the crumbling hacks hitched to the decrepit horses still waited. Here her bag was passed over to a driver whom she vaguely remembered, and a few minutes later she rolled in one of the ancient vehicles under the pale lights of the street which led to her home. In the drugstore at the corner she saw Miss Priscilla's maid buying medicines, and she wondered indifferently if the teacher had grown suddenly worse. Then as she passed John Henry's house, she recognized his large shadow as it moved across the white shade at the window of the drawing-room. "Susan was coming to spend last night with me," she said aloud, and for the first and last time in her life an ironic smile quivered upon her lips. With a last jolt, the carriage drew up at the sidewalk before her home. The driver dismounted, grinning, from his box, and in the lighted doorway she saw the figure of her maid, in trim cap and apron, waiting to welcome her. Not a petal had fallen from the bed of crimson dahlias beside the steps. Not a leaf had changed on the young maple tree, which rose in a spire of flame toward the stars. Inside she knew there would be the bright fire, the cheerful supper table, the soft bed turned down, and the future. On the porch she stopped and looked back into the street, as she might have looked back at the door of a prison. The negro driver, having placed her bag in the hall, stood waiting expectantly, with his hat in his hand and his shining black eyes on her face, and opening her purse she paid him, before walking past the maid over the threshold. Ahead of her stretched the staircase, which she would go up and down for the rest of her life. On the right she could look into the open door of the dining-room, and opposite to it she knew that the lamp was lit, and the fire burning in Oliver's study. Then, while a wave of despair like a mortal sickness swept over her, her eyes fell on an envelope which lay on the little silver card tray on the hall table, and as she tore it open she saw that it contained but a single line: "Dearest mother, I am coming home to you. Harry." End of Book 3, Chapter 6. End of Virginia by Ellen Glasgow.